Absolutely, Sterix. Well said. It is nice to be joined by you, as I am Finn. And coming up today, GX versus Heretics. Mickey said yesterday on PGL that he thinks Heretics is the best team in the league. Also something said by Busio in the PGL. So now two of our top tier supports have praised Heretics as a team to watch. I was pretty surprised, we'll see, but a win here against Giant X would be huge for them as they still are in the place for playoffs.
That is a gigantic statement. You know what, Heretics, I told you last time I'd be on the train. They beat SK, they look clean doing it, and I said I'd join the train, and I'm happy to be there. But against Giant X, it's a very different opponent. SK have been, you know, struggling as of yesterday. Yes, they did find their wins, but it wasn't through early game, it was through MKOI's mistakes. Before that, the Team Heretics loss has made me question where this team is going to sit. Once thought of as maybe a playoff team, maybe now it's going to be different as Giant X, a behemoth who should be making that top 6 as per expectations. We're about to jump into pick and ban. Still 26-16, of course, as we've now been on it for a full week and a bit. The Akali Nocturne are where we're going to start off, and the Cassiopeia. You'll see that on your screen momentarily. Finn, where do you want to start for these two teams for priority, as Vi is also going to make its name taken off, which you'll see in a moment.
I instantly go towards blind picking a safe mid lane mage.
Right.
And you see the Akali ban, you see the Nocturne ban. Nocturne really good against mages because they're so vulnerable going to side lane. Really difficult to lane side lane against Nocturne. Akali super good into Orianna, also pretty good.
I ljudi moji, dobar dan i dobrodošli danas u još jednom danu leca. Danas gledamo Giantse i Heretike, malo kasnije ćemo gledati i ekipu K-Corpa, koji ulazi kao veliki favorit protiv Shittersa, koji se baš nisu snašli ovu sezonu. Jarvan first pick za Giantse. Da, Rise, Victor i Cassio. Cassio je banovana. Rise, Victor, I guess?
Well, then they get the Rumble and they get support.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Xin Shao Dry's lock in now, and I think if you don't take the Rumble plus a mid lane pairing, it would be pretty odd from Giant X. I think it's very juicy right now to just lock in the Rumble, go for the hot pot combo. Rumble Jarvan, we see it almost every single day, I feel like these days. 1, 2, 3 as a rotation. You could also look to take your bot side. Make sure you get the best bot lane combination that you want. But it will be an Anivia lock-in, I assume, for Jackie.
Anivio Rise za Giga dobro desi, Gogo Legend dok javine veliki poz. Sviđa mi se Anivio Rise i sviđa mi se Rumble. Malo su previše magic damage heavy sad, tako da im treba neki klasičan AD, ali mimo toga mislim da je mislim da je sve to relativno ok, mislim normalna draft faza, jeli?
Really big MR shield. You could also go for something like a Leona here if you want, but it will be the Jace lock-in by Tracing, which is still up and available. Has been a very contested prio pick globally. In Europe, not the best success of Jace so far, 4-7 in our region. And it is a very volatile matchup. Yesterday we saw Mirren getting solo killed by Wunder's Rumble, so can swing both ways. And I think there's warrants sending some attention to the top lane, definitely. This is the matchup.
You know, yesterday Finn it was 4-7, today 4-9.
Or 9
as well, because we've also got a mid lane pick on that as well. 33% win rate up in the top lane. Yeah, not looking too good. EU Jace become a bit of a meme, and Tracing is from EU. Now, biggest question is going to be that bottom lane. Seraphine being taken away. What are they fishing for here? Is it got a bit of range on Team Heretic's side? And a bit of setup for side lanes as well.
So we had an interview with Nukeduck on a desk together with Jack, Spectra and Oramne, where he kind of made it clear that he really believes in just having strong winning lanes to make sure that you can get into a good mid-game position.
That makes sense.
So he was talking about that the Ashe, Seraphine doesn't really care about playing against Jarvan as long as they're winning lane. Already with the Seraphine ban, I think they're taking away the strong bot lane, strong early game combinations from Giant X. Obviously Ashe Seraphine would be monumental with an Equalizer and Jarvan. So where am I looking? I'm looking towards Lucian is still available. Lucian Milio has been one of the most rising bot lane power picks right now in our league, and I think Hype is a fantastic Lucian. Could be something that looks for. A second Enchanter ban now going out with the Karma, so really trying to hinder Jun and Flacket's laning phase.
But Jun and Flacket also, I mean, they have that Jin option with the Rumble Jarvan Finn. Like, we have range to match the Jace that's already there. Lucian does get banned away as well. Is this just a take Jin angle and stop the bottom lane from...
I don't want to play Jin here as Heretics into Rumble and Jarvan. I think you're not going to have a good time. They're just going to take the Bard right now to also kind of allow to lock down these immobile carries. You see the Rumble, you see the Nivea. Doesn't have any dashes to get out of that Bard ult.
True.
And is setting themselves up to have a pushing bot lane Bard, a very strong early game champion in the laning phase. So Now, where does GX go to counter this? It would make sense to go for something that can contest the push. I think the Jhin is a fine option. Makes a lot more sense for Giants X than it does for Heretics.
Yeah, fair.
As Jhin works the best when he's a follow-up champion. He can follow up from range with a Deadly Flourish route into the Curtain Call bullets. And Nautilus, well, Old Faithful. No, we're gonna go something else.
Some kind of engage, though, they're thinking. They want to follow up with the Jarvan. And maybe add another circle, a Slurkle coming through from Jun, actually. So we get the Rel. But what is the best option here? I mean, Caitlyn's still up. Are you going to go Caitlyn Bard on the side of Heretics?
You could, but I think it's also really fine going something really self-sufficient. Caitlyn is
Sad će da otvori Klara, sad će otvori Klara, da.
That's what Nuktak believes in.
Yeah, that is what Nuktak believes in, and it will be the lock-in. You could also go for something like a mage here to just leave yourself self-sufficient while Bard is roaming around, making magic around the map. But the Caitlyn really highlights now what Team Heretics wants to do. Let's talk about the draft.
Please.
Jace lane top, Caitlyn lane bot. I hated this when I was competing.
Really?
Because Jace wants attention from the jungler, and Caitlyn wants attention from the jungler.
Bro.
So one of these side laners is going to be left alone on an island. And I think usually you leave Jace alone in this case, because the Caitlyn is just so monumental to the drafts. But Ryze has a lot of mid push and will be able to influence those side lanes early game. So really looking for Serin now to use his Ryze early prio to set up either the Jace or the Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Giant X, classic teamfight comp. And even into the Ryze, not the best laner, but the moment she gets at level 6, she gets a mana under her belt, she can really start controlling the Ryze, controlling the space. But it's all about Isma's engages. Isma and Jun on this Jarvan and Rel have to link up, because the laners can't do much by themselves. They need a lot of aid from the jungle support.
Well, let's see if the attention at least can be granted on Heretics' side. You talk a little bit about Serin maybe playing second jungler here in this game for Team Heretics. On his rise, Realm Warp to a side lane and get the attention to Trayson or Hype/Way. For this game, Team Heretics, it's still all on the line. Remember, playoff chances for these teams in the middle is at its hardest point now.
A mislim, ovo je sad cvijel ništa, nema šta. Oni su dotle stigli da u suštini moraju da performaju svaki lep skin za Barda, iskreno. Ali obe ekipe su na cvijel ništa. Jao, ljudi moji, iskreno ne sam puno da vam pričam, ali gledam ekipe koje se prijavljuju za LoL. Očigledno ne sam delim ko se igra, ali izgleda mi dosta interesantno, neću vas lagati. Postaje sve više i više hajpovan za turnir. Će bude, misli će biti, bit će poprilično zanimljivo. Biće poprilično zanimljivo.
Must win for Giant X if you want to secure the playoff spot. This is a Giant X roster that consistently made top 4 throughout their entire year. Then took a massive gamble on Flacked and Oscarinen coming into summer to try to ascend into that world spot, that potential top 3 qualifier. So going out before playoffs would be a massive failure for this Giant X roster. But now Flacked on the Jhin. It's probably going to be a more facilitating role, and it's going to be Isma that is going to lead the charge in this game.
Also, just a quick side note, is a big matchup for Giant X to try and make top 4. Low percentage, but 27 is still doable. Obviously, Heretics you're seeing right now, it's near impossible. I love Moby Stark Coy still with the graphic 0.01.
They're in there.
They're in there. It still counts after what was a disappointing day yesterday. So far, the matchup.
Yeah, Jason securing top lane push early. As Rumble, before level 3 really is quite weak. You really want your danger zone, you need your harpoons, your shield and your flame speeder. So level 3 for Rumble, like when the wave is bouncing back in the Jace, that's really when you can start playing. But now Isma has looped around for a bot gank. Also is of the opinion that this Caitlyn Bard has to get ahead, so it wants to stop that. A good ward by Wei will parry the attempt.
Wave seems to be pushing back as well. Hype now able to step up, knowing the information is that Isma's no longer in the area. He actually crossed back over the ward as it does expire as well.
Prenos, ne kvali će biti snimljeni i najbolji trenuci će biti negde klipovani, postovani, da, ali neće biti uživo prenos kvalifikacija, ne. Znaš šta je fora, što je, mislim, RNG je, jer bracket ima 4 puta do lana, tako da zavisi na kojoj strani budeš. To je fora. Mada ima dosta igrača se prijavljaju, vidim dosta igrača isto i traži timove, tako da, a baš će biti RNG ko će proći na kraju, jer kao kvalifikacije best of 1, realno u best of 1 svakog možda dobije, a opet kažem, pošto je takav bracket kakav je, ti znači imaš 4 puta do lana u suštini. I onda misli će drastično zavisiti na kojoj strani završiš.
Something in the center. Thank you very much, production. We're just going to claim that. Hang on. Oh, are we business?
How's it looking, Isma? You feeling good? You
Could have
feeling
been a bit more
comfortable?
dust. Maybe, you know, the problem is you're playing...
Dosta igrača s njime. Pa da, ali imaš, evo, ja sam video u Vamu ima ovaj Vukoz ima 2 mastera, 200-400 LP-a, ima ovdje još ljudi, Grand Mastera, imaš na Discordu ljudi ko hoćeš koji traže tim. Tako da, imaš kod mene na Discordu isto, imaš kod mene na Discordu, evo ja vidim ovdje jedan GM, jedan još koji nije rekao koji je Ilo, ima neka 2 mastera, 200-400 LP-a. Ima ljudi. Plan je 12. septembar. Dobro, da, mislim, ali kažem ti, ovdje uzmeš cimneš, pitaš, vidiš, napraviš tim. Imate vremena još, kažem, nisu kvalifikacije pune, tako da. To jest nisu slotovi puni.
I will say, top pro players, they're a little bit of divas, you know. If something is wrong with the mouse, the armrest, the chair, they're like, I can't play the game, I can't play the game.
It's not the same.
I've had teammates, I'm not gonna name any names, that wouldn't load into the LEC game before they had the perfect armrests. I'm not gonna name any names, but
they know who they are.
They know who they are.
They know who they are.
I had a teammate that would steal my armrests because he thought mine was better, even though we're sitting on the same chair.
Really? Because they're all the same chairs. They're the exact same. There's 10 of the same chairs, but he thought, oh, this one just feels nicer.
Yeah.
You know the
Ovo je OCD, razumem, samo ću to da kažem. Ne mogu, Kevin, ne mogu delim te tačne informacije, ali kažem, nije ni blizu još 100 timova, tako da ono.
I mean, not the exact same because they have replicas here in the studio. You're not bringing your own.
Do you not bring your own?
No.
I thought you bring it from home.
No, they have replicas here, Jake.
But don't.
A i opet jedini, mislim, public ti je vamo na challenge modu, a tu mislim da tek 4 ekipe se sklopilo da spoji, da se registruje na challenge mod. S tim da to će tek u utorak i u petak sljedeće nedelje da se popunjava. Jer dosta ekipa je zbunjeno, ne zna, treba da napravi tim i na challenge modu da se prijavi na sajtu. Ali će svako svima da stigne mail da trebaju da napravi challenge mod account i da se tamo prijave zvanično. Da, sad je 5, da mi je bilo 4 kad sam pogledao ranije. Mogu vam reći da ima jedna ekipa koja mi se čini poprilično jaka, eto, to mogu da vam kažem jer ništa vam nisam rekao. Ali ima jedna ekipa koja mislim da će baš biti jaka za sad. Ali opet ima nekih recimo igrača i to mogu da vam kažem, ima nekih bivših IBL igrača koji su me kontaktirali privatno da me pitaju ono, da li je sve to legitimno, da li se događa turnir i njih nisam video se prijavili još. A kapiram da oni će se skoro sigurno prijaviti, samo je pitanje u kom rosteru. Tako da biće sigurno jedno 2-3 bar ono IBL ekipe. U stvari ne, već ima 2 IBL ekipe. Biće sigurno 4-5 IBL ekipa. Mislim, ne IBL ekipa, ali kapirate. Igrači koji su igrali IBL po nekom miksu će igrati. Gledaj, best of 1 sve je moguće. Znači, u best of 1 je sve moguće.
It was the time before microtransactions where you couldn't just pay to get the car.
No.
You had to put it in.
You had to put the effort in.
Yeah.
That's what games are all about. Microtransactions, you know, we've come a long way, but also we've come a long way back. Back when you had to put effort into games. Those were the days, Finn. I mean, I'm older than you, I know. You're like almost 30.
27.
See? I'm 4 years older than you, and I've experienced the world in a very different way.
You have, yeah. But I do think that
Pa to stoji, a mislim ima i BL Open Quali, to je bio je sad Open Qualifier, ali bit će, mislim, sljedeće godine opet. Možda će biti još neki način da se kvalifikujete na IBL, ali ajde sad, to je o tom potom. To je o tom potom, će možda biti još nekih načina da se kvalifikujete na IBL.
Because the problem with Lost Chapter is that you can just plug it into any build. Lost Chapter buys into Malignants, it buys into Ludens, it buys into all those other mages. I'm not going to rabble off because there's too many of them. But no matter what mage you're playing, you can just buy Lost Chapter and you'll be fine. which is not the same for
But
top
old
laners.
league, yeah. I mean,
Like imagine I could just buy Brutalizer every single game on the top laner.
We are coming back into game.
Možda kupiš Taneler.
I don't know if on live we have flash. I don't think so. I think it was a net from
Onda
Hype.
morate na LAN
Because,
doći da mi to
mid
snimimo
was
uživo.
a crash down from Jun, but I think Hype took net second, and so yeah, I think he netted out of the way.
Jun did use his flash though, and Hype did as well.
Oh, so that's what it was. So
It's a flash trade from support
It
of
was
GX
Hype. We
for
had a
80
delay.
care of Team Heretics. But
Okay.
look now where Shinchao is, because Shinchao is now bot side with an item already, with a longsword, so he's ready to fight. Now where's Jarvan? Jarvan is top side, is still finishing his full clear because of the early bot side gank, and he's very behind in tempo right now.
Right.
Isma is going to be playing catch up for a bit, and this allows Douglas to do whatever he wants. You see he's double clearing both the blue and the grump right now, but it's now Wei. It's rolling over. Could look for Magical Journey. I don't think it's a good idea.
I mean, Magical Journey here just going to be met with a Q maybe. Way thinking about
We'll
it.
see.
Šta?
Maybe he's waiting for
Sale.
Jax to use the Q, and then maybe that's his Q to go. Wordplay.
Ko dobija ovaj
We
game?
would just sit around and wait.
Ovaj game dobija ekipa Giants.
Okay, he backs off. Bottom side's got off for Douglas.
Iako imaju Oskarinina u rosteru,
Giants Botlane did. Because the early gank, there was able
mislim
to
da
push
su
out.
oni,
Instead of
mislim
just
su oni
trying to
okej.
get a lane lead, they actually took a recall. So Flak had based for a refillable and a longsword, and it basically meant that when Shinchao is bot side and ready to gank, Blackhead is walking out of base. He's
Right.
fine. He's not in any risk to die. So they did it that well, and it's something that we've praised Blackhead for. His weak side play is one of the best as an AD carry. Obviously won 2022 in spring, but together with G2, and was something that he was praised for. Now mid fighting.
There's a bit of damage down. Saren doing pretty good. Just pushing Jackies out as much as possible. Speaking of junglers, though, Douglas is trying to pivot up to top side, but he was spotted on not one but two wards. Walking up towards that wave, that was doing pretty well for Trayson, but finish you alluded to.
No flash on Hype.
Now, you said it. Jun can crash down onto Hype, out of range, shattering strike, waiting, deadly flash, going to catch
Nema
him,
flash.
flag and drag Magical Journey out, and they need a bit more
Uh,
damage, but
nema da,
Flag
damage da ga ubiju,
has
wow.
the reload in 2026.
Oh, he's an agile fellow, isn't he? With the barrier, he walks out of
He
that
is.
very tanky. Jax is now taking big damage. Has the egg available, so he's fine. But once again, Isma's second gank bot lane this game. 4 minutes into game, 2 bot lane ganks, and hasn't gotten a kill yet. Both summoners blown now from Hype, but still a 100 gold lead in the favor of Team Heretics. And I think Hype and Wei are doing very good in this early game of absorbing the jungle pressure from Giants X.
True. After that gank as well, I mean, Isma won't have the flash to continue again. See if he can make his way down bot. That's been the focus so far. 2 out of 2 times as Jackies is ticking down. Is he dead? No. That egg is going to remain intact. Is he going to teleport back now? Playing it to the limit as Saren has been hard pushing to keep him in lane.
Yeah, there's now once again Douglas turn to make a bot side. You see Isma opening top here, and you see Douglas moving down here, looking to maybe look for a play. Probably just gonna put down a ward, cover his bot lane so they can just hit the tower, get those plates. I don't think there's any real gank threat here. Blackhead has the flash. And yeah, just clearing out vision, making sure that this Caitlyn and Bard can push every single wave as they please, and slowly but surely will accumulate a slight gold lead in the bot side. And this is what you want to do with the Caitlyn bot lane. You want to push, you want to get vision, and you want to probably start stacking those drakes. This dragon.
Ja mislim s Caitlyn Lidano želiš plate-ove, to je glavna stvar.
Jarvan is top side, and would be a good use of the bot lane's pressure. And so far,
Plate po plate i polako tražiš pressure, tako.
sometimes when you see top laners die or bot laners die to a gank, they say, oh, we're absorbing pressure, but no, you just die to the gank.
You just
You're not
die.
absorbing anything, bro.
You did technically absorb it, but maybe too much.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. And so there's really absorbing pressure, the ebb and flow that then leads them to the dragon after they get the push out. Blackhead is basing after neutralizing the wave that ran into him. Gives good time, as you said. Douglas is also level 6. So as he gets this dragon down with, I guess, this small lead, Finn, things are going pretty good. Calm and control.
Yeah, slow early game so far. Isma did take the Raptors away from Shinchao, so gets a slight cross map, but still dragon for Raptors. I think that's a trade you take if you're Team Heretics.
This is enough of what you wanted to see, right? I mean, it's a very early days, but you said waves were important, both top and bot. There's only small leads for now, but obviously those small leads can crest with dragon control. You talk about being bot.
Bi Heretici trebali da budu ok prva 2 Drake-a, mislim tek oko trećeg ekipa Giantsa gleda šta će da radi ovaj game. Do tada im se realno ne žuri.
Good lulling for
And right
Heretics.
now the rhythm of the game is favoring Team Heretics.
Yeah.
I mean, the lanes are going stable, but you gotta keep in mind, Anivia is scaling. Giant X has a team fight comp. They don't really care about the early game. They want to get to that third dragon fight and then just send everything on the carries. But now that the first goes out,
Where's the one?
bit wide. So I would like to see Team Heretics try to accelerate the game set a little bit more. Try to include Seren more in the plays. I think he's just been playing 1v1 this entire early game into the Nivea, which is fine for Ryze. You can manage in the 1v1, but there will come a time where Ryze cannot really do much into the Nivea.
True.
And that time is approaching quite rapidly right now.
Well,
So.
what about this lane though? I mean, Trayson and Oscar, and outside of the big trade that was like level 2 or something, obviously, as you talked about the Rumble getting 3 and also getting Tabi for the lane, he's been pretty fine. Oscar Innen's also got ulti, no TP, but this is a lane swap built around the grubs that are spawning in 30 seconds. It does feel like Oscar's also chilling as well in a matchup that, I mean, we didn't talk much about Finn, but it does feel very minute, the game.
I mean, this matchup is tricky because
Iskreno je bilo giga fun. Igrali smo Arame, a smo onda našli jedan jako random način da igramo Arame, da izaberemo koje ćemo, iz koje kategorije buildamo iteme. I da smo na kraju svi završili sa full support itemima na cijelom Aramu, što je bilo fun. Pa smo igrali malo fudbala i onda smo igrali odbojku neku 3-3. Iskreno, odbojka je banger bila. Odbojka isto bila turbo fun. Mislim, jako je jednostavna. Baš jednostavna, ali je zato i zabavna bila za igru. Smo igrali nekih sat vremena, ja mislim.
Trying to leverage the egg, puts a wall in front of Wade, doesn't have magical journey now. Cataclysm down from Mesmer as well, full on engage, but there's no numbers for Team Heretics. Daggles goes in with a late crescent guard, almost dies because of it. Here comes Trayson looking to hammer down as Seren has already got the E down, but Daggles getting a little bit low himself, running out. Curtain call number 2, 3, 4, audacious charge, trying to bait it in the flash anyway. Isma didn't need to, its first blood on the 4th shot, the crash down. Meanwhile, it's Way. Magical journey not going to be baited in. Jun still went in. It was Grubs, a package of 1 apiece with 1 sitting up there for Giant X. As Trayson didn't join, he decided to go top again.
So yeah, turns out the teamfight combo is pretty good at teamfighting. I mean, Team Heretics want to just take 1 grub to deny the free grub stack from Giant X, but Giant X you say, hey, if you're gonna come here and contest us, we're gonna send it on you. And they knew Oscarina was moving first from the bot side. He rotated all the way up. So as we break this down, you see Giant X already has the position, and the moment now Jackis tries to take space on Way, Isma sends it. And look how easy it is for the team comp. They just go in, so much damage coming out onto Douglas that they can't really extend the trade. They don't have a front line when the Shincha has had to use his ult early. And when Team Heretics realizes, oh, we can't chase, that's when the curtain call opens, and Douglas, yeah, he tries to dance. He dodges 3 of them, but the 4th one in the end is the biggest one, and that's one that matters.
Jun also able to get out after trying to source and engage to follow up. No, Trayson added a bit of damage, but never went to hammer form Finn. So he went back towards top. There is now a bit of a gold lead between Trayson and Oscar Rinnan, but it was that 1 kill and the finishing of the grubs from Giant X plus topside scuttle that has led Isma to be in a bit of a lead himself.
It's a tricky situation now for Team Heretics, as this is exactly what Giant X wants. They want to take skirmishes early and slowly but surely, like when the enemy has no flashes, that's when they're targets. Look, right now, Douglas has no flash. He can't step up in the river anymore against the Jarvan, because the moment that Cataclysm is available in circa 10 seconds, he can just lock him down. He can lock him down, and whether it's a Jin coming in from the side or a Rumble coming in from the side, it's very difficult for Douglas to get out of there, so we'll probably see Giant X now.
Look at it, Finn. Look at it again. There it is once more. Seren's going to be okay. We have shifted. We have moved away from Yomu's first.
Jes Filipe, Oskar da igra, pa možda bih hteo, on i Antonio zajedno, pa da se menjaju na topu.
And I don't care if people doing it in solo queue before. He brought it out in IG, at least the first of my knowledge. And this has been one of my favorite builds for a while, Finn. For most champions, it is literally hoping for the fact that you get in skirmishes, get assists early, so you can snowball the game.
Especially when you play Jin in a comp like this, I think. Because what is Jin doing in this Giant X team comp? If the fight happens here, he'll be here.
Right.
He doesn't need the extra movement speed from Stormracer to kite out, because he won't be the target. His team will be the one engaging, and he will be supporting that engage.
So he gets free stacks.
With W, with Curtain Call, and it's all about getting as much AD and lethality as he can early game. Obviously crit's a super good stat as well.
Yep.
To just help the team.
Brani se Hubris, ali okej.
Or to kill the people that are locked down.
Meni je okej Hubris build, kažem opet. Mislim, ako si G, nikad ne bi trebali da engage na tebi. Pitanje je samo da li ti treba moment u samom fajtu. To je da li planiraš da basicuješ ili si full utility. Ako si carry ili ti planiraš da basicuješ tvoj team lekuje damage, onda ti treba Stormrazor. Nije, u pravu si skroz, mislim, Let's generalno ima taj problem. mnogo igrača koji igraju LEC nisu LEC materijal. Mislim, LEC materijal. Nisu najbolji u svom rolu u Evropi. Naprimjer, ovaj dečko što igra Rambla, vidiš? Šako umro. Ima mnogo boljih top lanera. Ja njega kao malo hejtujem for fun, ali u svakoj šali ima malo istine, jeli? Čovjek je bukvalno Fanatika doveo, lik izintovo u Fanatiku, benchovali ga, lik došao, kaže Fanatik mi uništio karijeru. I onda ušao u Giants i njima sad intuje. Kaže čovjek Fanatik mi uništio karijeru. Brat odradilo na Reckless.
And Finn, I mean, Oscar committed his time. I didn't see exactly Trayson in that last play, but he's 40 CS up now. The reason I bring him up is because it feels like every time Trayson is either in a side lane pushing, taking resources, or Trayson's just like poking his head in and then going back to the wave. Either way, the Jace in a very good position right now, and Seren after picking up a last kill against this Anivia should feel a little bit more comfortable than he otherwise would.
Oh, he should feel very empowered now, especially when he has flashed up, he can play as aggressive as he wants almost. Yep. is camping around there, but there's no way he can face him right now. Don't even have the Leandris. Trayson making his way for his second item already. Sure. Very accelerated on this Jace, and those shock blasts are gonna hurt, but yeah. They would love to burn the flasher.
Cataclysm still there, as you said. Flash might have to be burned. There's Equalizer first. Cataclysm not used. Magical Journey instead is what sends out the Q. A little bit abrasive there. I guess he didn't want to commit ulti for Flash Fin, or what's the call?
That was a tempered pot. It wasn't really a hot pot. They didn't really go for the combo at all.
That was just like, you know, they ask you if you want it La, Fei Chang La, and you go Bull La. That was not hot. You know, I want the pork broth. Yeah. Not sure about that. Shock Blast doesn't connect, but here comes Wei. Tempered Fate gonna fly in. Oscar Renin caught out. He doesn't have his flash. You said it. They're timing this well. Heretics find an angle with Magical Journey to curtain him off. Oscar Renin's met with 3, and Trayson picks up the kill.
It's a good pick from Team Heretics, keeping the tempo up right now. See, they have no.
Dobro, vidi, nije gotovo za ekipu Fanatika nije gotovo. Soboru u stvari izgleda jako dobro. I Fanatik se ozbiljno vraća nazad u cijelu trku. Sombar. Solo bolo. Jesti, ja se slažem bila, da. I mislim da je druga stvar, dovedeš nekog klinca u LEC bar na jedan split, misle će igrati 70 puta bolje nego neki veteran koji je u fazonu samo trebam da igram dovoljno dobro da ostanem. Mislim da je to taj mentalitet koji malo ubija evropski LoL s te strane.
Let's see, Giant takes his tempo to start objective here. They want to just force these 5-5 fights. You see, when it's a scrappy 2v2, 3v3, it favors Team Heretics, especially around the Jace. But if Giant can find these 5v5 explosive engages on the Team Heretics, I think their comp is raw strength overrides whatever goal lead Team Heretics has accumulated. So they did start the Herald and just walked away. So scratch that.
Yeah, it's going to get started again by Heretics, but as you said...
Look at this, Jace is rotating up. I mean, they don't have Thief and Oscarine, and I think there's no way they can contest this.
Still hovering around. Finn, is this a soft contest, or are we going to commit to the fight afterwards?
You need to make a decision right now, because you're just standing and looking and taking your objective.
It's gone. Giant X backing, and what's going to be missed in the bot lane? Maybe a minion or two, but Trayson will get the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X had a window there. They had a window to do something. And they decided to use that window to start the Rift Herald.
Zašto se Fanatik povukao iz Lola? Pa mislim imam inside info, mislim nije inside info, to je info koju su oni podijelili, ali u suštini ekipa Crno-Belih je dosta uložila u cijel LoL team i 2 splita za redom nisu imali nikakve rezultate i jednostavno samo nisu vidjeli pointu da nastave da uložu kada legitimno su uvezli su jako dobre igrače, 2 lika iz Koreje i jednog od najboljih Poljaka i jednog od najboljih Turaka. A imali su i domaćeg igrača za domaću publiku. I kao, znaš, uložili su dosta, a dobili su ništa. Kao 2 EMEA mastera za redom nisu mogli da izađu iz kvalifikacija. Što je jako loše za količinu para koje su oni uložili. Kao da, ok, stompovali su EBL, ali nije baš bilo ni takmičenje. I onda nakon toga Znaš, da su bar ušli u četvrtfinale ME ili šta god, okej. Ovako, samo je malo, znaš, kao iste te rezultate su mogli da postignu sa 10 puta manjim budžetom. Čekaj, barijera nam i šta? Ne znam da igraju, nemam pojma.
Seren gets a knock up or two and then runs it back towards mid-wave as Giant X have got the health power advantage on the fight. They did get a 5v5 and a lot of this poke hasn't connected.
Zvezda nije izašla, Zvezda je izbačena. To je isto dosta velika razlika. Oni su ostali dužni pare mnogo igrača. Tako da oni su kikovani iz lige. I mislim da oni ne mogu da se vrate dok ne budu rešili sve obaveze, što ne znam da će ikada dogoditi.
You see, when Giant X go 5 people on one screen, it's so easy for them to just take whatever space they want, go in, take the bushes, ward them down, and start a dragon. I think Team Heretics really need to be there earlier, get those Caitlyn traps down, get those Jake's pokes going, so when Giant X decides to walk in, they're already chunked, they're already having to go through all those traps. So that's the issue, right? When Trayson recalled for his item, he was already late, he wasn't standing in the river poking. So maybe should have recalled a little bit earlier, or maybe Team Heretics had to rethink how they approach that dragon.
As you said, giving up a lot of space costs them dearly. Turret's still going to go down. Heretics still have the gold lead, but the dragon stacking for the team fight comp is still undeniable at this point. 2 in the bag, 2 more to go. Baron up in a minute, just worth noting if we do get some of these larger team fights. But right now, Finn, I mean, setup is important, poke is important. I am curious about how these side lanes go now, and how we start talking about Seren and Trayson's role in this Team Heretics comp with elongated side lanes that lead to the inner turrets in both bottom and top.
Yeah, you really need to allow Seren to play deep on side lane, because you see, when Seren goes into the 5v5, he cannot do anything against the Navia. He cannot do anything against Jin, Jarvan, Rumble. He doesn't want to be there. The dream scenario for Team Heretics is Seren is pushing side lane super deep and has either Rumble or a Nivea matching him. So if they try to TP into the fight, he can just walk up and stop the TP. Just can kind of match the enemy mid laner or top laner. Make sure it's a 4v4 for Team Heretics, because then I think they have a chance. So
Teška priča.
Try to distract Giants.
Teška priča. Ne znam, jel, nemam pojma. Mislim, to je... Očigledno imaju nekih internih problema.
He's up against the wall, he's going to have to flash. Isman's flash now down. And Way with a good little pick here, right around the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Dragon in 250. The objectives are the name of the game right now in our league.
Mislim, dosta organizacija je u nekom trenutku zakinula igrače, ne samo na Balkanu već. Pogotovo tamo ona arapska liga i tu baš ima tih problema i to baš ima ih puno.
Caitlyn, so she can kind of take some more space, ready to realm warp in if Giant X goes a bit too deep.
We are pinging. The potential is there. Seren still hovers off the side. The trap's covering the corners of this side brush, just if Seren walks in and pokes his face in.
They really want to get this mid tower. If they can get this mid tower, they can push mid way deeper and allow Jace to poke from a better angle, allow Caitlyn to just set up her traps, catch the wave higher and get more time to set up the dragons. But the fact that that mid and tower is standing, making it a little bit difficult for Team Heretics to really get what they want.
Giant X using the bounce back and now using Isma and Jun to hover around Baron. He's got some deep vision as well. I mean, this is a pretty nice setup here around this Baron area. Remember, Dragon's up in a minute 45, but it does mean all information gathered of Team Heretics as Seren continues pushing top. And it's just Jackie's now to respond.
Yeah, and once again, Giant X, top 4 the entire year. Made a gamble on this roster. Losing to Heretics would be super bad for them. Not something you want as well. And we expect Giant X to come in this game as the favorites.
Tako je, Kevin, da.
Off the next dragon in 1 minute. Definitely need to do the setup well. Seren going deep on the side and on screen and doesn't have the mercs. Only has the armor boots, so does not like being matched up against the Rise. I really want to see if Tracin learned from his last mistake. I want to see Tracin in this bot side river really early. He's going top right now to catch this wave, but I would love to see him if he can TP down after this wave and just sit on this pink ward and just poke. You have a fed Jace, but it doesn't matter if you can't use the fed Jace.
Do you think instead he's going to go back in about 20 seconds after getting this next top wave that's pushing in and probably get towards heavy components on third item?
He's going for another wave, so it's going to be quite late. Once again, Team Heretics is not setting up this dragon very well. Hype in danger.
Clean dive. Ima timing na... Okej, nema timing. Fact. Moraju da tajmuju ovo. Flektovo mora da tajmuju da Caitlyn ne može flasha ovo. Lik je pre-fireovo Jhin ulti na zoniju. Dobar je bio dive. Samo je Flekt mora da tajmira ulti bolje.
Stalled so much time, allowed all of the people to come in and help him, still had the flash to just get out of there. And what looked like a winning position for Giant X now turns into the second Dragon Team Heretics. A 3k gold lead for Tracin, and I think Team Heretics right now is very comfortable in this game.
Think so too. Look at the replay thing, because they used everything. They opened up every damn ult.
They think they can just one-shot him, but the Bard ult is not something they thought about. The fact that the Bard ult comes out with one sliver of
Brat mu je mistimuje zonju.
Insta barrier, and now you're so deep. You dug too greedily, too deep like the Dwarves of Moria, and tried to dive this tower. And now Team Heretics, 4.8k goal lead. You're not talking about small goal leads anymore. This is a substantial goal lead. And I assume Team Heretics wants to translate it into a Baron in just a moment. Serin rotating up. Still, teamfights are dangerous. You will need to play the map well. You need to use your Rise on the side and need to poke with the Jace. If you don't, you can just get zug-zugged by the team comp of Giant X.
Zug-zugged?
Yeah, zug-zugged.
I understand. Warcraft 3 player, I definitely understand, Finn. I think at the moment, we're kind of seeing Team Heretics like, this has been a complete turnaround. Not just today, but their recent series as well. It was a messy start to the split. And honestly, Team Heretics, their identity, you talked to me a couple of weeks ago, be like, yeah, Team Heretics are going to miss out on playoffs. This is their run for playoffs. It was their miracle run. And they do feel like they're a more concentrated roster now as of the past couple of weeks.
In a way, but also I think the Douglas quote still rings true. When I watched how Team Heretics play this game, it's like everyone is kind of doing their own thing. But it's working in some weird harmony where the Jace is just doing his own thing, getting leads.
A bit of both.
Nisam proverio prijave. Solidna je šansa, iskreno.
They know what their team comp. They know what Giant X team comp wants to do. They want to fight. But you can't just bash your head against the wall and expect it to break. They still need to take the correct steps to find these team fights that are going to be good for them.
Yeah. It is that absolute, that book thumping right now. It's causing Giant X to get a headache. 3k gold lead, by the way. And even though Tracin probably hasn't as much impact as this Bard, and still a very strong side laner, is going to look bot quickly. I think we're also going to look at drag onto hype. He used everything before. Will he be able to get out of this one? They flash for it, and finally Giant X get the kill on the
Ako Giantsi pobedi jedan game, inače koji nije u playoffu. Tako da to je interesantno, eto. Koji navija jako protiv Giantsa.
He knows he can't take those odds. And Hype will finally die with the flash burnt in the previous fight.
I mean, Hype had no flash. Your Bard recalled. You're in no space to walk up on a midwave like that against the Jarvan.
Da li se može skloniti hardware ban? Dobio sam ga u lolu. Au, brate, ne ovako. Šta si radio? Šta si radio dobiješ hardware ban? Mislim da ne. Još zameniš taj deo. Šta god je ban, ako zna, mislim, to je verovatno namatično.
Back into Giant X's hands, and you can't give Giant X a goldie with this comp. They will just out-team fight you.
Fighting over vision. This contest for Douglas gets dangerous. He audacious charges in, gets some damage on Jewel, but now you're open to a flag and drag deadly fight. You used Crescent Guard before. Douglas, what are you doing? Tracin will get the kill onto Jun, but he was mincemeat. Temper Fake going to come through, but they're stuck in a 4 versus 3. Blocked by Oscar and into the shot bars. Team Heretics, hello! What are we doing? Hello! Our jungle doesn't have ulti, and we're face-checking for vision. Hello, Finn? Answer the phone.
No, I don't want to answer
To je tajna.
What is Team Heretics doing? The Douglas code of everyone doing their own thing is just so true right now. Now it's time. You don't have flash, man.
I believe in miracles.
I ode.
Where you from? You sexy thing. You sexy thing. Finn, Giant X is going to get Baron.
Giant X just stole the game. I don't know. They just stole it. It was a broad daylight robbery. Hype dies on mid. Douglas and Wei is like, okay, let's fight while Hype is walking out of base. Oh, we don't have a AD carry, we don't have any damage. And then you just all walk in one by one. Giant X picks up the Byron, and let's just look at the pot there. Douglas, he wants to contest this bush, but the thing is,
toxic coach, mata toxic coach.
Like this is very, very bold, because look what Caitlyn is. Caitlyn is in base. Your AD carry is not here, and all of Giant X is ready to respond to this. The TP comes out from Jackis, and now, once again, what are we doing? There's 4 people in an enemy team. You're standing there, all having their skills available, and you walk up as free. Hype had to watch his teammates die one by one.
Vidi, to će ti sve više i više detektovati generalno. Ali ako je hardware, kažem, problem je što ne znaš koji hardware, ne znaš šta je. Da li je matiča, da li je nešto drugo. Vem da je Riot brikovo i grafe, ja mislim, ne znam šta je bilo sa Valorantom, su imali neku akciju. To je Mato isto ono što bi ja rekao da sam bio toksik. Evo, da, totalno flex.
Douglas has his ulti up again. Everything's up for Heretics. But all of a sudden, Flackett's got 3.5 items, and Giant X are a lot stronger.
I mean, the one player to watch now for Team Heretics is Trayson. Trayson on his Jace, still free, 2.5k gold ahead on a Jace. Very strong, but the poke needs to land.
And the fight down.
If he wants to make himself known. Shock Blast lands only on Terrell, not the target you want. Jackis taking space now when the Shock Blast down.
And Oscar in just TP'd in, as you said. Electro Harbinger to start us off. Tracing, that's the face check. He has to flash away. Jun goes in with the flash Magnet Storm with the Equalizer down. Perfectly done. How easy's the fight, Finn? You told us, we listen. They open up as a 5v5, and as Isma covers ground.
Da, i Douglas je gotov. I Drake za Giants i Giants je ovo okreću.
Completely thrown this one as far as a touchdown could reach, really.
And you can draft all your fancy comps, you can draft your double threat Jace, Caitlyn comps, but if you're playing as a teamfight comp and you lack discipline, you will just die. You will just get punished by the Zug comp of Giant X. You see how easy it is for Giant X. Yeah. 2 sources of engage with the Jarvan, with the Rel. So much follow-up with the Jhin, the Nivea, the Rumble. It's just simple. Hello? Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Crash down. He's Oscar in. Oh, is he dead? No.
Yeah. Realm Warp
he's okay.
Goes out. Didn't have a Minus Storm available from June, but let's just watch this again. So we talked about Tracing being the only target, and you see Giant X are super aware of this. Insta after the flash, June commits, and everyone just sends it on the Tracing here in the backline, and now the Jace is dead. That's your entire goal lead, pretty much, from Team Heretics. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Can't do anything at this point.
Finn, I'm getting off the train. Next stop, I'm off.
I'm off?
I'm off the train. The Heretics train.
Bro, kakav Heretics train? Heretics train ne postoji. Postoji jedna klackalica u Indiana Jones, ona platforma što guriju gore dole, ali nema voza sigurno. To garantujem. Dobro. Šta bi Smart ultimat? Ja, Nivea je mnogo, a znaš šta je fora? Nivea je predobro u Ryze. A jaka je na topu. Tresi. A, bože. Dobre, ja ne znam kako me prošao ovaj flash Douglasu. Iskreno. Iskreno ne znam kako je prošao ovaj flash. Ja bi se flashao ovdje i završio bi u 2 zida.
If you press shift, you can actually see which kind of items you have in your inventory. And
really?
He didn't buy Randuin's or Jackshaw or any of those items. It's actually full lethality Jace this game, and
really?
Those flanks aren't really what you want to look for when you are playing full lethality Jace. Or keeping into 5 people is not always the best decision, but it's a tough position to be in, Team Heretics. They feel like the game is falling out of their hands. They're thinking maybe they don't see this TP coming out, and maybe Jace can land a big shock blast from behind and a hammer down. But you know, yeah, it's not what you want, Jake. I can't defend this teleport. There's a pink. They know that there's a pink in that bush. They know that he's gonna be seen. It's tough.
Thank you, observers. Yes, zoom in.
It turns out it wasn't hammer time.
It was not hammer time. You still got 1,000 gold lead as well. Turns out you can touch this. Let's get a no remake. I think we just got to find out what the pause is. I don't know in all seriousness what it is.
Yeah, we'll see.
This game is ridiculous. I mean, after yesterday, Finn, I was sitting at home. You were obviously on desk yesterday.
Yeah.
And you watched the MKOI spectacle play out live, which was just like, whoa. And then we come into today. Fresh reset. Team Heretics look good. I'm happy. Like, the first 20 minutes of the game, outside of, you know, I guess that Jace back, you know, the second dragon that was kind of a bit of a whoopsie, but the game felt like it was well played by Heretics.
I mean, I think Heretics did good early game. They took some oopsies here and there, but in general, the fact that Tracing got so fed should be something that they know how to snowball with.
Yes.
But it felt like to me that Team Heretics didn't really know how to what to do when their top laner is the fed person. They didn't know how to transition the Jace 3k goal lead into a dragon, into a potential game win. It felt like they just kind of left him to do his own. He just kind of played his own game on a side lane, TP'd in a little bit too late, and then just like when the Jace is not poking, when the Jace is not sitting in the river on all those pink wards, enemy has no idea what's happening. He's just a champion.
But you know,
he's just a champion. He can't do much by himself.
And even outside of the Jace, I think one egregious play where Douglas face checks, you know, without ult. You talked about the engage onto Jun, like stepping too far forward. It's very light wording for me to say like using all your abilities on a rel and then being too deep without your means of disengage. Finn, I apologize, a bit of a crash out. But for Giant X, they can catch. It's good to see. Playoffs is still on the line for them, and it is a difficult road. A series win, let alone a game win,
and Jake,
is a very good start.
Hold your horses.
I'm holding.
If there's anything we've learned, is that no gold lead is safe in our league. Okay?
Really?
It might show that Giant X is 5k gold right now, but you don't know what's gonna be in 5 minutes.
That's a liability. A 5,000 gold up is actually a liability in League of Legends.
5 minutes, maybe Team Heretics is back with a 7k gold lead. You don't know what's gonna happen right now.
We don't. You know what? Buckle up. This game's winnable. For who? For us.
Pull up your bootstraps and be ready for a fight.
Get your spurs on. It's 130 Finn. Ocean Soul for Giant X. Is that a bait? Is that going to be success for Giant X? Are they going to get poked out? Are they going to go in individually and not set up their comp again?
I mean, right now you're praying for a steal.
Moje mišljenje koliko daleko mogu dogoriju i u timovi na Worldsu. Ne znam kako ti kažem. Ne znam, mislim, ja što je način, ja i dalje stvarno mislim da ekipa KC ima toliki potencijal, ali iz nekog razloga uvek čokaju. G2 mi je 50-50 jer mislim da Labrov ima trenutke kao i s Cubom, a da s Cubom sve bolje i bolje igra Internationale, iskreno. Tako da G2 nam je uvek nekako wild card. E sad treća ekipa koja god da bude, mislim da neću raditi ništa, ali će biti zanimljivo i navijat ćemo za njih jako. Jer će realno biti tipa Navi. Vitality možda. Možda i Fnatic, možda Fnatic ode na Worlds i dalje mogu da odu što je najveće. Molim te, Flekt, pogodi jedan ulti, Flekt. Pogodio Barda slučajno, promašio Douglasa, pogodio Barda.
No one. Team Heretics is gonna get the dragon. This game is gonna extend. They're not gonna get soul.
You know,
Giant X decides to not go for the soul. They're just gonna start the Baron randomly and not have a plan. It's a call that many teams make in our league.
Fight again.
But yeah, now we're gonna fight again. Giant X is walking up.
Dragon's gone.
Nice.
Now where?
Now we run away.
Oh, okay, run.
Jesus!
Now, Finn, replay.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Giant X, they start to Dragon, Baron, they get to Bard ult, and they're like, okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Jun gets knocked up by the Douglas 3-point strike. So he gets really like blocked and doesn't find any kind of engage. And now turns out Serin, when he can hit freely, when all of Giant X just ignored his rise, he does a lot of damage.
Different fight. Douglas coming in for the steal.
Run, okay.
Okay, Giant X got Baron. Jun holds a pose. And Baron is an objective in the game.
And you know, I'm asked to analyze these games, I'm asked to commentate.
I'm asking you.
A big struggle for me sometimes when I watch these games is that a lot of the words I want to use aren't broadcast friendly.
Really?
So that's kind of the struggle I'm going through right now. The struggle that Team Heretics and Giant X is going through is finishing out this game.
You can reinvent it, Finn. You know, if you want to, you can use the word poo-poo, for example.
Yeah.
If you think it's poo-poo.
Yeah, I mean,
or you can say a bombardment of the senses.
There's an abundance of adjectives for this game, but we don't need to talk about that because we currently are free in Dragon score in this game.
So Giant X win this game, right?
Giantsi vinaju game, to sam na početku rekao, verujte.
Somehow to win this game.
Okay.
After everything that's happened, Giant X in a really commanding position.
To je fair, Mat, to je fair take.
Fantastic team fight comp. No flash on Serin. He will be the target for this Jarvan Rumble combo. And they really want to break a few inhibitors with this. Oh, but look at this trap line. That's very
You Jack is chill, bro.
difficult, I think, to siege
Udem
here.
će.
They just kind of gotta send it.
Nemaš nešto, fajn je. Canon će uzeti cool, onda poslije mogu da ulete unutra.
We're going.
Donuts are in fact dead, can confirm. If you like eating out,
Rice flanka.
feel bad about it. Douglas is caught between a wall.
Udi, Douglas ubi čoveče.
Comes out.
A Isma neće flag drag ulti, ne sad uleće unutra, pa dobro.
Sees Blacken. Now, meanwhile,
Znači čekuje da nestane pressure da bi uleteo unutra.
stepped on a trap. His back is broken. Seren going golden. He's already pulled out the actualizer.
Ne znam šta je gore, Rice koji flanka, Isma koji je odvojen od života, ovo je
One for one.
napeto, neću vas slagati. Kažem opet, mislim da Giantsi vinaju svakako, ali
He doesn't want to watch anymore. He's done. Finn?
Isma overcommitted a little bit in last fight.
yes,
Went
he did.
a little bit too deep. As they probably could have just peeled back when they saw Rice on the flank. Isma got very confident. Douglas starts out this fight very poorly. I mean, it's not his fault. It's really hard to play Shincho against Nivea. Has to flash out. Really good flash out from the Jarvan combo. And Isma just a little bit overzealous, gets trapped, shot down, goes over to Jace. And now Seren, he did a good job. Like, he tried to split up the fight, realm warping in behind them to kind of make them have to make a call if they go back or forwards. And you see the indecisiveness of Giant X kind of shown through there. It's not Douglas.
Face checking.
All in the bush.
Deadly flourish.
2 minutes until Dragon. I do think one of these teams will get soul next Dragon.
Really?
I hope.
They can't
I hope.
Unless we go to a pause, in which case no one will get sold. But Finn, your analysis on point today, if I may say so.
pa ja mislim će biti jako teško za Evropu, iskreno.
2 minutes.
Someone will get sold. Trayson has to lure dominate.
Ovo spreko da bi stavio Dekiri s kim igrao.
Just
Da, pa je, pa i super, najbolje Dekiri na svijetu, mislim, to smo se zaključili.
Yes.
even though you don't really want to crit, the rest of the stats are immaculate.
Asus damage right now. Let's see. Gonna step up, Tempered Fate on a bird. Way ready. Equalizer down, curtain call. This is good from Giant X. Set up great. Way almost dead, blocked by Hype for the inhibitor.
Ništa, rotacija na mid za wave. Uzmu inhib i beže na mid i puše mid.
Giant X will go there next. Someone has to get the inhibitor, or you don't. I mean, just walk away. We'll come back tomorrow.
I will say some character development here from Giant X. They realize they don't have to send it with their physical bodies when you have range.
Really?
You can actually just throw your abilities from range and then get stuff anyway. So they're slowly but surely learning how to play this game with their comp. Sieging now mid.
Zone, Deadly Flourish, good again. A top inhibitor did eventually die. I guess the weight of the sins crushed upon it.
Yeah.
And the inhibitor turned upside down. 45 seconds soul. They've got to reset Giant X.
I mean, you really want to get there now. I mean, I think Team Heretics just have to go for Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary, get Ryan Gosling in there and just try to go for some crazy play.
I don't know if he could save it.
God knows. Way, it's some harpoons. And it's all about controlling this bush right now. If you can get this bush, put your Jace in the bush, shoot Shock Blast here. Maybe, if you land a few good Shock Blasts onto the Jhin, onto the Nivea, you can end up in a pretty positive position right now. They leave Rice on the mid, has Realm Warp up and available to join the fight if it breaks out.
He's in the bush, Finn. He's in the bush.
Look at
Shoot.
trap line.
He missed.
Ok,
Cataclysm. Douglas crashing
dobar
on
ult od
immediately.
Douglasa.
Ult for ult in junglers. Seren's got an angle.
Sad samo čekate reset, iš Jack is damage.
Here comes curtain call, and Seren is just in the middle of it all. He's going to flash, he's going to use the shield, but he
Jhin,
gets knocked out.
dobro.
Goes golden. The whole of Giant X sit there waiting. A shock blast into
Clean.
a rel isn't going to cut it by Tracer.
I sad soul.
Now, Dragon Soul should be acquired, and Team Heretics know it. They've lost their mid laner. Hold? You reckon? Shock blast, steal.
Hold?
Ne,
Douglas is still
Ne.
backing.
I didn't believe this day would come. I didn't believe it.
ja mislim da Tivan osvaja i dalje, iako se malo raspadi u Koreji.
Wow. A round of applause for Giant X now. Surely this should be enough for them to be able to push down. Baron is running in 1 minute and they can just set that up right now. They don't need to commit for any weird place. You don't need to go for inhib right now. You can just wait for the Baron if you want to. You can also you can do whatever you want. They should be winning this game, Jake. And I've said this, I think 87 times this game, that Giant X is favored to win this game. But now they can just use their physical bodies, region, to just take all the objectives they want. They have the Ocean Soul, they have a fed Jhin. Getting a lot of hubris value this game. A good buy this game, I gotta say.
That's what it was about. I mean, to be fair, not as much as Kazi, who had a better showing on him, but so far so good. Deadly Flash flashed away from. Trayson's still up 1.6k gold, but doesn't really feel like it, does it, guys? The Tempered Fate gonna be flashed by Oscar. Here's Seren by himself.
Serin igra Akali ceo game. Samo trebaju da uđu Douglas ult je gubio. Ne, apsolutno nije prot. Ali ne, fajn, nebitno je.
I don't know what you watched at home. You could say it's cinema, you could say it was a brawl, you could say it was just another day.
Ovo znači da koji ne igra, gdje su dija? Znači da je koji ispao iz... Da, znači koji ne može da uđe u top 4. To je poprilično big, iskreno. To je poprilično big. Ništa, čuli smo kafa i banana, ljudi. Ne znam što da vam kažem. Kafa i banana, 10 minuta pauza. I koji zvanično ne može da uđe u top 4. Vidimo da već rage'uju i Iba je ono tiltovan na max. Tako da biće interesantno da imamo šta se tu događa. Bilo kako bilo, 10 minuta pauza, pa se vraćamo nazad za Gamer Broj 2.
But that's up for it's in the eyes of the beholder as we go and reset a little bit. That was a turbulent game, and I think I want to highlight the Giant X. They draft well. They drafted a good team fighting comp, set themselves up for their team fights.
Dracos, how zen are you, and how zen is Flacken?
The casters want to know how zen you are. We're going to forget that. Great turnaround, I want to say. It was a bit of a rough early game. What was kind of going through your heads when you see like this Jace with this crazy gold lead? Some of these fights are looking hard, and then randomly it feels like you just came back into the game. What happened from your perspective?
I mean, I think we like chilled down a bit because I think we were like really like hesitant to like at least this first game, and I think we just realized. I mean, it sounds silly, but we just realized how we want to fight, and we just don't want to like send it on the shin and go insta. We just want to take it slow and build space and play with cooldowns. And yeah, I mean, bit shaky game 1 is high stakes game, even though it's Jansenetics, but yeah, I mean, hopefully we get game 2.
It was even higher stakes for MKOI, who you've just eliminated from top 4 in their own roadshow.
I know, I'm sorry, but I gotta do what I gotta do, so.
All right, fair enough, brother. I'll let you get back to your team. Thank you so much, Flacken. Walk back over to the boys. Look, it is what it is. The man is taking care of business.
Just another day at the job.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? Like, you need to just be looking out for yourself and your own team here at this stage, and that's what they did. And honestly, like, I didn't think they were going to get across the finish line for a good chunk of that, but they got there.
It was a shaky game. He said it best because there are just so many inexcusable or like funny ways to kind of throw a game.
Wild ways to into it, because
I would say it was pretty
there's
wild.
definitely a few.
Welcome to Wild Ways to End with Dagda himself. Let's take a look at the first clip.
Oh, it did my head in. Watching this clip was absolutely insane, because we'll see here, as it starts to roll on out, I don't know yet, like, watch where the team is. Look at the mini-map. Look at these guys over here. They've completely reset. They're no longer there. So why are you here? Why is this an option? Why are you trying to make these plays happen?
Okay, what about now? What about now?
Well, let me make it bigger for you. See where this hype is? See where the AD carry is? AD carry not here. AD carry over here. Over here. Over here. That's where the AD carry is. Why are we trying to make this happen in this play? Why are you taking the no-man fight? I don't understand why we're doing this. In 2026. We've been around for so many years in League of Legends. Why are we doing this?
For context, I'm pretty sure production decided that your psychotic breakdown was not appropriate for young audiences, so they cut away from your drawing a few times. They were like, this man has lost it. He's too lost in the sauce.
It's fine.
But you're right, because I'm going to be honest. Shout out to our production team. We had this beautiful segment. We were going to talk about all these little missteps that GX made. We were going to talk about how good the team was at setting up to play around Trayson. It was going to be clean. We were going to tell you a story of clean League of Legends. Instead, we're telling you about the goofy League of Legends Darwin Awards equivalent. And like, credit to GX and credit to Flacken. Once the ball was back in their court, generously returned to them by Team Heretics, they did play it out much more controlled.
It was, because even now, the Rumble TP coming in, I was very skeptical of this Rumble TP, but once the Kaden and the Jace are split up and this position is just collapsing. Look at Javan where he engages from. He's half a screen away, and all it takes is to find some guy without a flash. You figure out how to play your team comp because you have the Rel, the Rumble, and the Javan ready to pull the trigger on anyone. It just becomes so easy because Team Heretics team comp is just so damn fragile. And big shout out to Flacken, because even though he played Jhin, and I thought that for the longest time that Jhin is completely useless champion, his whole job this game was to shut down that Caitlyn, make the Caitlyn not be a pressure point and a win condition for Team Heretics, but he went a cut above that, and he was absolutely insane. The Jhin was doing insane amounts of damage. He brought so much utility with the Deadly Flourish, and I felt like he was one of the main reasons why GX even came back into this game.
It was that utility that was the big one for me. The fact that he was opening up with the curtain calls to find the picks, the Deadly Flourishes to try and pick on towards hype. Like, consistently, he was the focal point in those fights, and even the little catches that they did get onto Douglas, like it was the 4th shot with the curtain call that sealed the deal. He was instrumental here, and I think it's great to see as well, because so regularly when we were talking about Flackhead coming back onto Giant X was like, oh, well, what are we going to do? He's not really a carry player, not really, like, Noah had these super high highs that Giant X, at least last year, were able to play around a lot for their team fights. Flackhead needs to try and live up to that, and we're actually starting to see that, like, in games like this, he can have those moments.
Yeah, he makes up with the utility, because he is for me the premier team player because of his picks are not necessarily the flashiest, but when it comes to a team that is functioning when the tides turn around and they finally get the goalie they need, he is the one who gels the team together and provides exactly what GX needs.
Feels like he was a rock even when he played on Team Heretics, right?
Yeah.
That's what we knew them for.
Yeah.
A lot of those late game scenarios where the Team Heretics in the Flackhead era were finding wins, yeah, they probably shouldn't have been there, but it's nice when you end up in that position that you have someone who can stand tall, show up, be represented. We can see in the graph behind you, gentlemen, the story of this game really just beautifully encapsulated by this teal and orange hodgepodge nightmare. Now, the casters, I think, very critical ultimately of the quality of the game that unfolded, as was Flackhead, as probably our Team Heretics.
And the MKOI fans.
But and the MKOI fans. And that is kind of the final thing we need to talk about. Flackhead hit on it really quickly. This is it. This was the 0.001% chance denied by GX finding the comeback and Team Heretics not being able to shift things around. It's official MKOI not going to their own roadshow. They're hosting it. They're putting it together. It's in Spain. They won't be in attendance.
Sucks when you organize your own ball, your own prom, and you're not invited to your own prom.
I do, like, I appreciated the confidence they had, because I had all the confidence in the world that they were going to be there as well. Like, it felt inevitable that they would be top 4. Like, why would they not be? But now to find themselves in this position is the most insane end to the split that I could possibly think of. Like, this is absurd.
I just don't even know what to say.
I'm happy for the GX.
I'm sorry.
I'm happy for the GX because they needed this win, because again, even though it's all about the top 4, well, now that narrative has sailed. Now we're all about how do these teams make playoffs. And GX, great start.
Can we get any Spanish team into the Spain road? Can we get a Spanish replacement? Well, GX may be the front runners now at this particular point in time. We'll find out if they can close out this series against Team Heretics, or if Team Heretics will be able to bring us to a 1-1 tie after the break.
That's why his name like that, no.
We have Rambo. Welcome.
It's your to play.
I can flash. Get your flash. Yes. Yes. I'm marking the Xen, okay? Xen can't play.
LP.
Kill him. Kill this guy too.
But I think we are really unconfident, I would say.
Yeah.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
All right, we're back and we're reset. We're fresh. Finn, Hysterics. New game, new time. GX versus Heretics could go all the way. We don't know. Anything's possible here. Welcome you back to the LEC.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that was a great intro, Jake. Thank you very much.
It was a good game one, wasn't it?
It was a fantastic
It was a
game
good
one.
game
It had
one.
everything. Story building, tension, catharsis, plot devices.
That one, yep.
And
plot devices. Love when they have that. What's that, sorry?
Plot device.
Plot device.
Plot device. It's like a device that runs the plot forward.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yep.
So
Plot
like
device,
if you have
yep.
an evil skull of doom and destruction, that's a plot device, because whoever has the evil skull of doom and destruction is the one that's gonna drive the plot forward.
So
It's
it
like a
sounds
plot
like some
device.
kind of AI device that created the plot for you, like they have in Rick and Morty, you know?
No.
One of the newer episodes.
I don't know.
No, sorry. 12, apparently. Finn, the plot of that last game, what did it tell you about this upcoming one?
Anything is possible. Don't let your dreams be dreams, I guess. And yeah, just keep fighting until the end. I do think my main takeaway is that drafting hard engage and the teamfight comp, maybe not a bad idea for these teams.
It's easier, isn't it?
It's a little bit easier. Yeah, the Jace, the Caitlyn is tricky comp to execute.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Jason EU, continues to be a little bit poo-poo.
Yeah, for lack of a better word.
So far, the best players have been Kana, Broken Blade, and Mir went on it, actually, surprisingly, despite last night's performance. But outside of that, that's away from the series. A lot of people in chat and across the world probably happy that Jace cannot be utilized anymore. W Riot, W Fearless, as Mbess is one of the first to go off the board. We also have that Akali taken right off, which might indicate we get an Orianna start here for game number 2, and maybe that Nocturne priority fit goes up a little bit with it as well.
Nocturne definitely a champion to look at. Obviously, I think they're trying to set up the Orianna first pick if they can.
Yes.
But then it's like it's gonna be a Nocturne or Orianna trade, but I think the Orianna is usually a lot happier with that trade. Nocturne is like, okay, what do I do? Sure, I can attack Orianna's side. Happy times, somewhat, but you know, still, we'll see where it goes. Vi is banned, Cassio's banned, Akali is banned, and Bess is banned. Bess is banned is the second time we've seen today from GiantX. I don't know if they're giving a lot of respect. Now, with the lock ban, isn't Orianna just super OP? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Isn't Orianna just S tier?
True.
It really looks like they're trying to give them the Orianna, but no, they're gonna take Nocturne and say, okay, you look Orianna, you look Orianna, we're gonna go like Nocturne Syndra into it, and we'll lock you down. So we'll see. GiantX knew this Orianna was coming if it's locked in by Team Heretics. They knew it, like everyone knew it. My mom home on a farm in Sweden knew it. So I think it's definitely quite telegraphed. And we'll see what Jackis wants to play into it. The lock band, the Akali band are the two main options. You could go for like a Sidus if you want to pick a similar champion, you know, something with dive.
But surely this pick right here is too good, yeah.
It's Orianna there. It's always going to be
Orianna Nort. Nort S tier support right now. I mean, look, Engage, we talked about it, along with the Orianna.
This is a Pantheon I think is really strong. It depends if you want to pick your jungle here or not. Because I think if you don't pick your jungler 1, 2, 3, you're going to get pretty pinched in a jungle role. But it is something you can do. You can go for like Skarners and Poppies, I guess, and there are many junglers in the game that you can play.
Sure.
I just think Pantheon is the best right now in this position. But it will be Delusion and most likely a Milio on free, shockingly enough, if you haven't been watching a lot of League of Legends lately. Delusion Milio, very popular combination in our
what's
league.
good in Delusion Milio? What do you think? Ash Seraphine?
I mean, you have two options, right? Two options. Either you draft like a Caitlyn and Ashe lane, something like this. No, not Caitlyn and Ashe together, but like a Caitlyn or Ashe that just has long range, will push in Delusion Milio. Or you draft full dive.
Like Kalista Renata?
Kalista Renata is okay. I'm thinking more like Kai'Sa Nautilus, something like that.
What happened on our screen here?
Yeah.
Jump at the scaling option to poke out the Orion lane, also to outscale? Or, I mean, just
we'll see where this Victor goes. This Victor could very easily go bot and mid still.
True.
In this one. Whoa! Okay, we're going for the Leona, not the Milio. So I like that, because Nautilus is the best counter to Milio, which is why they picked it so early, so desperately. And they pivot from the Lucian Milio into Lucian Leona. I think Braum maybe is another option you can go here if you want to go like an meter support.
Yep.
But we don't see a lot of Lucian with engage supports. It's something that has really fallen into favor these last few years. And he really likes a nice enchanter lane. So we'll see how the bot lane goes if it's losing a lot of that power. Because I didn't really see the Leona coming. Most people just take the Milio trade into Nautilus and just tank the matchup.
Not this time around. Olaf the first ban. I'm going to move forward because we need top laners. As you said, that mid lane flex for Giant X is going to come in handy. And since they've kind of got the battle of power right now, considering that they banned Skarner, they're getting rid of jungle options for Douglas to run with this set Orianna. I mean, what, Lee Sin final ban here, Finn?
I mean, there's Lee Sin, there's Pantheon.
You mentioned Pantheon, yeah.
The Lee Sin is quite volatile. We've seen a lot of people pick Lee Sin. I don't think it's had the most success so far.
Maybe I don't want it after last game,
in our league. I just kind of want engage from Team Heretics jungle, or I want a jungler that can just skirmish.
I evo nas nazad game broj 2. Da vidimo šta će se ovdje izdogađati. Kao što sam i rekao, ekipa koja je već izgubila svoju šansu da učestvuje u top 4. Tako da, sad se ove dve ekipe u stvari bore za to jer ta sredina tabele jeste baš luda. Ide na sve strane.
In LCK, we've been having, and LPL I should say, we've been having a lot more Maokai's debut later into Fearless drafts in best of 3s.
Yeah.
Maokai angle here, thoughts, or are we too worried about things like Trundle?
Maokai Orianna Lucian sounds a little bit weak to me. I mean, you can pick it, but in general with Maokai, I want the comp that's designed around controlling choke points.
Right, okay.
You want like a Jace, you want like a maybe not a blitzcrank, blitzcrank is a good combo, but you really want a jungler that can just control spaces and just play slowly. I think it's a little bit too slow right now, Malka, especially against a Nocturne. Your silence are going to be vulnerable. It's an Aatrox blind pick.
Nocturne Victor je jako bizaran duo, ali kao ok, uzeli su Nocturna, ovi odgovaraju s druge strane. Heretici imaju mnogo bolji komp, ako ovo bude Renekton.
Skill matchup, right?
Very skill matchup. Slightly Renekton favored early game, but Aatrox, once he gets level 9, when he gets like one boots and a half item, he's really fine in the matchup. Just those first levels are a bit tricky.
Okay, it's going to get locked in. So yeah, you're right. The world must be healing because our top lane's going to be a little bit more fun. Oscar back on the Renekton. As you said, Aatrox remains a flex. But here, all cards have to be on the table for Giant X, and we need to see if that is Victor 80 carry.
Ne, ovo je, šta god, ako urade i on, to je još gore. Je, dobar mu je pik, ali onda su full AD, opet su full AD. Victor je jedini AP. Ne sviđa mi se komp Giantsa, iskreno. Baš mi se ne sviđa komp Giantsa.
Canon is being hovered. That would be a Canon top into Renekton and Aatrox jungle. Is something that is a possibility.
Mislim da je Canon fine. Sve dok čuva combo stun da možda disengage od Renektona kad se ovaj deša, mislim da je u teoriji solidnog dna radi isto. Heretici imaju drastično bolji komp ako mene pitate.
Have to be a little bit careful on the side. Obviously, Nar really loves playing side against Nocturne, not fun at all. But Nar is one of the better top laners getting away from Nocturne. Has to double jump, can jump on his skull, his forehead, and
you say flop for slice and dice, right? You just space the Renekton and nothing Renekton can do, or what?
I mean, early game Renekton just has the base stats to contest Nar, and Nar's hop level 1, I think, is 18 or 20 seconds cooldown. So there's a big downtime when he's used that Renekton can pressure. I think slice and dice is like 16 seconds, so there's a small overlap there where Renekton can look for early trades. The big thing is you're not going to kill the normal one, usually Renekton, but you can stack a big wave and you can set up a dive. If it's Minotaur, you have a big wave stacked, you have the power W. Could be something to look at. But let's just talk about the comps a little bit.
Please tell me.
Because it's a little bit all over the place. Giant X has the Nocturne, who really wants to just get level 6 early.
Yep.
And they've got strong lanes. Renekton, strong laner. Victor, strong laner. Corki, strong laner. They're just going to have to play a very controlled game. Keep their lanes stable and pushing, so Isma can have a good early game and then get his initiative after level 6. Meanwhile, Team Heretics, they have a lot more unconventional comp. They have a Lucian Leona, which I don't
Mislim, obe ove ekipe su ne najbolje, da se razumemo. Jedan i drugi tim nije toliko dobar. Mislim, sljedeću seriju očekujem da će Casey da stompa 2-0 i to jako brzo, tako da mislim da ova serija je jedina koja može da ode u 3 gejma. Sljedeća serija stvarno ne vidim kako. Mada ovdje, mislim, ne znam. Giantsi hoće da zatvore ovo pre nego što dođemo do nekog mid to late-a. Jer mislim da svakako ako ovo ode u tipa 30-35 minuta, samo je doomed. Pa legitimno ne vidim šta radi. Imaju Renektona, Nocturna i Nautilusa.
Like, maybe not mid, I don't think a lot's gonna happen mid, but both top and bot are quite volatile, and especially with the jungle matchup like Aatrox Nocturne, we probably will see some scraps, but it's a mirror jungle pathing, Nocturne is pathing towards top.
Inače, mislim, ono što je dosta interesantno, zašto sam vam napominjao da je bitno da li Giants je dobio prvi game ili ne. Top 4 2026 playoff se događa u Madridu. I pošto je ekipa koja pošto je ekipa Giantsa pobedila, ekipa koja neće igrati u Španiji pred svojom publikom. Tako da to je baš ono interesantan plot twist.
That's the big thing, right? Lucian really wants to really burst his short trades in this matchup, while Corki wants to extend it with that Gatling gun and get those, I think it's armor shred from the Gatling gun down, get those multiple attacks in with extra damage. So if Hype can keep just weaving in and out shortly, getting short burst trades. And it's pause clock once again, 2 minutes 04 in game.
Has the mouse been fixed?
Is the mouse greased, is what I'm wondering.
That's what we need to know. We need to grease the mouse.
Because I would think after game 1, it would be very greasy.
Oh my god, that mouse. We're going to have to replace the mouse again. A hardware issue. Okay, we're going to work
Pa neće, neće, neće. Neće imati impact.
You weren't serious?
No, I wasn't.
Ne znam, Kevine. Mislim, to što sam ja video su informacije koje sam uzeo iz Twittera.
Right now, it is working out what the hardware issue is. We have an awesome team here at LEC. We don't often compliment all the people who work behind the scenes that we should. Refs, you know, refs.
To je info koji sam s Twittera uzeo, tako da nemam pojma. I to je nekoliko ljudi postovalo, tako da...
Security guards, W them.
Security guard.
For what little my word is worth compared to your hard work, there is a reason that the LEC is able to run 4 days a week. Which is a lot of League of Legends for some people. It reminds me of the LPL days, honestly, Finn.
Ali mislim da ima neka matematika iza toga. Jer ti kad pogledaš sad ostalo je jako malo partija. A KC je 7-0, G2 je 6-2, oni su već lokovali top 4. Vitality je 5-2, Vitality je također lokovo top 4, samo što Vitality nije treći ili četvrti, još se ne vidi. Ko je 3-5? Ja mislim da ko ima šta, još jednu partiju? 2. Ko ima još samo jedan game? Znači, koji u najboljem slučaju može da bude 4-5. A mislim da 4-5 nije dovoljno da odu dalje. Mislim da je to neki razvoj događaja.
It's going to be monitored while we continue play. If there is another issue, you'll see a quick pause. Obviously, the ping needs to be, well, I mean, they're on LAN, so it's what, 0, isn't it, Finn? When you played on stage, it's always 0, isn't it? Like, there's no set ping?
It's 1, yeah.
It's 1? 1 or 0?
It's 1, it's just 1 on client, yeah.
1 ping. Okay.
Giant X June just typed 6-7 in the old chat.
Tako da, to ne znači će Giantsi otići u top 4. To samo znači da koji ne može. Top 4 će verovatno biti, to je četvrta ekipa, pošto samo za još jedno ima mesto, će verovatno biti Fnatic ili Navi. A pošto Fnatic i Navi imaju direktan susret, to znači da garantovano Fnatic ili Navi dobijaju jedan win.
Obviously, the focus is on bot. Thank you so much, observers. You kind of mentioned here that the base stats of Renegade can get him through the lane. I know brush control is really important in a range versus melee matchup up in that top lane. So far, I mean, Oscarin does have push here. It looks like Trayson's kind of holding his own.
I mean, I can go very niche into this top of the matchup.
Oh, I would love you to go niche.
This is probably one of the matchups I've played the most.
Nije, ne mogu taj info zvanično da delim, ali nije još blizu fula, tako da lagani ste. Napomenuo sam da ću vam reći kada bude ono pri kraju, kad bude hitno, tako da nismo ni blizu punog turnira, tako da nema ni jedan razlog da se žuri. Tako da dok vam ne kažem da ono ostalo još malo mesta, računajte da imate beskonačno mesta. To je moj savjet. Znači kad vam bude rekao, računajte da ima između 20-30 mesta. Znači tu negde kad vam budem rekao da kao nestaje mesta. Znači računajte preko 100 ekipa kad se prijavi. Ako dotle uopšte dođe, onda ću vam reći ljudi, gledajte da požurite malo s ekipama. Za sada kažem. Nemate žurbe. Jako bitna stvar također, kogod se prijavio, nije također i ti uključen, prijavite se i na Challenger modu. Znači taj mail ćete dobiti utorak ili u petak. Ja vam samo govorim unapred čisto da znate šta trebate da uradite. Ali tamo na linku prijave imate link za Challenge mod i tu se trebate isto prijaviti, tako da ako se tu niste prijavili, prijavite se. Svako ćete dobiti mail u utorak, ja mislim, ili u petak, a možda i utorak i u petak, da se prijavite na Challenge modu, jer preko te platforme se igra turnir. Tako da to vam je ono, svako morate napraviti tamo account radi online qualija i sve to.
I don't know that word in English.
I know what you're talking about, though.
This is the hypotenuse, at least. The hypotenuse is the...
Hipotenuza.
It's easier to reach.
Yeah.
So you got a hypotenuse max in his matchup if you want to win as Renegade.
Hypotenuse maxing. Flash Zenith played. Meanwhile, Blackout was left by himself for the mid-roam. He has to flash and cleanse. Hype and Wave just opened up the bottom lane, and this was a good roam at first from Jun to get the flash out of Serum, but look at what it's costing.
It's a very sad lane state for Blackout.
Mislim, kažem, kvalifikacije će iskreno biti dosta i bazirane na sreći. U smislu da će biti 2-3 ekipe koji su baš jaki napadači, ali može se dogoditi da se te 2-3 ekipe susretnu i pre lana. Mislim, za sad, od ekipa koje su prijavljene, vidim 2 ili 3 ekipe koje su baš napadači. Tako da, može se dogoditi da oni moraju međusobno da igraju pre lana, a može se dogodi da svako ima svoju stranu breketa. Ne znam kako se power rankiraju ekipe i sve to, kažem, ja to ne radim svakako, tako da...
Ticked over, wanted to keep his ball there,
like a fly swarm in a way.
Is what?
Like a locust swarm.
It does. It also sounds like static. You know, when TV, people won't remember this, but back in the day when television came out, Dredgeline dodged away from, TVs used to go like static at like 11 o'clock because broadcasting network would finish.
Yeah, we used to call it the war of the ants because it looks like there's ants having a war.
Yeah. And obviously TVs don't do that anymore. It's on 24/7. But I mean, even as we were kids, I don't think that existed. But I mean, I just remember in country broadcast stations, they would do it. And yeah, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like static white noise.
The locust swarm.
The locust swarm.
Tracer now has slash advantage, and they played it still caps. So this is really where the matchup turns. Now he can actually look for a lot of things because if Oscar ever dashes forward, he can't get out of the chase down from Tracer. The thing is,
Da, samo ne znam to kako to radi ako imaš igrače koji nemaju challenge mode account, koji su ga tek napravili i to, znaš. Jer tipa ja znam sad neke igrače, mislim, kažem, ne mogu sad imena da vam pričam, ne bi bilo legitimno, ali znam neke igrače koji su recimo i bijali igrači koji, znaš, pitanje da li mi je ista account povezan s bilo čim. Nabadači su, ali ne znam da li će da se, pošto je na istu, ne znam da li će se registruje ist account.
You really want to time the mega when the wave crashes. Okay. So you're not vulnerable to a dive. Because it's really easy to dive a Mininar, it's really hard to dive a Meganar. So whether it's you walking, hitting Krugs in between the waves to just stack extra rage, or making sure that you're always boomeranging multiple creeps at normal intervals so the rage doesn't run out, it's very important to time your Meganar on the dive. It was more popular before, because I feel like when I was competing there was a lot more side wave dives. These days we don't see too many early dives topside. Not really a play that is very comfortable to make or worth it for a lot of junglers.
Yeah.
And people are just better. They don't mismanage their lanes as much as we did back in the days. God, we mismanage our waves constantly.
Really? I feel like there's so much information now in League of Legends.
I mean, people like to complain about the gameplay, but laning-wise, just...
Da, ali ću ti kažem, a to znaš, ne znam, mislim, kao, verovatno pola i beli igrača ne igra na challenge modu previše, nemam pojma. Mislim, ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Mene iskreno baš zanima kako će to da se draftuje, dočekam da vidim bracket.
And this is really big for Team Heretics because the Renegade is not there. He has TP, but he will TP in quite late. So if they can fight before Renegade is here, it would be really positive for them.
Meganar threatening.
Comes in.
Okay. Dagger's going to pick up 2 grabs in the meantime, gets over the wall, and that's Isma changing target selection. Seren doesn't have flash from the previous fight. Chocolate flashed away from by Isma. The Q sniped for a kill, but Dagger's now in range.
I biju se s Giantsima early. I šta će da bude nego da dobiju batine?
Yeah, I really thought Team Heretics would just take a grub and then bait the TP and then get out together. Because it's such a telegraphed play because it's before 10 minutes. The TP is very slow. TP unleashes at 10 minutes, because at mid, nothing happens. Scrap that. At 10 minutes, the TP is way faster. So before 10 minutes, if someone TPs, it takes like 8 to 9 seconds to arrive almost from across the map. So a lot of time to cut away from Renegade, but I think maybe Wei leaves Oriana too much. Keep in mind, Seren lost the flash from before, and that's why he's such an easy target. I think if Seren has flash here, this is actually pretty good for Team Heretics, but the fact that he's just so easy to go on for the Nocturne makes the play simple. Isma flaps out of the sombrero quite nicely, and yeah, I think Giantex is happy with that conclusion.
I think one plate was taken by Hype as he walked back to bot after the replay, so still looking good here for the Lucian. after the early phase versus Flacked and Jordan's Rome, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like Team Heretics didn't track Renegade. It seemed like they weren't aware that Renegade TP was up, being able to use. Like, they have the Lucian versus Renegade bot, and the enemy has TP planted. Quite a textbook play, and unless you're tracking it, I think you should be aware of it. So maybe I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that there was a mismanaged TP tracking. But yeah, still, goal lead very even. And we talked about how the drafts work. We talked about what I want to do, as we see a trade top. It's very volatile. Aatrox doesn't want a 4v4. He wants like a 2v2, 3v3. That's really where he shines in this early game. And when he gets Under Sky, that's really where he's... In a short skirmish, no one has damage to go through his vamp. Like, he just sustains through the damage so much that he's kind of like a full tank. And, but obviously that changes when there's like 2 or 3 carries hitting him. Then he just kind of dies. Doesn't have the time to vamp up, so... Could be an issue for Douglas this game. But it's a slow early game. Very slow early game. Boulder?
Gets the stun as well. Meganar is just...
I Tracy ne igra u Renekton, on isto fine, tako da... Mislim, ne znam da li Giantsi ovdje imaju dovoljan lead, ovo inače kao, razumete pitanja, mislim da nemaju. Ali kao, da li imaju dovoljan lead da se opravda ova kompozicija koju imaju? Mislim, botlane će im scalovati ok, ali Nocturne bez Oriane drastično opada u kasnijim fazama partija, a Renekton, mislim, očigledno samo opada to što je Renekton. Jer Isma samo neće ništa raditi, mislim, ovo nije solo queue. Da je solo queue pa da kažeš ok, ono Nocturne će dode na ono neki letality build, ima posle se šutira tamo u glavu s drugima u late game-u, ok. Ovako... legitimno ne vidim šta će raditi.
Big shockwave, yeah, big damage comes out. But you see how hard it is to play Aatrox when they're all going on you, especially when there's 4 or 5 people sending all damage on you. You don't get to use your vamp. He's a vampy, like, what is it called, drain tank almost, where he just wants to sustain back up constantly by hitting these sweet spots.
Yeah.
But when everyone is hitting you, when you're getting CC'd, you don't get the liberty to do that. And I think it's a good call by GiantX to send everything on Aatrox this early in the game, because he doesn't have Sterox yet, he doesn't have the Shojin, and most importantly, the other carries of Team Heretics doesn't have a lot of damage to compensate if GiantX would send everything on Aatrox. So for now, good call by GiantX, but still a 2 for 1 fight for Heretics, not bad at all.
Ja mislim da, moji su Heretici ovdje skroz ok. Koliko traje partija, bit će im sve lakše i lakše. Mislim, to je po nekom pravilu drafta, ne mora nužno znači. Ali ti imaš Renekton Nocturne u early game-u i... Znaš šta je najveća stvar? Evo, ekipa Giantsa je sebe stavila u kantu zbog Oriane, nisu htjeli da igraju protiv Oriane Nocturne. Da su banovali Orianu ili Nocturna i da su imali Sejuani ovdje umjesto... Iako ja nisam ljubitelj Sejuani. Legitimno su imali Sejuani ovdje. Seju Renekton topside. Tank za late game, vidi. Ovdje je Sejuani bila predobar pik. Ja generalno jako ne volim Renektona, ali mislim da ako imaš Sejuani da Renekton postaje 6 puta više viable pik. I onda ti u stvari daje još veći pressure i čak i u kasnijim fazama partije Renekton bolje skela.
What about Demon Weaver? That's cool or no? Demon Weaver?
What about Darken Dude?
Je, mislim, vidi, Isma je otep... Da, to stoji, to stoji. To je skroz fair take.
Paranoia is just going to fly on Seren's head. He's going to fly first, but the police will come through. Gravity field's down. Seren will get stunned, but I think Jackies didn't want to drop down the Chaos Storm regardless.
Yeah, you see how happy they are. Like, they were just playing for the flash. The moment he flashed, they clicked back. They were making that play with his flash in mind. And it's a good shout, because you saw what happened last Herald fight, or Grub fight. When Oriana doesn't have flash, she's just the easy target to go on. And Oriana is the power pick that was set up from the draft. We traded Nocturne for Oriana, and we expect a little bit from this Oriana. I think this is the champion that is very strong in this current meta, especially when you set up with bans. I want to see what Seren can do on it, because he has, as you highlighted before, a few ball carriers. Has a Aatrox, Gnar, Leona. Not something as quite as easy as a Nocturne, but still potent enough to have an impact.
Zizma just takes away the Raptor camp. He's already got himself first item. Look, interestingly enough, even in this slow early game, Heretics still have a bit of a lead. And isolation is what Trayson keeps playing with. I mean, this lane has been primarily isolated.
Yeah, and this matchup is gonna be so sad the moment Nar gets Triforce. Like, when I play Renegade against Nar and I see him...
Ne, fair je, mislim, nema šta. Slažem se ja. Kao opet moraš da, ono...
The problem with Stridebreaker for Renegade is that he would really wish that it gave like 10% ability haste instead of attack speed.
Attack speed, yeah.
Because when you buy Stridebreaker and boost, you have no CDR, you have no ability haste, and it just becomes a little bit too one-dimensional.
Mislim, oni su pikali Renegtona i Renegton gubi na topu.
The moment you E, it's like a year until you have E available again.
I think Way's lucky that Xenoblade didn't connect.
Like, I missed the old Stridebreaker, you know, when it was a dash, 2021.
Oh, yeah.
That was good.
That was fun.
But we'll see, because you really want to end up behind the Gnar with Stridebreaker, because then you can just run him down with your ult taking damage. That's really where a lot of Renegades damage lie. The ult AoE pulsating damage is massive, and if you get that...
Onto Flacket, and Soulflare is going to be held. Herald has just spawned. Now, some of that damage, will it come out of top laners here with a double base in tow? Double TP also up for both Oscar and then Trayson. And obviously, Giant X are going to start this one, but Team Heretics are thinking about how they're going to join this one.
Nar's TP coming in with Triforce, TPing as well with Stridebreaker. It's a full 5v5.
It's culling out, depth charge already used as well. Flacket chunked a little bit at 3k. Demonic Ascension begins, and going in deep now for the steal, not going to be successful.
Ali, mislim, to nije problem coacha, to je problem menadžera. Kao realno, mislim što jest, ali kao mislim, oni su coachu dali da ima Oscara u ekipi i sad on mora s Oscarom da napravi šta može da napravi, znači. Nije tu coach kriv, on mora da drafta najbolje što može da drafta situaciju koju je dobio. Zato kažem, mislim da ovaj game svakako Seđu je bila mnogo bolja nego Nocturne. Ali su opet coachevi malo izrifovali što su stavili ugode su otvorni Oriana i Nocturne.
Giant X wanted a Herald, Team Heretics wanted to find a team fight, they got a fight, they got a Herald. It's an even trade somewhat. I think both teams aren't feeling too bad about that. The fact that Oscar went down, I think was a bit unnecessary. I don't think he had to go so deep, because the Herald was so secured, so we watched the fight. So look at TP here, he's coming in there with TP and has a really big shield. And this shield can sometimes be a beacon of false confidence. You see how strong he feels. Dashes in. Not even dashing in, he's just getting stunned.
He just couldn't move.
Okay, I'm sorry, Oscar. He couldn't play the game. Poor guy.
Yeah. Feels bad. Jun in trouble. Shield of Daybreak. Nope. But autos went on the minions from Hype instead of Jun.
Yeah. Always be farming. ABF.
20 seconds till Drake. Heretic's still in a good position. And Finn, a lot of those ultis that were burned, I think going to be up and available for the Dragon fight upcoming. What are we to think about flashes though? Seren's flash still on cooldown.
Yeah, it's super important because look at this. 2 dragons already for Team Heretics.
That's the time.
That's the time. And 2 Heretics for Team Heretics, you really don't want to let them get third. 1 dragon, nuisance. 2 dragons, potential threat. 3 dragons, that's a concise and like concrete threat. You need to be aware that soul is coming. So denying that soul point from Team Heretics.
We're going to kite away from the majority, but Hype's going to go back on in. A dive imminent, right onto the Yeti carry who went deep. Shockwave brings
Dobro.
too late. So far, it's a 1-for-1.
Moraju dubili ono dok ne dođe pojačanje, da. I sad je tu Tracing koji nema Mega Gnara još.
Runs into Douglas who uses full rotation with an arcane storm from Jackie zoning off Heretics. If there was a way Giant X were going to find the dragon, well, you've just seen it played out.
Tracing je samo trebao da bude tu iskreno, izrifovo je. Mega Gnar management mu je bio loš i pozicija mu je bila loša. Tako je, bravo kolega Casteru.
I will be there the moment the objective spawns. The moment dragon spawns, I will be in river. But the dragon is not taken before the dragon is dead. The dragon is taken in the setup. You see already the fact that
Gnar stoji na topu, nema TP i hoda ka dole. A s druge strane, pozicija Luciana, čovek frontline je bez ikakvog razloga.
I don't think the top lane wave matters as much when the third dragon is on the board. But it's a good damage by Giant X and a learning potentially for Team Heretics going in for the next dragon setup.
4 minutes for that. It does slow the pace of the game down a little bit more, at least for the small bit, as Heretics have been pushed back. The gold lead still comes out of the fact that Trayson did well, that Hype did well in the 2v2, but past that, Giant X are getting some of these little moments, Finn, that are making me question where the Heretics can keep their gold lead in this second game.
Yeah, and the gold lead is still very red. If you look here, everyone on Giant.
Gdje je Shady? Zašto ne znaju šta rade? Zašto ne znaju šta rade? To je čitava poenta. Uzeli su 2 Drakea, sad mogu da puste 3 Drakea za redom. I da pokupe pola mape u zamenu za 3 Drakea i da budu u fazonu Milagani. To je fora.
Oh, I do like my desserts and I do love
A ja tiramisu.
for a Reddit thread. I'm a cheesecake guy. Tiramisu is a coffee one, isn't it?
Yeah, I love
it's
it.
Spongy, like, yo, shout out to Atlas and Orcs. I mean, guys, I like you, but the only thing I would complain about in your broadcast is that you picked a dessert that's not really S tier. Cheesecake, I think, is S tier.
Iskreno, ne. Tiramisu veći od cheesecake. To je moj take. Tiramisu bolji od cheesecake. Klara šta kaže? Klara je u fazonu realno jedno i drugo pa na pola. Cheesecake, tiramisu, dobro. Šta kažete, chat? Cheesecake ili tiramisu?
Zašto igra protiv Grandmastera?
Dobro, Klara igra protiv Grandmastera. Ja sam tim tiramisu, iskreno. Ja nisam ljubitelj cheesecake. Iskreno. Mislim, daš kako? Cheesecake mi je mnogo heavy, ono ko tortu da jedem. Ja ne želim neka toliko slatkog da jedem. Tiramisu je lagan, tiramisu mogu uvek da pojedem. 2, 3, 4, 6 tiramisu'a, znaš. A cheesecake pojedem jedan i već mi ono trese šećer. Tako da ja sam definitivno tim tiramisu. Doduše ja sam neko ko generalno nije nešto ljubitelj torti previše. Tako da ima i toga. Kad je dobra torta ok, ali kao generalno 20 minut fight. Sad samo trebaju da ne riknu i to je to. A tiramisu je laganiji desert. Tiramisu, ono, piškote, krem i kafa, ono, ne može biti laganiji desert. Cheesecake još s onim debelim baseom, pa ono i sir, pa mascarpone, ono, razumeš, to je... Teško je, mislim, teže je. Sad treba riknu. Da, ali ne, oni, zašto ti kažeš što ne znaju šta rade? Oni ne znaju šta je njihov inkon. Oni su lec ekipa i 3 leće je gote, 3 leće je isto lagano. Da, 3 leće je isto lagano. Ali, kao oni ne znaju šta je njihov inkon. Ko da gledam Spike opet, mat. Ali šta oni kontestaju ovde? Zašto se oni biju? Kao, koji je razlog njihove pozicije u top riveru? Jel su oni krenuli Barona da rade? Nisu. Nisu krenuli Barona da rade. Pusti ih, nešto da hoće da bleju u riveru, daj im river. Ne, svestan sam ja toga, Mato, svestan sam ja toga. Ali, znaš, mislim, kao logično sa strane igrača koji živi lec. Kao, ono, imaju jako solidne plate da performaju u lecu. I kao, ja mislim da ovo nije nešto što coach treba da ti kaže. Ja, znaš, mislim da je to nešto što kao ne trebaš ti top laneru da kažeš menadžuj mega gnara da ga imaš pred fight. Pa bro, ako to coach treba da ti kaže, onda stvarno ne znamo, da bolje coach da igra top umjesto tebe. Znaš, mislim da su neke stvari kao baš očigledne. Dobro, ne znam da bi ga fear klipao ovde. Bravo, i sad pustiš zmaja, bravo. Možeš trajiš pik na midu, viš da možeš da ubiješ džuna, ako možeš. Ali ne mogu da overcommitu jer će ovi sa Drakea da se vrate nazad i dobit ćeš batine. I ti overcommitaš i sad umreš. I zamisli nemaš damage-a za Renegade. Možemo da vidimo top. Observeri? Observeri? Obzovi? Hvala. Umire za to. Umireš za tu kulu, umireš za tu kulu. Flekt je otišao na... on se TP-a out. Sad je video su na Baronu oko ništa s TP-a.
protesting when they're giving up the objective. They were giving up the dragon, and they wanted not only the fight or the top of the tower, they also wanted the mid lane fight. And you gotta choose one. You can't be too greedy. Paranoia goes out, it's just gonna be the Baron for Giantex.
I sad su dali free Baron, igra mapu, igra. Mislim, bilo je fair da probaju, ali u ovoj situaciji, znači, ili bacaš sve na Džuna, ili ne bacaš ništa. Znači, instant Leona, ult, Lucian, Galing, sve na Nautilusa, ubiješ njega, bežiš. Na kraju dana taj jedan kill mu ništa ne bi dao. Znači, i da su heretici uzeli kill na Nautilusu, opet ništa ne bi dobili od killa na Nautilusu. Onda zapitaš da li to zaista želiš da radiš. Ali okej, kažem, probaš, malo investaš da ne budeš u opasnosti, a ako vidiš da nije ugao, kažeš dobro, nema veze, nije ugao, nećemo da se bijemo i to je to.
But don't look for the mid lane fight while you're playing for side. Like, don't do two plays at the same time. It never works out.
No, I think you're right. We come back with Baron, and 2K Gold Lead has erupted. Now, Team Heretics right now are conservatively holding mid as a 4-stack. But as this turret goes down, Oscar will have to be careful. They're still grouped up.
Oscar doesn't have flash here. He can't play like a maniac on the side lane yet. He needs to wait until at least Jackie has pushed in this wave all the way here. Then he can start arguing for, okay, I can play aggressive. If they go on me, I'm gonna take 30 seconds to die. It would probably be worth. But right now, you're rotating the safe way around, knowing he's on the weak side, and just gonna stay mid. And it's a 1-4 setup now.
It's a Meganar used on a Nautilus. Good buffer from Jun. Tracing just seeing if he could find the Nautilus. By the way, after the last fight, getting caught out, he didn't have
Moraš da settleš.
So, unable to find that again. In a turret and top's gonna go down. Giantex are just smoothing.
Lucian je jači, outscalovat će ga na full buildu, ali Lucian je jači od Korkija sad.
We can leave either the Renegade or the Nocturne on mid, and they're just gonna hover here, push in the wave deep, just stand buffing the wave. Don't go up here. Don't go all the way up here. You don't need to hit.
Nebitno je, mato što god im kažeš ne bi slušali svakako. Lara sudija je sad u rank game, ako je bude ništa pito, gađat će me tastaturom, tako da morat ćemo se strpimo posle gema njenog, ne ovog.
But if you get an early Baron like this and you just crack all the tier 2s, you're happy. Did a good job. Don't reach for too much. You just take the drumstick. Don't go for the whole chicken.
That's right. Don't be greedy. Shockwave on flash.
Dobro. Okej. Solidno flash na Korkiju, nije loše.
Yeah, so they're leaving the Nocturne mid because you can join with Paranoia. Usually you leave your top in the mid because he has DP, but the luxury of Nocturne is, I guess, now they can leave Oscarinian with the gang as a big front line, has the Dominus and Sterox, can take a lot of space, and Nocturne...
Znaš šta način, ja mislim da Mato nema nigde video od toga. Ne znam i da li ima 14. išta. To je 13. išta. Što dobar damage od Hype-a. Hype bije, Hype legitimno bije. I Flektova pozicija, brat frontline-uje, ja ne mogu. Oni su izgubili. Ja ne mogu, oni su izgubili fight.
So Flakkid walking up, losing his flash. Strike 1. Yes. Oscarinian missing a flash, targets down Renegade. Strike 2.
I'm getting the roll up.
Isma going into the enemy tier 2 tower. That's strike 3. That's a knockout. So Oscar misses
Ti Flektovu poziciju. Pogledaj ti Flektovu poziciju, čoveče. A oni levo nemaju ward ni jedan. Oni samo odlučuju da umjesto stoji skroz desno i dole na sredini, u laneu. On je odlučio da mu pozicija bude full levo bez jednog warda s leve strane. Jer ovo su sve wardovi od heretika.
For me or Flakkid.
Really? Really? I mean, that's the funniest thing to hear after that play. I'm feeling a pentakill.
And I'm always curious. We get a little insight into the pro players. Their insights, their takeaway from the game states. And sometimes the takeaways are like yesterday. Enemy teams are good at throwing. We just hold on. And sometimes the takeaway is, I'm gonna get a pentakill this game. We just threw a 2k gold lead. I'm gonna get a pentakill. It's now Dragon spawning in 2 seconds. Giantex is first, holding this choke point here. Can't Team Heretics even contest this? TP coming out from Meganar on the backside.
Paranoia is up to turn the lights off. You said the Meganar TP. Maybe to bring into a game 3. Who knows? But the dive starts with the Paranoia onto the back line. As you said, nuked out. Hype has no chance. This time for Giant X, it looks pretty smooth. The Douglas can't get any resets. He's going to flush into position, but onto Oscar. And Finn told you before, that guy can absorb damage. As Traces is out of Maganar, he has a GA to bring him back to life, but it won't change a damn thing. As Douglas with no ulti has no choice but to commit. He'll jump in, but to his death. And Finn, that's what we expected to happen in the last fight.
Yeah, but that's how it looks.
Yeah,
That's how it looks when you're sitting in the river first there and you can do whatever you want. The TP goes out from Tracing to separate the fight. But I think Team Heretics get a little bit overzealous. They go in way too early. He's not on the flank yet. He's not pressuring the carries. So they can extend it on the enemy carries. They're running
Ja nemam tih problema, to je lagano.
into the backline of the enemy team.
Ja nemam tih problema.
Away from the enemy flanker, but pressuring the enemy backline. It's a good turn by GX.
Mislim,
But Team Heretics, I think, were a little bit too overzealous. They went up.
Heretici su mogli samo da pusti ista 3 Drake-a samo bez da zaintuju toliko. To im je skroz bio ok play ovaj game.
I think Trace had the right idea. I think keeping in with the shield, with the Meganar timing is a good idea, but it requires
He's not leaving his Polish brother alone. I kinda like that though.
I mean, the Aatrox did stay in fight.
Ali ispala lopta je fair. To, ko nama u odbojici juče. To je fair.
But he saw his brother fighting. Camaraderie, at least, from Team
I mean,
Heretics.
still waiting for Jackie Penta though. Majai's 4-0 and 9. I mean, I guess respect to Jackie's. He's just been kind of playing the ideal Victor game.
I mean, he's living his best life right now. 3 items with the Magi's and the upgraded Mercury Threads. Very hard to kill, and the Chaos Storm you see is growing and growing and growing every single team fight. The Locust Swarm is just absorbing the enemy team.
Getting louder, isn't it?
And 4 minutes until Soul for Giant X. Probably will be enough time for him to pay for his Dragon before.
Uh-oh. There's a Nautilus in the game. There's going to be a double stun. The ball on him. Depth charge goes on to Seren. The poke out with the Arcane Storm is pretty good. And Jackie's right now would need to get a kill.
Baron i Up, samo mislim da nemaju pravi pik da krenu Barona.
A couple of things burn from Giant X. Look for the pick. In fact, that was 3 ultis down for 2.
Yeah, and this is the hard thing. Tracing uses TP last fight, so now he can't really play side anymore. We talk about the Gnar on the side, then actually just pushing out side waves. It's really difficult when enemies threatening Baron, and you don't have TP, so he has to group now. We're just kind of playing into what Giant X wants to do. They're just going to start this Dragon. This is the hunting Baron. It's the most dangerous one. You can see from his little horn. And the layout in the Baron pit. It's Tracing.
Hajde ispustite olovku.
He's mega.
Put the pencil down.
And yeah, a lot happened.
Dobro, Aatrox ima deševe, možda uđe da ubije var, da se vrati nazad. Ajmo da vidimo sad. Ajmo da vidimo sad šta će se dogodi. Šta rade oni ovdje? Tracing gubi Mega Gnara, on više ne može da bude u toj poziciji. On ne smije bude u toj poziciji. I sad ovi traži engage, pošto Gnar nije Mega. Odličan disengage od Giantsa, bravo. Jackie samo mora se izvuče. Reset i onda opet fight. Douglas je zagrifovo život. Gnar je mini Gnar, vraćamo se na isto, ne mogu da se biju. I ovo je vjerovatno game kroz stop, ne? Ovo, ne znam šta da vam kažem. Ali Tracing koji gleda kako ima 2% Mega Form ili stoji u frontu, u fazonu je, ma da, braću. Bacam Gnar ulti u sljedećoj rotaciji, kad je to za 25 sekundi. Ima 15 sekundi downtime-a bez Mega Gnara, ne može da puni rage nakon što ode u mini. I onda mu treba još 10-15 da napuni to do kraja. Mislim da Heretici i Giantsi su, kažem opet, ekipe od kojih stvarno nemam neka velika očekivanja. Douglas je samo zagrifovo, ne znam šta je planirao tu. I oni su forsirali fight, a Gnar im izgubio Megu, ja stvarno ne znam šta rade. Svakako, sljedeća serija, ja se nadam, KC gazi 2-0. KC je neporažena ekipa trenutno. Za sad su najbolji u ovom splitu leca, što je dosta lepo. Tako da pravimo pauzicu, imamo nekih 15 minuta i onda se vraćamo u ono što se ja nadam da je stomp KC-a protiv Shiftersa. Tu sam za 15 minuta.
I think so too.
He seemed like the most stable player. Obviously, Flack at game 1 on the gym was also very strong. I think could also easily get that vote.
It's about stability. If Giotto has words for Giant X, I wonder what Nuke Dunk and Co has for Team Heretics after that, because 2 and 5, they're not out of playoffs yet, but I mean, this may as well have been like the nail in the coffin, you know?
This was definitely the game he wanted to win. Because I don't think their strength of schedule is very good. I think they're going to go up against a lot more difficult opponents.
They have to 2-0 the next 2 matchups for sure for the best chance, obviously, but even for the chance of like sniffing near playoffs. Jackie's, he's obviously going to go to the desk and tell us a little bit more about the inner minds. Yeah, where was the penta from Jackie's fin? What happened? What happened?
I guess Flacka just stole all the kills. You know?
He did well.
Can't help that.
Technically, it was Isma at first, but yeah. At the very least, Jackie's that series was a little bit silly.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Welcome, Jackies. That was a pretty casual end of that game. Odo, do you want to? Never mind. You're doing what you want to do.
I'm just holding it for him. I wanted to know what's with the handshake meta. Why is everyone getting a handshake instead of a hug?
Well, I hugged June.
You hugged June.
Yeah,
so why is June more special then?
Well, he just kind of pulled me into the hug. There was no counterplay there, but it's just a form of respect. You know, we are distinguished gentlemen in our team, and at least me. I don't know about the rest, but me, I'm a gentleman.
That was distinguished gentleman gameplay. We watched you guys kind of run it down bot lane, and then the comms that ran on air were, I think that like me or Flacka are probably getting a pentakill this game.
Yeah, which is a bit insane. I'm not gonna lie.
That wasn't the like calm, collected like. I was expecting there to be some comms about like recovering, but it seems like you guys were. I don't know how to say this other than piss chilling. Piss chilling? Probably not the greatest. Apologies, production. That's the word that came in my phrase. It didn't look like a cakewalk. If you look behind you, these are the gold graphs for your game. Not cakewalk gold graphs, but
it's a bit difficult.
You seem so calm.
I mean, okay, game 1, we were not calm when we were 5k down, right? I mean, we didn't know, but yeah, the thing is, these comps that we have at some point is low-key unlosable, in my opinion. Like, I think Anivia comps, when you get ahead, you low-key can't lose. And the second game, I was pressing tab and I was like 3 items and enemies were 2. And when I'm a victor in this type of comp, I feel like I can't lose. So it was a bit more on the calm side in this,
So then why did it seem that in both of these games it took you guys a couple of times to realize that you do need to wait for that point where you can't lose to happen?
Because basically, you know what they say, right? Like, mama ain't raised no... You know what I mean?
No bases,
yeah. No, exactly. So we need to like test ourselves. And first game we failed a bit, and game 2, the game 2 was better, But game 1 it was like they're playing Rise. What was it? Rise. What did they play in jungle? I don't remember.
In game 1?
Yes.
Game 1 was Zin.
Yeah, it was Zin.
It's very strong mid jungle, right? So that was a bit difficult. Game 2, I think they were pretty weak. I think Nocturne Champ is really balanced. Leaving this open is a good like a fun and. So it's more calm,
So my question to you is then that if Mama didn't raise any so you guys will take every fight. Did you guys win any of those fights where you said that Mama didn't raise no?
I think some of them. I
think you didn't win a single one.
I think one we did. I think one.
So one out of them maybe like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So the conclusion for next time is that will you still take those fights?
Mean, you know you're Fnatic's coach, not their coach.
I see what you're trying to do. But
I'm spreading the positivity and the improvement. You know that's
that's what matters. I mean, we will see. Against Fnatic, we will take fights. Be ready.
I guess I like the confidence, and I'm glad we didn't also invite your coach up here. I think he might have. I think he might have physically attacked.
I mean,
you
I'm saying this because he's not here, right?
Yeah. He's mauling backstage right now.
I will run home, not go office today. And, that's fine.
I do want to talk about that upcoming schedule, though, because, look, I love the confidence, but I think your next couple opponents are going to be a little bit tougher, a little bit higher hurdles. G2 obviously expected to be super difficult. Na'Vi and Fnatic. A couple weeks ago, I probably would have said Fnatic's a pretty easy one, but they're definitely looking a lot harder, thanks to Odo's magic AI chatbot, or whatever.
Fnatic GPT.
There we go. But how do you feel about the upcoming matches? How do you feel about like the form you guys are in now? Obviously, Mama didn't raise a scaredy cat.
Obviously,
but
scaredy cat,
there are some things to be scared of.
I mean, I feel like you're
I'm all about the fitness with my outfit today, but I needed a little bit of a break. Thank you.
But I feel like for next games, I mean, it's for us, we made the roster change, right? I think we kind of don't look at the enemy team. I mean, obviously with prep, but not like in our mind that, oh, today we play G2, today we play TH. I don't think it's really in our mind, so we will just take it the same. Kind of the boring answer, but that's just how it is.
Well, you kind of made these changes to try and hit into that top 4 spot, move up from there, right? With kind of like MCoy now slipping down, do you guys see yourselves in prime to make that top 4 spot, to see yourselves in Madrid?
I mean, that's kind of like what we thought, but low-key we are not on our good side, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think when we had the week against Shifters and MCoy, we are looking pretty good, but we are on the, not on a full-on slump, but I guess we had a little bit of a stoppage, I guess, in our gameplay. So yeah, I think if we get back to it, then for sure we can contest top 3. I think it's like low-key us and Vitality, right? I mean, I think, yeah, so, yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. Well, I do want to give a quick shout out to Flackett, who is the Kia player of the series. Definitely had a solid performance.
Yeah.
Sadly, we're not going to live in that moment for very long because I do want to immediately transition to us. When I interviewed your coach earlier today before the start of the series, he said that good week you had, the MCO Shifters week, good scrims. Next week, rough scrims. And scrims are a big talking point when it comes to talking about your team. There's a lot more social media content about scrims these days than
It's just this guy. It's not the team. It's him. He is the team.
All right, sir. We prevented the evidence. You're in court now. Please explain yourself.
Okay, so as I said, this split I'm doing on the gentleman side, right?
Yes.
If there is an accord to train with each other,
yes,
I would like it if people are not late, because it's a disrespect towards us.
Fair enough.
And I decided that I will call people out, and at this point it's kind of funny, so yeah.
Jackies, we literally scrimmed you guys a week and a half ago, and you guys booked a night scrim by the time we were having our 5th game, and you guys were late to our game, and then you ended up canceling our game to go play the night block, and you didn't make any sorry-ass tweet about it.
Okay, this is what you're saying? I don't remember. We did not have a night block in a long time.
Yeah, it was a week and a half ago or 2.
Hang on, there was no tweet, therefore there was no tweet.
Oh, no,
you need to be tweeting. No tweet, no evidence.
Honestly, I would respect if you would call us out. That is disrespectful by us. But you didn't, so now you can't say anything.
It's too late, Brian. I mean, statute of limitations on being late to scrims is a week. It's been a week and a half. Court rules in the favor of Dark Jackies on Twitter.
Why dark?
Yeah, that's
like when I was
you were in your anime phase.
No. When I was like 10, I was playing like CS 1.6.
Yeah.
And there was a clan and it was called Dark, so I kept it. That's it.
Fair enough. The OG CS clan tag, gotta respect it. GX obviously looking pretty good in the playoffs race. Look, 88% making top 6. You guys are locked for playoffs, in my mind. In my mind.
Yeah.
Top 4 though is the big question. We brought it up earlier. So now that you've locked in your gentlemanly accords, what else needs to go right in scrims? What's been haunting you guys? Is it everyone showing up late? Is it just a big tilter? all of these Philistines, all of these plebeians not respecting your accord?
I mean, I think again, an enemy team can do whatever they want, right? I will just call them out if they are late. But for us, I think we are really undisciplined in scrim these days, and that's kind of like that's the only way to learn, right? Like if you do random stuff, there is no learning curve. So we just kind of need to like realize even the gravity of the situation, that low-key the split is all like the regular is almost like kind of over, and we are still not locked in playoffs, and we do have decent opponents against us, like Fnatic are on the rise, Nave is good, and G2, right? I think that's it, who we play.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, obviously you want to beat them, but yeah, we need to be for sure way more disciplined. I think probably mostly me included, but yeah, I think that's kind of it.
Fake it till you make it. That's what people say.
Yeah.
We're throwing around a lot of phrases today. That's probably the only one that we can repeat fully. And you got the tweets. We just need the scrim performance to match the gentlemanly discipline of in the scrims. Yeah. We'll see if you can get it together. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Jackies. We're going to be tossing to a quick break. Afterwards, we're going to be back with KC versus Shifters.
Okay. I can't go that.
Okay. Will you help you guys? Lucian dash. Yeah. Okay. This guy no flash now. No flash, yes. Aatrox is here. That is. I can go Nori. I can flash on W. Yeah, go. I can. I have no mana, okay? No flash already. I will die. I'm flashing no mana. Aatrox no flashes. Kill Nora. Nice. Look. I stand there. Kill Nori. Don't worry. Nice. GG. Can tip it up?
Yeah, GG.
Incredible play there from
that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Welcome back to the LEC for the clash between two extremes of the standings in the table, where an undefeated Carmine Corp are going to be taking on Shifters, who unfortunately are still trying to pick up the first win of the season. You can see here is kind of a little bit of a battle of the Goliath versus David, but the thing I want to bring you into to focus on is going to be Yike for this series, because he had a phenomenal performance on the Kiana last week against Giant X, and I'm going to do a quick breakdown, basically showing how Yike was so insane on the Kiana. And the big focus that I want you to keep in your mind as we start to go into this clip is how Yike trades big objectives on the map, like your Void Grubs, like your Dragons, for camps on the enemy team. And consistently what you're going to see is that he tries to punish when a jungler tries to too quickly go for these objectives. So we're going to start off on this game, and we're going to see here, right? I'm going to walk over to here. Keep your eyes on this bottom side of the screen. So we've already got our Wukong, who's going to be caught on the vision. Yike already knows, hang on a second, his two camps are going to be spawning in just a moment. He can see the two timers. He's like, I want to try and steal away a few of these, because Isma doesn't have the right to be starting up this dragon right now. So as we click play, we'll start to see it through, right? And the big focus then is that Yike is able to communicate with his team, I want to try and continue on with this pressure. So immediately we're going to have the push from the Victor to try and come on through, and we're going to see the exact same thing from Kana. This big trade on that top side of the map to make sure that they're able to keep that push and go for this invade. Yike hits level 6, goes for the quick trade on mid, keeps Jackies out of the equation, is able to go in and steal away this red, tries to steal away the Raptors in a few as well. Doesn't quite work out for him though. But either way, basically this is the premise we're going to see again in just this next play in a minute's time as well. Yike basically sees Isma on vision, says, I want to steal away those camps on the opposite side of the map. So once again, same conundrum. Isma spotted on vision here. We've got boy grubs that are up in just a few moments. And once more, keep your eyes on the mini-map. 2 camps spawning on the opposite side of the map for Isma. So what does Yike do? He says, great. I don't mind giving up void grubs. They're not really going to do particularly much here. Instead, I'm going to immediately shift into this bottom side jungle. I'm going to steal away 2 of these camps. And even with Oscar in and spotting this out, there's nothing that they can do. And not only does Oscar in see that this is happening, Oscar in panics and calls his bot lane to the bottom side of the map, which means that now you're trying to, as Giant X, cover a potential bot lane dive that they set up, which means Kana gets a lead. And then this is where it all culminates at the end of this play. This is kind of the masterstroke at the end. So Yike has already covered the dragon once, and now he immediately goes for this invade. He is 2 levels above this Wukong at this stage, off of stealing away all these scud up crabs and getting these camps. He immediately smites away the camp from Isma. Isma's like, this is miserable, because now Yike is going to move over. He's going to pick up the dragon. He's going to take that next scud up crab, and off the back of this, he's 1,000 gold advantage over his opponent, and that's not even talking about the experience levels that he manages to pick up. Yike plays this beautifully, and it's something that we've seen so consistently from him that it's not just this series, it's something to keep an eye out for over the course of the remainder of these series that they have, and especially coming into playoffs as well. But I'm going to kick it over to your casters so they can take you through the game, because I want to see if Yike is going to keep this one up.
Beautifully said, Dak Daddy, as he looks at the daddy of Summoner's Rift right now in the jungle, as myself, Asterix, and Finn will take you into the final series of the night. Heretics versus, what was the other team? Oh, yeah, it was Giant X. That was a messy one, Finn. But this one, big things. They called it David versus Goliath, but this could just be, you know, Goliath for some other kid whose name is not David.
Yeah, David, Goliath. I just feel like what I'm looking for right now is that, you know, Lord of the Rings, the second movie, Battle of Helm's Deep, where they're like sitting in the castle, super scared, and they're just waiting, looking to the east.
Yep.
And then it's kind of Casey showing up, and now it's Gandalf, and just showing the light that they can actually play good League of Legends. Because the last couple of days, we've seen some very messy League of Legends. It's been a full-on onslaught of despicable macro decisions, and I just come into the series, and I'm just happy to see Casey on our screen. I'm happy to see probably some good League of Legends from KC. I really have high expectations for them, because this is, in my opinion, the best team in our league right now.
I thought you were going to call, you know, in the castle that was Shifters, you know, ride once more. You know, when they do that final ride out into the Renegade. and then Gandalf comes to save the day. I mean, that's what Shifters need.
Yeah.
They need to have bought so much time that now they need their Gandalf to come in. However, Finn, the problem is,
I think Yike is Gandalf.
I think KC have Gandalf, so like, I don't know how you're going to find it. Shifters, anyway, enough analogy. It's very hard when Shifters are 0-7 and KC are 7-0. At the moment, with a quick correction, Shifters are 0-6. At the moment, we're seeing going into this big band that it is just a Jarvan and Syndra takeaway from KC and Nocturne Poppy.
So we'll see what happens with the Vi. KC can first pick it. They're banning the Jace themselves. I guess don't want to give Rooster Jace because they're looking to prior the Vi first pick. And we're going to see Shifters are going to ban the Vi. Because right now it's a Cassio Vi trade, which is fine.
Yep.
But I do think the Vi is a little bit more potent. You can just go to Victor into the Cassio and just kind of be fine with that. So Shifters, are we really going to give Yike Vi? I think he's the guy you don't want to give Vi right now. It used to be me, but he's really good.
He's really good. He worked on his Vi. Most played of the split outside of that Jarvan and Kiana. Yike has a lot of champions.
Ban coming out. Okay, it's just going to be Vi first pick now.
Yeah.
You can take the Cassio if you want to, but I do think the Vi is so strong. Her engage, her ability to just start a fight from 2 screens away and just lock down a carry. Just a little bit too good to give up. But KC are thinking about it. They aren't pouncing on the Vi as I thought they would.
They do end up picking it though, Finn. What's the trade away? You mentioned Casio, things like Nautilus are.
It would be like a Casio Shinsha or a Casio Pantheon, but they would actually go for the Casio themselves, potentially. It is. So they're giving over the Vi into shifters, and I think if you are the on paper better team, it's a fine choice to make. Why? The Vi is very weak early. If you have strong laners and a good jungle matchup into the Vi early, you can really shut
I evo nas u seriji broj 2 KC protiv Shiftersa. KC koji apsolutno dominira, Shiftersi koji ne izgledaju toliko dobro ove sezone. Moje očekivanje da KC ovo stompa 2-0, ali vidjet ćemo naravno kako će se odigrati ova serija. Ne znam što ne bi uzeli Orijanu, iskreno. Vi Orijana, ako se Nuku igra Ori.
Also a very good combo together with the Vi.
But Akali's open, and Yehu does play Akali. I mean, historically.
Yeah, I mean, you could flex the Casio bot, go Akali mid if you want to.
Okay.
I think right now, though, you kind of just want to secure your jungle pick so you don't drop jungle. And yeah, I wants to go for something really fishy. This is being hovered, so it would be another one of those early strong lanes. And we talked about shutting down Vi early game. You need strong lanes into Vi if you want to shut it down. And what better team to draft really strong early game laning phases than KC. With the Caitlyn Bard now, we're going to try to dominate the bot lane, dominate the mid lane with the Casio push, and give a counterpick to Yike and watch him cook. Out of our 6 biggest goal leads in the sea, in the jungle, Yike has been part of 3 of those games.
Yeah.
So definitely a demon once he gets going. And very, very potent at using winning lanes to generate a massive jungle gold lead.
Yeah, one of those was only last week. Yeah. So is Kiana in the highlight clips for a reason. And so we're going to find out what direction the shifters take. Is it going to be top lane bans? Is it going to be jungle bans? Olaf goes first. Maybe it might be a Nah angle for Rooster game 1.
Yeah, it could also be that they want to play like a double mage game. Parak has played a lot of Talia, a lot of Vladimir as well, and
also as a Victor, having an Olaf on the enemy comp is always just a horror.
Yeah, especially when you play double mage, Olaf just becomes so strong. One MR item and
a postoji šansa će biti Orijana bot i onda AD top. Što je okej opcija, iskreno.
It's not really about the top lane matchup anymore. It's just about having that double mage into Olaf. It's so tricky, especially with the Vi Nautilus who, yeah, they lockdown carries or bruisers that go on your carries. They can't do that against Olaf.
Now, Jhin has been banned by KC. They're getting rid of some range to match. While last ban for Shift is going to be that Skarner in jungle. So
I don't think Yike is looking for a tank, man. I don't think Yike is looking for a tank. I think he wants to take us on a journey. We'll see what they pick here, because first it's Shifter is going to pick. Probably going to secure their AD carry. They could also go to Victor bot and go for like an Orianna mid if it's not good, if it doesn't get banned.
Paddock has been a big adopter of mages bot.
Yeah, which did surprise me, but he does seem to like playing the mages. Will be tricky to find a good mage into Caitlyn. You could go for the Orianna. I think it's one that makes the most sense. But Italia could also be good together with Italia, and the Nautilus has a lot of hard CC that's targeted to kind of follow the shove up with. But Varus, long range. I mean, anything really goes. You're just picking whatever you want to play into Caitlyn.
Mislim da je play sam. Mislim su trebali pošlju Viktora na Victor bot. Orianna mid. Viktor radi u Kate poprilično dobro.
Lethality and just play follow-up on the Vi, because I mean that Chains of Corruption is a hard spell to hit, and having targeted lockdown of the Nautilus and Vi does help.
What do you think of Neferi in this angle, or are we too ambitious for Yike? Neferi against his comp, there's a lot of zone control, which is kind of dangerous.
Neferi makes a lot of sense. I think any high-tempo, aggressive early jungler would fit KC's comp fantastically. It is a harder comp to execute on, and it requires your laners to be good and good at using their matchups to generate lane leads or at least lane push that you can use. So we'll see where he takes us. Don't think it's going to be Kai'Sa jungle. It's the hover.
Lucy always just hovers that as a shout out to, not sure who yet. Duelist, well, Xin Zhao is a good duelist. And this would be an easy lock-in for a priority game 1. So against a bit of Poke Virus and Victor. Not a bad option here.
Yeah, I mean, they do like a little bit of frontline. So going for an assassin like an Neferi or Kiana would be pretty bold.
It's Maybe sending
so getting Xin Shao works very well as a solo frontline just because the Crescent Guard is able to absorb so much damage and is a strong early game duelist and can still execute the goals that he wants to. He wants to invade.
Renekton, last pick for Shifter Zone while we round things out. I mean, it is an Ambessa.
Renekton is really hard to play into Caitlyn Cassio though. You're not having a good time. I think, yeah, Jax makes a lot more sense into the Xin Shao. It's very good in the extended skirmishes now. Can just jump on the Xin Shao kind of. Because when Jax jumps on Xin Shao, his only real play is the ult in a way. And that's like a Jax QE trade for Xin Shao ult.
Yep.
So it's a pretty good trade. It's not the easiest matchup always to navigate for the Jax.
Ne znam kakav je matchup na topu, ali mimo toga mislim da bi ekipa Casey trebala da bude više nego lagana da ih prebiju ovde.
The follow-up trade will hurt, especially when she has Eclipse. But early game should be a good matchup for Rooster, so at least Shifters has secured himself one lane of push. Rooster is going to try to hold down this early game fort and give Shio at least one lane that he can rely on pushing in the enemy opponent.
I think it's a better strategy for Shifters though, right? Because even though they're kind of a death's door and have been for the past couple of weeks, like at least seeing on Rooster with something, one, that can carry, two, that can get a bit of priority, is better than having him on the Galio like he was yesterday, you know, like where you kind of give up your strongest element of the team, your best performing element of the team that has been one of the greater top laners in our league since he came in.
I would say pretty confidently the fourth best top laner in our league. I would say just below Broken Blade like Nako and Kana.
It feels like he, you know, right now, Shifter's kind of falling apart. The rest of the team hasn't really found success. Granted, Roos is still on that roster, but individually, he's still made a name for himself that other teams would be like, you know what? If this doesn't work out for Shifters, which, you know, it's a 1% chance of something unremarkable right now to make it, maybe Rooster has a chance for next split, for next year. But Shifters, they're not out yet. They have to win a series here. They have to win.
Će biti jako teško. Mislim da je to skoro pa nemoguće. Pogotovo što moraju dobiti Casey koji nije izgubio game. Moja prognoza je 2 gema po 25 minuta za ekipu Casey-a.
Really consistent players in every position. But I want to bring it back a little bit to what we can expect out of this game. I really want to see Yike make use of his early game strong lanes. You have the Cassio you first picked. You have the Caitlyn Bard. He's pathing down into bot side. Why? He's pathing towards his strong lanes. And Shio, he will be on the receiving end of a lot of pressure. So what we usually see when the jungle matchup is like this, is that the jungler prioritizes himself and his own farm, but sometimes sacrifices lanes. So it could be the case that Shio is now pathing towards bot, or top, I mean, just because this is where he has to push in the Jax. But that might leave the Varus and the Nautilus quite vulnerable to dive, to gank, to freeze, anything. And if the mid lane doesn't go as planned either, suddenly you're looking at a lot of fires, and I don't think
Čemo kako radi ovaj top matchup.
Might have to be. Might have to dual roll.
Clean od Kane.
There as well, getting the grasp just as the leap strike comes through from Rooster. Finn, you got another chance to.
Cassio je malo dobila batine, Yahoo mora da reseta. Xin Shao, pa u suštini da, što najče mislim da jer je kineski heroj, a na kineskom je XŠ.
Doing a lot better here. Small sustain from Busio, but still, Paddock and Sen can be happy where they stand.
Bar mi se tako čita. E sad opet, pošto nismo Kinezi, naš uvek je pitanje da li je... Znaš, ne znam kako to ide. To mi je uvek bilo nekako čudno kao tema izgovaranja imena heroja. Kao, okej, Xin je iz Kine, kao kineski ratnik, pa čitaš kao Xin, ali onda ne znam. Da li onda Fiora ima neko francusko, zato što je iz Francuske. Naprimjer. Jer je kao, znaš, to je čudno malo. Nuh je resetovo isto kad i Yahoo. Pa je s te strane okej.
But the thing with Jax E you have to keep in mind is that when you press E, there's a 1 or 1.5 seconds delay before you can reactivate it.
I see. Jack coming in, by the way. Paddock in a bit of trouble. Flashes away. Wind becomes lighting. Cosmic Binding hidden from as well. So there's a delay
on Jax E before you can reactivate
it.
So you want to E and then jump after that delay has passed. Because then you can instantly reactivate the E, go for a quick, short, bursty trade onto Nambessa, and this becomes empowered when you have Sheen, just because how much that empowers your short trade pattern. And if Ambessa then kind of extends the trade by dashing into you, yeah, you can throw in some out attacks here and there, but that's kind of the main play pattern in this matchup. You either want to chip her with a W grasp out attack, or go for this extended E hold into jump. So there he jumps instantly, and you see how easy kind of just weaves away from it.
Yeah.
So if you EQ like that, it becomes quite difficult for Rooster to extend the trade. You see, he still gets the second Q rotation off, so he's fine. He's very comfortable right now because he has the refillable versus the singular health potion.
Yeah.
And he also has the Doran's ring versus Doran's helmet, so he has a lot more regen in his matchup, so he doesn't mind trading a lot. Shio here.
I'm going to take his way from top lane for a second. Volt Breaker being charged up. Busio's in the way. This is a 3 versus 2. Flash for the dredge line doesn't connect. KC has support with Yehu coming down, trying to buy time as Sheo runs away. His Volt Breaker will be off cooldown in a second. They survive. KC's bottom lane is simply a heal, where, by the way, Paddock doesn't have flash. I think he flashed for it as well. So did Stend. So that's a big commitment for shifters to not get that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot used for not a lot of nutrition. I don't know.
Nutrition.
Yeah, and I definitely fear a little bit for the shifters bot lane the moment Jack is not a win to go down now. He's gonna try to punish that attempt. Will not go for the wolves, will just put down a ward, but is eyeing the Grump a little bit.
Good timing, yeah. Rooster needs the back. He can't be caught window shopping. Doesn't have that much mana. Tagged out with Wind becomes lightning.
Window becomes fighting. And now it will be the push on bot side for KC. Busio manages recall here, and they listen by himself. No, hard push. They saw the recall. Hard push, make him lose at least 2 melees.
Is there power in the top matchup by not using stun for Jax? Like holding onto it to kind of like fake out your opponent?
I mean, if you can hold it, it's good, but it's a bit of a luxury because usually you're not going to be able to take a winning trade unless you hit the Ambessa with a stun, right?
Right.
Big thing in this matchup that like in an extended laning phase, it's very simple that it's purest form I'm going to hold on.
Very nice hook. Sten might have found Yahoo. He has level 6, holds on to the Petrifying Gaze, and probably helps out a lot because 6 was reached by the Cassiopeia. Nuke might have been in a bit of trouble, and Sten now gets to help Nuke push out the wave.
Yeah, he's trying to help. Boosie shows up right now, puts down some, I think that is udon noodles. I can't tell. But yeah, I was just going to say, the biggest thing in this matchup is that it's very simple core. Jax has mana and Bessa doesn't. If it's an extended
Kana baš igra clean.
Baš
igra clean.
And that is really where Ambessa will get her out push. As we see right now, Rooster wants to take a recall, doesn't have the TP. Gonna have to walk all the way back now.
Dobro, Busio ne zna da je tu noti. Okej. Nice, clean. I mislim, Pedak nema barijeru, tako da je relativno... Mislim, jako je clean, su znali da mogu da ga ubiju.
And Busio, the playmaking part as always.
And you make your bed, you have to lie on it. He flashed for the previous play, now doesn't have the flash available, and it's such an easy play for Busio to just hit the Q flash into the trap combo. I mean, he's just walking up way too far with a flash available. Busio sees the angle, Q flashes, commits fully, doesn't get the sidestep on Paddock, and yeah, Kalis just shuts it down. Doesn't even get the trap, I think, just has the damage.
Yeah.
No need for that. And that will be a Drake for KC. And the snowball is starting to roll down the mountain. And it's a worrying trend for shifters. We talked about that KC needs to be aggressive in the early game, and getting a 2v2 kill definitely aligns with those goals. Now, Sten, once again mid, trying to help out his mid a little bit, but Busio is just here to be a bouncer. It's like, no sir, you don't have ID, you cannot enter.
You can't come in. Bounce is annoying. Level 6 hit by Paddock. Kalis hard clearing away so that he can match it, but obviously Paddock better kills right here. Net's going to connect. Sten's coming down, and Paddock does not pull the trigger just yet.
Absolutely. Now Yehu has a slight lead mid. So the 10 CS lead, 10 CS lead with a 400 goal lead will start adding up. Right early game from Yai has just really been clearing and securing the dragon for his team. This is how you see it's a tricky matchup to trade into for Rooster. You really need to make sure you can either extend the trade to go for multiple ult out attacks, the bonk, the third bonk. And getting the stun is the first part of that.
Because if Kana goes through rotation of spells but doesn't get that auto passive down to refund the energy, I mean that's also kind of an important bit of context, right?
Yeah.
Like if the Jax can deny.
There's a small trick in this matchup where Ambessa's passive out attack can't be cancelled. So if you out attack right before you get stunned, it will go through the counter strike.
Okay.
You can can do the same with Renegade stun, but now it's just the grub started up for Shifters. They get one of them. I don't think we're gonna see anything more here. That's your TP though.
Shifters look like they want to fight. Yeah, Shay just used Bolt Breaker. TP from Yehu gets out of the grail of the stun. Sten goes in. Tailstorm is down. Shay goes in, trying to pick up the beast. Bootio might be called out. There's the Ambassador ult as well. Kana going to bring it back. Shifters in a bit of trouble. Coming in for the steal. Has turned into a 1-for-1. Sten gets another dredge line. The field is down again from Nuke. Yehu flashes instead. The Petrifying Gaze held on to. Well, Chains of Corruption misses. The 80 carry of Shifters are here. You mentioned Paddock. He's there. Yike's going to flash away. 2 grubs for KC. Although Shifters do get a little bit in return in way of a lot of summoners.
It's a lot of summoners used from KC just to get out of that fight, but in the end what happened? Paddock TP'd up there, so now...
I Kalisti još jedan play dole.
Kalisti is completely left alone with his bot
Oni su okej.
Is able to push very freely. Lucio went down, but not really...
Nema zid busio za Nuka. Malo će ga izudara i to je to.
Accelerating for the Eclipse power spike is massive. As we rewatch this fight, this TP comes out from Yehu on top of 2 people, but they don't really get the gravity stun here as Stent doesn't hook him instantly. Goes for the hook now, but the Miasma really hinders Shio here. He can't really walk through the Miasma, so he turns onto Lucio, sends everything onto Lucio just because he feels so threatened by the Miasma that he tries to walk around it, but now you use all your CC on the Bard. The Ambessa and the Shinshao is completely untouched in this fight. You see how tanky Yehu is. With the Catalyst Protector, is he so comfortable to just fight 1 versus 2. He was pretty much 1 versus 2 versus the Victor and Nautilus this entire fight, and he really held the line well. Flash comes out from Yike, but look at the bot side goal lead now. 300 for Kalist. We'll be able to catch his wave, probably make that 400 or 500 when he gets that. So a comfortable lead is brewing for Carmine Corp as the early game so far is looking very good.
Yes, indeed. Kana did burn Flash before as we look back towards top, but Eclipse was picked up off the back of the fight versus the very expensive Trinity Force that Rooster has to get accustomed to building.
Yeah, and this is what Bessas do. The Eclipse is such a good spike. They always go for the free boots in runes just to make sure they can rush that without caring about any other item. So you see Rooster spent 1.2k gold on this. Has a Sheen, has a Ruby Crystal, has a lot of components.
Da, ali mislim da oni sad samo čekaju. Čekaju i skelaju i to je to.
Be a lot more valuable. Lucio hovering around top side, Stand does the same. As this top lane matchup is really tricky in this position. It's not a fun place to be in for Rooster. It's so difficult to trade into the Eclipse of Ambessa just because the shields are recycling in and out. The CDR allows you to dash back and forward.
Gleda malo da ga poka. Okej, Ulca mogu dajevaju malo. Mislim da Roosteru bilo bolje da je samo ostao na... I sad je mrtav. Mislim da je bilo bolje samo da je ostao u Bard ultu. Da ne mogu da krenu da ga dajevaju dok traje Bard ult. Sad je mrtav, ne znam što je uradio ste. Ajoj, dobro, mislim da je dobro, šta da se radi ljudi. Tako to bude ponekad. Kažem, za Shifters ovo je bukvalno nemoguća misija. Jako bi se iznenadio da uzmu 2 gejma. Možda 1, okej, ali... Mislim da je i to teško.
Yeah, I mean, Yike too greedy. Come on, man. You know they're there. Vi has ult, he's very happy to make a counterplay now after you made your play top. You have to respect it a bit. Kalist walking up. Eat from Paddock. His best friend Lucio is here. Push out.
He's fine, yeah.
Sweet, they're holding hands.
Let's have a look.
So yeah, as I said, this is the Enforcer, the Mastermind, and the Escape car driver. You see already they go in. Yike just sends it on Rooster the moment the stun is down. Very easy to pick up, and with the magical journey already prepared, they just get out of there. And we don't need to talk about Nautilus.
I Stand je u fazonu, braću, idem ja. Put me zove, moram poći.
Sten probably regretted the day he walked through that.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
A misclick.
It's a frustration for sure.
He can't hold it. It's misclick, yeah, for sure. So, bit of a mistake. Kana wildly ahead though. Now, let's continue that discussion. Rooster, second component with the Phage now picked up. The Finn, I see a Phage on Kana as well. I also see a level 11 just ticking over versus half the way to 10 for Rooster. So 1.5 level experience lead.
Yeah, Rooster will catch up when he gets his top lane quest. So it's not that dire as the
but it's still like a level or maybe just under.
Yeah, he will be circa half a level behind or full level behind now, almost. Yeah, by the way. So he did get that.
Prave MVP team.
It's gonna be a keeper secondary for Kana. Just a lot of ability haste, so you can just weave in and out. And Bessa is so frustrating to play against when she gets ahead because she's so slippery. Really hard to lock down. And right now, it's been a swap going out from Shifters onto top, sending the Varus top because they know they need to create numbers advantage somewhere. So just jumping away with farm, but then it's too alone.
Right in the perfect execution, over the wall, followed up. Yike gets an easy kill with Titanic. Yeah, who actually takes it in the end. And it's not even Herald, as Kana is going to be found out.
Oof.
Disruption gets fought away from anyway.
Oof.
He already dodged it, but now Roos is in the middle of a 1v2. The knockup perfect. Interrupts the leap strike. Rooster went.
Padak se malo izmašio.
He needs something to get out of this. Kana looking for his rotations, and Yike burns him down for another kill. And what a
Dobro, promašio je sve što se promašiti da.
And ends with Rooster in the end as Miasma down with the petrifying gaze right into the field. There's a bit of damage coming through from Nuke as well as he looks for the chase up, the follow up, the flash is there. Noxious Blast in the way, Twin Fang flash, and the Ray is flashed away from as Nuke will not die even though he comes close.
Caitlyn is coming with an ult.
Where is
Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Bard.
Then we'll block, Tempered Fate.
Oh, the wrong order.
I think if we Tempered Fate stand and Nuke was there, that was the order, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the play I saw, but yeah, it's a hard one to execute. They tried to go for it, but let's just rewatch this again. Sten goes way too deep by himself, gets caught out by the public execution. Miraculous that it's able to land still. Most people miss it. But Yike with a Titanic Hydra Rush instead of the Thunder Sky, which is something I like. It's just very bursty, gets a triple talent strike very fast. Good flash from Kana. Makes it very easy to run down. The moment you flash that skill shot, the fight is just hard winning for KC. Rooster
Velja ne igra, da. Velja ne igra nigdje.
Get with the jungle burn, it will be enough to kill him.
Only just, yeah. Rooster just got that counter strike up. It's a bit of desperation. To be fair, Nuke almost finding Yehu. It's still showing that shifters are still managing to find somewhat of an angle, but it is 4,000 gold lead as we expected coming into today. I mean, KC, the best team in the league, like, we consistently see, funnily enough, normally Yike extend leads, but they're laners as well. Today it is primarily the laners as Kana. 1,200 gold up, that Black Sleeve coming soon, Finn.
I mean, Kana as well got a pentakill. I think last time he played Caitlyn. It's one of his comfort picks. Now with a 1.7k goal lead on the Caitlyn is very, very dangerous. And that range from Impressive Rooster.
Kana's going to get the tower in the meantime. Tempered Fate.
Dobro.
KC fighting on all
I
angles.
sad sve. Da.
Around a range of the turret shots as Yike is diving deep.
Kana na neku fori dalke umreće ovdje. To sam kažem i dalje živ, ali... Ki Rooster uzeo 2 i preživio. Jax i dalje igra.
I mean, KC make two plays at the same time. One top, one mid. The mid play very simple, very easy. Bartled in the trap. Classic, but the 2v2 on top doesn't go their way. I think Rooster played that very mechanically well. Kind of weaves in and out and will punish, but now Yehu is looking for Nuke here.
Really find a petrifying gaze dodge away from Nuke. Fancy feet, Noxious Blast as well. Gravity field, and there's the ulti too. Nuke actually playing very well. Yehu has been outstepped, outmanaged, and with a Ray down, Yehu trying to kite, but he's shut down.
Okay.
Nuke shouts at the screen, and fair enough, he's gonna die here. But that was class in a 1v1 solo kill.
And the KC comer to avenge the mid laner, but Nuke finds a really huge solo kill onto Yehu, who oversteps a little bit. Noxious Blast goes very wide in that trade. And Nuke kind of trying to be the beacon of light right now for Shifters. Keep in mind, Shifters need to win this series if they want to stay in the playoff race for themselves. Can still make it if they lose, but it will be very, very... No, they can't actually. I lied there.
Well, if they lose the series, they're done.
Yeah. So it's very important for Shifters that they win.
They have to win the series, no matter what. 2-1, 2-0, whatever.
Lucio, land the Bartle. It's just so simple on the trap. There's a reason you take Caitlyn and Bartle. Long range, easy setup from no matter how far away you are. But Milan on the top side, I don't know how Kana became so low. Because we start the replay here with him already being dead.
That was the turret shot, right? Because they did fight under the turret as Kana took it down.
Yeah, clutches it out. Now we're gonna watch this play.
Here we go, POV.
Just look at how he dodges all the Casio Qs. Dodges the first Casio Q. He has to play this so well to win this fight. Yehu goes for his play because he's so confident in his ability to stat check this Victor. But the fact that he dodges all those Qs and then gets this laser on for the final one. Small misplay from Yehu. He just laughs it off.
Oh yeah, Nuke, let it out, bro. It's been a tough split, and moments like that remind you like of some of the I guess the depth of skill that this team does have. That's why a lot of people are disappointed with Shifters, because you look at the players on paper and it should be a good team. Individually they're not bad, but the sum of their parts is not greater.
Yeah, I think Badius historically on his podcast said that he thought Shifters was going to be top 4 this split.
At the end of the last split, we saw them at the roadshow, Finn. They were good. As KC have started this Dragon, about the Herald fight, Cher's going to drop this to the back of the pit. Kana just jumps in. Eclipse shielding gives him a bit of leverage. Now for the knockup with the Herald. Dragon gets smited down in 3 for KC, but the engage has already started. Dredge line with the Crescent Guard, the flash in, Tempered Fate as well.
This is awkward.
Deep is Kana. He gets cleansed away, flashes out. Rooster can't find a further sun. Sheo comes in with a Vault Breaker. Finn called it awkward. I'll call it awkwarder. KC get away all alive as Shifters throw the Hail Mary.
They're happy they got a
5000 golda, ma da, ovo je samo doomed. Ovo je samo doomed, iskreno.
And ends up being between all the members as the only target. Did end up weaving out of that is very tanky for some reason. I did not think it was so tanky.
Vault Breaker, cease and desist. There it is, the flash immediate, but the whole of KC are there. Either Tilt or Sheo just thought we've got to send it. Bot turret will go down, but KC is still on the chase.
I mean, that's one of those plays where, like, if he doesn't have flash, I understand why you go for it. But when he has flash, you need to one-shot him in that initial burst of CC, or he will flash barrier out of there. So you need to be very confident when you go for a play like that all your damage dealers are in range, have their spells available. But just look, the shield goes really deep. Luke is a little bit far away. Paduk doesn't even reach this the way he goes. Doesn't even hit it with the Q from the Varus, and yeah.
I sad ga već i overextenduju i gube se na mapi. Mislim, i oni ga sad overforceju svakako.
When the CC chain falls apart, he will use flash out.
Yeah. So, bit of a whoopsie from Shifters.
Aleksandar Legendo desi, ne igra. Svaki dan imamo 2 best of 3 meča, ovo je drugi, pošto se prvi završio relativno brzo. I ovo nam je sad drugi best of 3 i to je to za danas, tako da... Ekipa G2 je odigrala dosta partija na startu, malo im je ostalo do kraja sezone. A od LEC imamo još sutra, i sutra će igrati G2 drugi game dana. Sutra će biti zabavan dan, imamo Navi Fanatic i to će biti baš nabadanje, borba za top 4, onda Giants i G2. To će biti drugi meč sutra. Tako da ako najviše G2 voliš da gledaš, oni su ti sutra negdje oko 7 sati, realno. Možda i malo kasnije, jer misli će biti 3 gema Navi Fanatic, ali vidjet ćemo još.
They've made mistakes this game, Casey. Like, they're not infallible, Finn. But the thing is, the mistakes they've made, while some of them have been egregious, hasn't really been that important because they're always making plays on the other side of the map, or they're always balancing it out, you know?
I mean, Casey's big mistakes this game has been making more than one play at a time.
Yeah,
like they're making one play made and one play top at the same time, so they don't have the members they need to actually make that play with a guaranteed positive ROI.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the mid play or Ye who just all-inning bot when they didn't really need to. It's just silly plays that they go for it because they're overconfident. But they are overconfident for a reason. They are dominating this game. 5k gold up now. Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes. We'll see if Shifters has any plans on contesting it. I think they definitely need to chain their CC on one of the carries. Khalid's flash probably will not be up in time. So that is definitely somewhere they could look. Maybe a Vi flank with a cease and desist or not result comboed with the Varus ult could be possible to lock down Kalist. And if he dies,
I like it.
If he dies, let's just erase his goal lead. It doesn't look that bad for Shifters anymore.
It doesn't.
It does look quite winnable. So a lot of eyes are on Kalist. He needs to kind of be the carry for KC, which he has been so many times. But if somehow Shifters will be able to lock him down and catch him, that is a venue.
I know how Finn. It's called mid.
Iskreno, Mato, jedva čekam. A bit će fora, mislim, kažem, stvarno što tog turnira tiče, samo se nadam da će se prijaviti što više ekipa. Baš sam ono u fazonu, volio bi da se prijave i low elo i high elo igrači, samo da imam neki proof of concept da na Balkanu može da se napravi nešto od e-sporta i dalje. Tako da to mi je najveća želja, znaš, samo da se što više ekipa prijavi. Naravno, najbolja ekipa će pobediti, najbolji će uzeti prize pool, sve to super, ali mi je samo poenta da ono sutra mogu da kažem napravio sam turnir i prijavilo se, ne znam, 100 ekipa. To bi mi bilo jako drago. Jer kažem, sutra prekostra koji god turnir da se pravi, mnogo je moćnije ako možda kažeš, vidi, prijavilo se, ne znam, 500 ljudi, 100 ekipa, šta god.
And Shifters really need to break the mold right now. They need to go fast on a side lane or just hard engage on mid to really break the setup from KC. You are behind in gold, you are behind in dragons. But if you give up this 4th dragon, you will just lose the game. But looks like, are they having topside right now? They are trying to do something. Congregating here on the mid wave as a 4-man.
Neću vam reći da je toliko bilo. Stvari vidjet će se što je najgore, ali dobro, nema veze.
Dragons up, the soul must be fought for.
Bius is Ocean. Ambessa bacat, Ambessa baca agro, TP. O da nije ni bitno dovoljno sa Heda mogo, jes. Kana ima ult napadaka. Neće, dobro. Kalist je odrubio glavu nuku iz jednog besika. Ne znam da li flipaju ovo, da li ima potrebe da flipaju iskreno. Stand pao, Sheo mora da umre samo, Jajk je ostao sam i grifaju Jajka. Baš grifaju Jajka, Jajk će da umre ovdje, ovaj Drake za shifter za užasno od Casey-a. Jako loše od Casey-a, ne znam šta rade ovdje. Ja, ovo je kukulele Casey šta radite.
Yeah, Casey is not immortal. They are not excluded from our mid lane throws. A fantastic hook from Stand. Finds Kalist without flash. Lucio does a miraculous performance here. Ults him instantly and then gives him an escape route, but now the backline is falling apart. Yehu got way too chunked on the sider and has to back up here and recall. He's not in his fight, it's pretty much a 4v5, and Kingston will outstack anyone, so Shifters find the only real avenue they could.
Ovdje ispadne ko odbici juče.
I thought we were still fighting, it's my bad.
Baš su se pogubili skroz. Sheo je u fazonu, free salary bro, free salary, realno free salary, pole me ovo.
Yeah. Contrast in jungle communication here.
Yeah, Yike was like, you know, sorry, they're having a quiet day here.
But yeah, we talked about it before the fight, right? The Kiris had no flash that fight.
Yeah.
Was the only real advantage for Shifters, and they found the only play they could to shut that down. Stan was the MVP of that team fight for me. Planning the hook on the Kalis was monumental.
True.
But you're not going to be able to get it again, because now he has flash, and Casey's goal lead has shrunk from 5k to 2.7. Still, have to be respected. I think Yehu has been quiet this game on the Casio, just had the early game push, but it will be tough to dive through. Nuke is the main carry of Shifters right now, and probably the man that's going to have to carry if Shifters are to make a comeback this game.
They're going to group mid. Stand again, sets it up. Mid tower's going to fall down. Sten went a little bit early, so that's an Ambessa roll in execution. Sten now dead. Shea win on top of Kana, who went deep.
Dobro. Kalist ne može da priđe da postavi trepove. A Viktor viktoruje. Oni će izgubiti game. Oni gube game. Ja ne mogu verujem. Rooster je lepo odigrao, ali generalno i Viktor je malo, nema više ograničenja, mislim. Ne, mislim da više nemaš limita. Mislim da su uklonili sve, ako se ne varam.
Three dragons to null, and we are now standing 5 minutes later in a game set that is very winnable for Shifters. Hook goes out, and he's just one shot. Stand is just one shot here. You can just disengage the fight now. You can just run away. The tempered fate was...
Viktor postaje veliki problem u ovim skirmišima također. Pogotovo kad krene da pomera ulti, to je onaj krucijalan trenutak. I ti ne igraš u ovo. Baš ne igraš u taj veliki Geostorm.
For some godforsaken reason, and it's just...
Oh my god, they're both doing it.
Well, in terms of decibel, I think Shifters are winning right now in the arena.
They are. Finn, KC have dropped one game this split. One individual game. You know who that was against?
G2.
That was against G2, the mighty G2. No one else has taken them to a game 3 at the very least.
I came into this game and I said I want Casey to be Gandalf. I want them to save us. I want them to come in here and show me the light that we can still play consistent League of Legends in Europe. But they have just proven me wrong. They've done the exact same thing as every other team in our region, and they can't stop.
Da, ali to ne mora da, mislim, ne mora da znači. Mnogo ekipa je dovelo LCK importe koji nisu radili dovoljno. Nije to toliko jednostavno. I njihov budžet je ogroman. Jer ti ako kod njima ne moraš daš neku bolesnu platu, ti dalje moraš da importuješ lika, što je jako skupo. Reši papire, reši mjesto gdje će biti svašta nešto, proces je baš. Nije toliko jednostavno, verujem.
Casey, game is now completely even. 300 goal lead, 400 goal lead for Shifters. You still are a good team, but you're gonna have to work twice as hard to win this game right now. Nuke is 2k gold up, and this Victor will get these Chaos Storm resets in team fights. If you go deep and you don't kill the Nuke, he will 1v9 the fight.
And he has no Seekers.
He has no Seekers, has Flash.
Yes.
But the thing is, Casey is not a dive comp. They're playing for the Caitlyn. Catalyst has been the carry this entire game, but every single team fight, it's the top lane squadron of Casey that just goes in super deep while Catalyst is standing there. Please, guys, can we just peel back and let me out attack? But no, Kana, Yike, and Ye have just been sending it for these last fights, and I think they really need to play more around Catalyst.
You know the Uruk-hai that has the torch? That's just like
Čuo sam Uruk-hai.
under the bridge. You know, he's trying to blow up the bridge. It's like as if, you know, Legolas, shoot him down. And they actually shoot him
10,
down.
12.
I mean, that's KC. They're just trying to send it. Now,
so Kalist is Legolas.
Kalist is Legolas.
Kalist je giga jak, iskreno. I Kalist zna da builda, to je isto cool.
If you're just tuning in and you're wondering why Shifters is doing so good.
Ne, pa dobro, ali onda moraš i coacha da imaš isto. To je fora. A i druga stvar je što mislim da bi da takvi igrači generalno, svi importi koji dođu, ušam da nađem pravu riječ, ali propadaju jako brzo. Kad su u Evropi. To ti je kao kad pošalješ recimo, kao kad Evropljani odu u Ameriku. Znaš. Kao kad dođe igrač iz Evrope i ode u Ameriku i on u Americi propadne. I to se dogodilo mnogim evropskim talentima. Odu u NA i tamo samo propadnu. Tako EULCS kad dođe u Evropu samo propadaju. Mislim, koji je Kana bio GOAT i koliko sad se utopio samo ostatak top lanera evropskih.
I'm pointing at Zhonya's while you're saying that. The ability to dive and follow up with a Vi. Rooster has that. Rooster's actually quite strong.
I will
as
say
well.
buying Sonya's against Caitlyn never feels good because you're just getting trapped.
You're on a trap. I mean, that's also true, right?
Yeah.
But I guess it depends on the context.
If you can stall out, so you have your Counter-Strike available directly when you come out of Sonya's, sure, if you time that well. But yeah, it's a good buy from Rooster. I think you have to buy Sonya's, but you have to be very careful about how you use it against the Caitlyn, just because.
Good point. Tempered Fate. Paddock, good sidestep, was it? He gets shot by Kalist. And in fact, now that Booster's got that down, as we look towards top lane, Rooster in a 1v1 that becomes a 1v2. He's
Ne žuti, evo, chillamo uz lec. Posle ćemo gledati neki film s Patreonima i tako. Rajla radi posao. Sve na Nuka. Casio mrtva. Jajk pokušava da nađe nešto. Kalist ima free DPS i ovo jedan kill.
It's Paddock who escapes, burning that summoner instead. Sten might have to do the same. His flash down as well. It looked good for Shifters again, but Kalist came in and said, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, Kalist decides playtime is over. He wants to kill the enemy Nexus. He wants to end this game fast so he can get a quick 2-0 on the day. Is the man to step up. I think he hit more out-attacks in that team fight than he hit all the other team fights combined.
Yeah.
He was actually able to out-attack. Shio went quite deep into Kana, but the fact that they send it so hard on Kana as we watch the pro view of Kalist here.
1, 2.
Okay, you can count that all out-attacks what I used to commentate. Yeah, so the Viking's out, but here he's just completely untouched. He just walks through the Chaos Storm, traps down onto the Zhonya's, super easy. And it's not just him, Yike is here as well.
Caitlyn,
This is how it looks when the front line of
Caitlyn je jako.
for Caitlyn to be able to out-attack. Every single team fight the case is lost. It's because someone goes way too deep, and Caitlyn can't follow either because they're out of range, or because there's a Nautilus Vi on her, or because there's a Jax from the flank angle. You need to look at where your AD carry is. If you're engaged, if you're playing tanks, you're playing melee champions, you need to look where your carries are. Because if you're just going in, eating damage for free, you are not actually making good plays usually.
These are words to live by. Everyone listening right now should absorb that. As Kalist got the uptime, game could be
Iskreno, ja ne znam više kod. Ali ne mogu verujem da Casey nije prestompovo Shifterze. Mislim, i G2 je malo klimovo izgleda u njih, ali opet. Kozak ovdje juntal 5. item. Da šokira Mišić.
Nuke does not have anything like a Zhonya's or anything that can stagnate the game for him. He's got a needlessly large.
I don't think he can afford it.
You think he has to go damage?
I think he is the guy right now that needs to go full damage. If Nuke starts buying Zhonya's, I think Shifters loses the ring condition. He needs to just go full damage.
Ja se slažem. Da, upravo je ovaj drugi komentator. Pogotovo što u Caitlyn Barda mislim da zonja baš nije najbolja. Mislim možda zonjaš Bard ulti da osetuješ timing, ali mislim da ni to nije baš optimalnija stvar.
Had a whole segment about Yikes individual gold leads, but today it is Kalist. I feel like this split has definitely been Kalist, but obviously Yikes a bigger news story.
Kalist right now trying to ascend to become John LEC and take this game into his hands. Baron spawned. Dragon is up in 25 minutes. I don't think Case is going to look towards the Baron. I think they're just hovering slightly so they can then move into the Soul. Can also give this Dragon and just rush Baron and because they like Shifters won't get sold if they get this Dragon right, but they have to kind of deny them the soul, so they're just congregating in the top side. Started Baron 2-man with Kalist and Yike.
Stepping up aggressively, Finn Busio has that ulti, and there are no summoners available here outside of Sheo. Yehu's gonna face check. Rooster's there, that's an easy stun. Tempered Fate, a little bit too late. Yehu's down 5 versus 4. Kana jumps in, but under a trap, the beauty of...
Ma da, i Kalist pozicija, gledajte. Little tempo razvijen. Kalist živje, ja mislim. Jeste. Nije, ali nema veze. Ima veze. 3 za 3 na kraju. Malo laki za Kalista, popio je Chain CC.
His ulti's not up and available, nor is the flash, so Rooster will get out. Both top laners live, but they finally got Kalist.
But the Varus is going towards the Dragon. Okay, we're not going to see it. Yehu just walks up and getting one shot here. I'm not sure what he's doing. That's not the place you want to be. This fight is a 4v5 for KC, and somehow they bring it back. A great two-man stun by Busio sets up the play for Mac and Kalist. But Rooster and Nuke, the solo laners of Shifters that we are praising frequently, step up this fight. Look at Nuke's damage. And now Rooster, with a perfect counter-strike that comes off cooldown, is able to pick up Kalist and get a big gold in.
Rabadon's, you said, he's going the path that Finn suggested. No Zonyas, he needs to be the damage threat. Rabadon, not going to be picked up, he does have TP, but I mean, Shifters need to get nearby Finn. They're going to spot this out. Baron contest begins.
Yeah, look at the flashes. All flashes are up and available except for Busio. It's going to be a very volatile fight.
Yeah, who's spotted? Grounded on the Jax is good. Busio going to be engaged upon death charge on him. Sheo goes in. What the hell?
Dobro? KC, ljudi, pa morate Worlds da igrate. Ljudi, ne može Nautilus na kralja Barona. Ne, ovo je samo užas.
Just killed Kana. They got 4 up. They got the Baron. KC are going to lose their second ever game of the split, Finn.
They're going to take the Nexus. They're going to go for Nexus. They're going to... Shifters, the undefeated... No, Shifters the defeated has defeated the undefeated KC. And are marching on the Nexus. Yehu can only stand there and watch 1 versus 4. Can he do it?
He's
No.
dead. Shifters are going to beat KC in game 1. I want to sing Euphoria right now. I just want everyone to understand that our region right now is a confusing mess.
We are witnessing history right now. KC ends up losing the game.
Mata Cashinuje život.
They have a lot in common, but we're gonna send it to Sideland with Nuke and Drankus.
Shut up, man, you guys talking about Nuke.
Ne. 10 minuta pauze i ja ne verujem šta se događa. Casey mora da vine ovu seriju. Si možda i ne mora, već su onako sigurni da će biti prvi. Jer imaju pobedu protiv G2-a.
Obviously, yeah, I'm happy with the first game. I hope we can take the full BO. Would be really great. Yeah.
Ali dobro, pauzica 10 minuta i vraćamo se nazad sa Gamerovi 2.
In an interview that I got on stage, because you guys were losing your minds. I didn't expect you to be right back to PR mode the second I brought you up here.
No, yeah, we'll keep the same, and we will do some crazy stuff, but only if we win.
All right. Fair enough. Not counting anything. No chickens before they hatch. Fair enough. You can head back to your team, man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Look, it was a crazy game. I'm stunned. Even if he is not stunned, boys, I am completely stunned.
I'm just gonna repeat what they were all saying. They're like, ah, what the hell just happened? It was insane.
How is that man so calm? Like, that was the most insane ending to a game. Nautilus steals a Baron. KC have to keep fighting. Like, look at these reactions. Like, they were so invested in it. And well deserved. Like, holy crap, shifters. That was great.
Listen. When you're 0-6, the easiest thing to do is not to win, but to win against the rank 1 team in the league, because no one expects you to, and there's no pressure on yourself, and usually the teams will, the best teams will always, oh my god, the best teams will always choke against the worst, you know, statistically placed team in the league.
Love that, everything that you said.
Thank you.
Some of those words are hard, but sometimes
English is hard, guys.
It's true, and sometimes a picture is worth more than words, or in this case, a replay. Let's take a look at that Baron one more time, because everything that we could have possibly wanted to talk about has gone out the window, and we see moments like this.
So he misses the hook, and then all of a sudden he just waddles and E flashes. Wait. How?
Is it the
Nautilus ult?
I think it's the
Nautilus ult. It's because Casey walked the ulti back into Baron.
Can we just roll it again? Please roll it again. I want to see who takes the Nautilus ult.
I think it's Yike.
Back in, because
I'm sorry to our replay operator, but we need to roll it back.
Follow the Nautilus ult. There it goes.
It's Kana.
Oh my god. Kana, you solo lost the game. You're griefer. Oh my god.
We were looking for our scapegoat, and I think we found him.
It's that guy.
It was that guy. Look.
Insane.
I can't believe it.
I'm shook, but there was technically a path to winning this game that is more complicated than just, and a lot of
I think that was pretty much the path.
It is pretty much. Nuke deserves so much credit.
Yes.
But before we talk about him, let's take a look at the Dragon fight, because this really was the moment where it felt like this game is turning. Finally, shifters have turned the tide, because at the start of this game, it looked doomed. They looked out. Kalist had a 4,000 gold lead. It feels like almost the entirety of this game, but they still managed to make this fight work.
Well, Yike said it himself. I think it was there when the voice com says, "We're like, oh, I thought we can keep on fighting." The Bard ult was great to separate. I thought that once the cosmic, whatever the portal name is, it goes through, it feels like it's, once the engage fails on the side against KC, they're fine, but it just felt like the story, or like all of these fights for KC were, oh, I thought we could win. Oh, I thought we could do this. And it just felt like, oh, all of a sudden they're getting caught off guard. Shifters is outscaling them, and Nuke is a complete demon.
And I think it was Nuke outplaying Yahoo pretty consistently, which was the main factor.
Yeah.
Like, even in that fight that we saw, it was, I focused on Kalist, but it's Nuke just rinsing through
so much space in that
on the top side, right? And then makes it impossible. And then here in the side lane, he's dancing on him right now.
Pure cokiness.
Like, completely sidestepping everything, knows exactly what he's capable of. And this is a Nuke that is so fun to see. Like, a Nuke has a demon in him, and when he lets it loose on the Rift, he's such a joy to watch.
Obnoxious request. Production, we need to see it one more time, because one of those noxious blasts in Narnia, bro. I don't know what Yahoo was thinking. This man is shook. This man is dizzy. He is throwing poison where no one has ever stood in their entire life.
You see it exactly the moment he realizes, oh.
Boom.
Well, that's the first one. Okay, this one is a bit close, but the next one is like, oh.
This one's good. So we're fine, right? You know, Nuke absolutely styling. Wait for this next one. Wait for this next one. This is the icing on the cake. Let's go. Man at that point is like the only
I'm stressing. If I was there, I'm sweating. The Victor is he's completely zooming around me, running circles, and I'm like, oh, well, now I just came into this play with so much cockiness, so much ego. Now I'm about to get outplayed.
I want to be clear. I'm like a 50 APM gamer at best. I'm not trying to throw too much shit on Yahoo. It's a crazy moment. Nuke deserves a lot of praise. I am not out here trying to tell anyone that I would do better either, Odo. That is a tough moment. And credit to Nuke for dodging everything.
For Nuke as well, because so much of the conversation this this split has been Yahoo entering into competing for those top 2 spots in the best mid laner in the league. Nuke just styled on them. And I think this sets up incredibly well for the next couple of games, because already we were looking at like this solo lane in the mid lane going well for them. I also think Rooster had a fantastic time in the top lane as well in the other solo lane. And suddenly what has been like a core win condition for KC in those solo lanes isn't working anymore.
But exactly, but on the side of Nuke, this has been prime Nuke. This has always been the story of him, where at the times where he's the best, or in his best form, he's contending for those top spots, but we don't see that too often of him. But I really want him to just show me one more of this game. Just one more of this game. take down KC, just sing the Cinderella story to have shifters take them down, and it will be absolute peak redemption.
And I will say that this is one of the tragic things about League of Legends and esports and kind of the fandoms that we've cultivated is people have such short-term memory. Yeah. If someone has been performing bad, it's like they've always been bad. But Nuke has, at multiple points in his career, been a top 3 mid laner in this league against very, very good competition. And so seeing him deliver on that form, and if you're skeptical, I get it, because we've seen the rest of the split for shifters. It's fair to doubt. But to see it again, to see that return to form, honestly, it's so nice, because this is a guy who's been grinding, and that 06 scoreline's going to haunt him, but this is the kind of performance you can really hang your hat on.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I've always had a fondness for Nuke back when he was on BDS, because you'd have these insane performances, like the Tristana that would pop off multiple times, where he was soloing killing caps on that pick, the Victor, games on the Azir, like, he has a plethora of champions that he's able to bring out, where you can just absolutely take over in a game, and for a man who used to be considered like a 2 to 3 trick player, it is incredible to see the growth from him.
Okay, final question. This is a tough one.
Okay.
We're already getting side selections, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know how important that is for the game upcoming. Is this a success shifters can replicate?
Oof. Well, it's weird because the answer is yes and no, because you see this very often from shifters where they walk into mid-game with people having good individual leads and they can, you know, clutch out the game, but more often than not, we see them break their faces and not do it. So the fact that they do it against KC makes me say yes, but I've seen enough of them in the past to say no.
I personally think that the solo lanes are being matched. I think Rooster did a great job against Kana. I think we've already got Nuke, who's beaten out Yehu in the mid lane. If that continues to work, that's 2 of the big factors for KC. This could very easily be shifters finding their way to get a win over KC.
This is crazy. KC, as of yet, undefeated in series. Shifters yet to win a series, and Shifters could be the first team to hand KC a loss this season. We'll find out if they can do it after the break.
I feel like this room is kind of cute.
I feel like you're kind of cute, Jake.
Me? Thank you.
Play mid. Why no flash? No flash? What?
He did a thing.
Yeah, looking good, looking good. Can be good, can be good. I'm with. Give me a second. Look at me, Gate is far, yeah. We need help, maybe. No flash, no flash, kid. No flash. Okay, nice.
Ben! KC lost the Baron! The Chaos Storm is in the middle. Booster's getting chunked down. He's going to get a reset. Rooster goes in for the stun. Yeti is dead. The Storm might go in this. Shifters are going to win the game. How the freaking hell did Stan steal the
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can call it.
We're back after shifters, 1-game-1. A Nautilus ult, as Finn said on the cast, who's joining me here, is what stole Baron. I think the analyst also said kind of sold out the play, but you know what? KC were a little bit dizzy. That top side of the map was barbaric with some of the plays. And today has just been a roller coaster of emotions. If you're a fan of the LEC and this region, you don't know who's going to win. Admit it. You have no clue. Look, even, bro, we get smiled at by Shay. He knows it's a barbaric day for League of Legends as we get into Game 2 draft.
I mean, if you know who's gonna win a game of League of Legends in our region, you're a better analyst than me, because I have no idea what's happening right now. KC in that game definitely, I think, flew a little bit too close to the sun. Their wax wings fell off, and
the Icarus, are they?
Yeah, they're Icarus. They're just making silly plays. I don't know what to say. They're constantly making two plays at the same time, and I think they will now re-enter now with this game 2 with a new mindset, hopefully. Just a little bit more discipline in KC is what I would like to see.
Yep.
And just know that no enemy is defeated before the game is played.
Wise words never been spoken. Finn Jarvan's gone, Oriana's gone. It does feel like still we could have a Rumble opener here. Jace is also taken off the board, which maybe is better for today that Roos doesn't get that, considering the chases we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's Rumble, there's Lucian and Milio.
Yep.
There is still Syndra.
Jin, Ezreal, by the way, on bot, I think also take contest. You mentioned Syndra. Oriana is banned, but Syndra into a lot of our mid-lane mages still exists. The Anivia Rise matchup, Finn, is also there. The shifters thinking what playmaking they can pull out first. That's a Lee Sin block.
A Lee Sin first pick is fundamentally, I think, not a good pick, but it is a sign of a strong confidence. Shio is saying, pick me, Lee Sin. I'm gonna make some magic. I will be your little wizard this game, and I will take you for a ride. No, I do think that there are a lot of good jungle matchups into Lee Sin. Lee Sin is very strong as an early game skirmisher, but as the game passes on, the amount of execution you need to make yourself useful is very high.
Right.
You need to get like some really good flanks, need to find some miracle kicks, because your base kit just isn't that useful compared to something like a Xinqiao, Jarvan, Vi, Pantheon. Anything that can just click on enemy champions and CC them easily. So it will be the Ezreal response from KC. You could pair it with a Karma later on free, or just drop support, because there are many supports you can do with Ezreal. I think then Nivea.
Like you pointed about supports with Ezreal, I mean, we can get engaged. We've seen things like Nautilus, obviously that's taken off the board, but like Leona, Rel also exists. This is a quick change. There's that Neferi, which this split Yike hasn't played, but again, we've seen enough Kiana from him that like the dynamic is, let's snowball Yike, let's take over the game. Lee Sin versus Neferi is a game 2 where we're sitting.
Yeah, I mean it's
I evo nas nazad, ja se nadam da vam nisam puno nedostajao. Ali smo spremni za drugi game ove serije koje će ići u 3 gema i KC koji će izaći kao pobednik na kraju. Mislim, skripta je već napisano odavno, tako da ja sam samo tu da da vam ispričam šta i kako.
That's exactly what Shiftus has done. They picked the Rel to support the Lee Sin to make sure that, sure, we won't have a hard engage from our jungler, but we're gonna get it from somewhere else. So securing that from the bot lane. Holding my breath right now because it's not gonna be it. It's gonna be like a cork or something.
Or an AD carry.
Or an MF, maybe? It's gonna be an MF, yeah.
Okay.
Locked in by...
MF, da, oni baš hoće izgube.
And it's MF is a strong laner. She's one of those AD carries that can contest Ezreal in lane.
Oni baš speedrunuju lose.
Has high base damage. She has everything an AD carry wants, except for one crucial tiny little detail. She has no escape. She is very static. She cannot move. She cannot get away if there's an Neferi diving her. So she needs either to be a fantastic positionally aware AD carry, or you need a really good team to peel you from the enemy carries.
Well, there's no dive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing as well. With no mobility, well, if there's mobility on the other team, that always becomes an issue. As Ryze does get the 3rd pick here for KC, they're going to get rid of the Anivia counter matchup. Finn, is it worth banning things like the Alistar into the Rel, or like anything else that can kind of disengage or do a better job than the Rel here? Lucy has played a lot.
I would rather Shifters try to set up Rooster's blind pick than take away support from Lucia right now. I don't think Ezreal really cares whose support he has. There's like a million different supports that work well with Ezreal. You can go in any direction you want to. Don't want to see a Karma Neferi again. I've seen that before in LEC. I don't like the combination of a Karma support with Ezreal and Neferi, because I just feel like Karma and Neferi is like anti-synergy. I really want some kind of hard engage from Lucio this game. But still, it's gonna be the Olaf ban, once again trying to set up. When you have immobile carries, you have the MF. If there's an Olaf diving you, it's a no bueno. It's not fun at all to play. Meanwhile, KC just taking away these really...
KC sam imao bolji draft, nisu ni završili draft, već im je 6 puta bolji draft.
Really good at keeping Ryze out of the laning phase and making it hard for him to impact the fights. So, I imagine we're gonna see support pick here by Boosio on 4. Alistar is an option. It's a good option. Leona.
I was going to say Leona versus MF always felt like historically it did well, considering long range engage to stop.
Leona looks fantastic here for KC, honestly. It gives them everything they want. Good laning phase, good follow-up, good skirmishing.
Fantastic Leona.
Alistar is also fine. It's a little bit more... It's a little bit better individual matchup against Rel, I think, but it's a little bit harder to impact the team fights in the same easy manner. Like MF's ulting, use Leona ulter. Alistar needs to commit a lot deeper than Leona. She's like the only, together with Nautilus, which is why they've been meta for so long, they're like the engage support with non-committal engage, which is very, very relevant.
Veruješ u MFRL-a?
Because you don't always want to throw your body in there.
Gle, ja... Mislim, za KC nije nužno bitan meč, jedino je to kao neki argument.
Okay, cards on the table, Shifters, what is it going to be? Up against this Ryze, we need a matchup. You said setting up blind pick top. Well, they did do that with the Vayne and the Olaf ban, and that's going to open up for a Gnar here.
See where Nuke goes into Ryze. I'm thinking he does like the Talia. It's one of his better champions. He also goes something like an Ahri if you want to go very, very crazy and just skirmish heavy, but it's gonna be the Talia, okay. So kind of what you got for me. What do you have for me? Counters into Gnar. Let me just start rambling.
Please.
Akali,
TF, you're fine.
Are very
TF, you're fine.
TF is something he has played. It's pretty difficult, I think, to play TF against Talia, just because you can't really play side as easily. Like Talia is one of the best mid laners hovering Gnar.
TF je legitimno fajn ovdje ako hoćete ga igraju.
Whenever TF steps up. And I'm not sure if what volatility is what you want right now for KC after that game 1, but it will be the TF. It's a confidence lock-in. It's a good matchup for TF in lane. Outranges now early game, has that gold card, just lock him down, out-attack reset, just stack that E passive and just go for short bursty trades. And obviously the Destiny Gate, just so useful. TF, Rise, it's a textbook 1-3-1 comp for KC. They want to play 1-3-1, leave Astral on mid. Maybe you can play 3-1-1 where like Nafiri and Leona is hovering a side lane. Meanwhile, the other guys is playing by himself. But in general, they're gonna be focusing on the side waves a lot. Over to shifters, team fights. You have Wombo combo, you have Bronzodia, MF Rel. You want the enemies to be on the same space, and then you want to press your R buttons, and then you want to kill them. With Megan R, Rel ult, MF ult, and you have the Talia to kind of block the 1-3-1. Talia is losing side lane, but she can hover the Gnar to kind of empower him.
That sounds simpler, right? Like you can have more tools, plus when you get the setup of 5v5, it is just easier to press buttons and go.
Yes, but we haven't gotten to the jungle yet. They have Lee Sin, so they have two sources of real playmaking. It's the Rel, which is easy playmaking. You press your ultimate button, you have hard engage. You have Lee Sin, who can either be very useful or very useless. We saw a Lee Sin game today from Kanavi over in the LCK, HLE versus T1, where he just completely popped off on this champion. And I think a lot of LEC players probably watch those games like that. I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm like Kanavi. So Shio wants to see if he can have the same impact. And definitely for me the player to watch, because he has the most volatile game state out of anyone on this game.
He was volatile in the Vi game 1. So as Finn, I mean, it's been a long day, sir. You almost collapsed over with your headset. That's okay. It has been a volatile game. A volatile day. Volatile game 1 was my meaning. Game 2, it seems like shifters have made an easier composition, but KC are first for a reason.
Ne znam, jedina stvar koja mi pada na pamet je da KC-u nije nužno bitno da odini ovaj game ili ne. Tako da verovatno malo više chillaju, ali opet mislim da izgubiti onu prethodnu partiju je poprilično loše u bilo kom svijetu. Da li mi je stalo do pobjede ili nije u ovom gameu, nije, onaj game baš nisu smjeli da izgube.
That's one. Right. The TF will be pushing in top. That's 2.
Okay.
Astra Leona could very possibly be pushing in bot lane. That's 3. That's 3 pushing lanes.
3.
And if there's any jungler, I think this plays well. Oh, hello.
Flash Shield of Daybreak gets to cleanse out Babusio, now doesn't have Flash. Won't matter because he will have Zenith played up as level 2 crest over, or at least level 3 at the very least. Nuke just stands his ground, so Yehu doesn't get that overload damage. While we look at mid. Threaded volley. Going to be ranged out by Yehu as...
The bot lane push still very contested. Might
hello.
End up going over.
Yeah. Good damage down. Crash down away. Aftershock just adds extra layers of damage and makes you kind of invulnerable, especially as a Leona who, once you get 3 with that Golden Eclipse, will add so much resistance.
Yeah, so both junglers are spotted. A lot of pings going out here onto Yike, and Yike just pinged out enemy topside jungle. Didn't really expect Lee Sin to go for base, but yeah, they know about...
Keku malo bolji start nego prošli game. Prošli game je malo više batina dobio na početku, ali u Viktora je također, tako da mi toga.
It's a tough matchup early. Has some CS lead though, so not going too bad for him as he'll tip it back. It's Kana already 300 gold up, is probably stacking away. Wooster will be able to catch that. And also gold leads when you play TF, pretty fake.
Yeah.
Pretty fake.
Constantly walking out of lane with like a 1k gold lead.
Ne znam, to morate vi se dogovoriti.
Passive that gives you +6, or you roll a die.
Yeah, you roll a die every last hit.
+3. That's 10 gold extra, Finn.
I na kraju Rooster promašio sve. Kako je ovaj decision making u last hitovanju, nema veze.
AD in top, like the on hit is important with lethal tempo. Is there ever any case where you pick up the cash grab rune? As Busio's just seeing Sten for now.
Cashback is kind of a luxury.
Not cashback, sorry, you know what I'm trying to talk about. I'm forgetting the name.
First strike?
Yeah, first strike because my brain is cooked.
You can go first strike, but the thing, lethal tempo is so good on TF as a damage rune. I think you're losing out a lot of damage when we're fighting.
Crash down, flash. Sten regrets that. He sees an Ezreal in the highlight reel, and there you go, first blood for KC. They get numbers on Stand, and the rest of the shifters can't commit.
Yeah, Shio gets the top crab and wants to contest the bot crab as well, but it's a little bit greedy. Tells Sten to come and show up, but now Yike will be the one looking at his Raptors. Smites are available.
This is a Leona, remember. The dueling power already from support, great. The CC chain even better. Safeguard away, flick back is nice. He's got some resistances though. You've just flicked him back into Sheo, who has to flash away. Now Nuke's in trouble. Sonic Wave taken. Sheo's trying to be fancy.
Sheo, okej, ne znam što sam ward hopovao, ja nema veze.
Get the dogs down. The roam moves in from Paddock, who's getting some damage of his own, makes it rain, and you're right, dead is Yahoo. Shifters commit, stick around for a little bit longer. Now the scuttle will go to Sheo.
It was a long extended bait from Sheo. Now he gets the crab. The real objective. Yahoo ends up going down.
Big.
No summoners. And yeah, it's a little bit greedy. I think they stay around for a little bit too long. I think the moment they flash out there from Sheo comes out, I think you need to just leave as KC. Paddock has that extra movement speed on the MF passive, so he's able to rotate very fast to that fight and ends up being the difference maker. Setting up the shove from Nuke with his own make it rain slow.
The only problem is, Finn, teams that have looked good early game today haven't been able to see it all the way through.
Yeah, I'm not sold anyway.
Early game's bait today. You don't want to win early game.
Early game is cosmetic.
Shifters need to tone it down a bit, okay? Lose a little bit more gold. Obviously, the gold lead is KC's because of top lane, but Sheo can't get too far ahead, otherwise they will lose this game.
That's the problem with TF, right? Because you're always going to get ahead in gold.
So KC, you know, like, they can't help losing the game because TF's going to have a gold lead.
Yeah, it's tricky. Already has the play that still gets pick up, I think is really good. Makes it really hard for Nar to find any sort of extended all-in with multiple hyperprocs. Just will go in for the short trades. That's really what TF wants. And the only real thing you need to pay attention to as TF versus Nar is just dodge the boomerang. If you dodge the boomerang, you're good. If you get hit by it, hurts a little bit.
Okay.
So rushing the boot is definitely aligning with that goal. Busio has Hex Flash.
Look at the wave, Finn.
I'm looking.
It's a bit of a treat here for KC right now, isn't it?
Ja sam mislio će Busio da ide se trada. Bio sam u fazonu da se bije.
He can face check the brush and make it safer so that Paddock should try and get this push out.
Yeah, Lee Sin is going to show now. If they knew where Lee Sin was before that, I think they could have looked for an all-in. But look at the river right now for Shifters. It's bright as a morning sunrise. And they see everything what's happening there. And KC, for them, it's very dark. So they don't really want to find an all-in unless they know where Sheo is. Because if he's there, this is going to be a free kill for Lee Sin.
Yeah.
So now Yike has decided to rotate down towards the bot side.
Nice sentence blade. There is a cleanse here from Paddock. They're not able to get it out on the KC 2v2. Just simply a bit of damage. Busio continues making these trades. Kalist up 500 gold. The lethal tempo Ezreal is once again in a good spot. I mean, Kalist has been playing well this split. I think Kalist overall...
Ooh, this is not a dragon start, Yike. You have to really get out of there. Your bottom wants to recall. You can't start this dragon just yet. He has a tier.
As well as Kalista's been, you're right. It's that tier damage that's going to come back and bite them a little bit. Sten moved up. Sheo at level 6. Now there is Yike. Needs to get blue to get that same level up advantage. And Pickaxe also here on the jungler from KC. Looking for mid.
-1.
Nuke is okay. And yeah, missing. Well, we've watched a lot of cannons being missed so far, Finn.
Yeah.
Sad, isn't it?
Sheo will be the one starting up this dragon now, sneaking it a little bit, knowing that there's a vision gap for KC. The little, what is it called? The little lights that just gives way too much vision for no reason.
Pa vidjet ćemo, znaš šta je fora, da li će oni biti dovoljno grupisani da Real možda ih poklopi je pitanje. Oni jure ovo. Ajoj, dobro. Ovo je Tivan Mufel, tako je. Dobro, Lee kick. Real maši Q. Busio ide da se trejda. Nema veze, Lona je. On je živ. On nije živ. Nije ni Kehu živ. To šta se događa s KC-em?
Let's fight as Paddock dies at the back end of the fight. 7 in the hole in this 8-minute game, and the bot lane is where we make blood.
And you look at the repeat, his fantastic performance from game 1 on his Talia right now. 2-0-2, being the difference maker in that fight. Rotates down before, or not before, but together with Ye, who ends up finding the kill onto Ezreal as we reach this fight. Here, we're going to look from his POV. It looks a little bit sketchy now that Leona goes in, and Sheo sees the opportunity to go super deep. Just maybe thinking he's going to get the Triumph proc to kind of live that, but here the commit is super simple from Nuke, and now there's just a Rise here with no HP. It's just super easy for him, and extending his own goal lead is going to be monumental, because when you have a Talia, never mind.
Kali ima flash, ali on je okej. Mislim nije okej, će biti dive-ovan. Oh, nice od Shea. Što ljudi flashuju kad ih Lee Sin pogodi s Q-om? Jako bizarno.
Shifters are kind of owning KC.
And you see how much confidence they're playing with. Nuke is always hovering every single play. They know that if KC wants to fight back, the Talia will be there and ready to respond. Yehu is now pushing in mid, trying to get some kind of a lead back. But with only Swiftness boots, he doesn't have a lot of combat stance to contest with the Mercs and Lost Chapter of Nuke. And this is the player to watch as Destiny Gates goes out, but it's just towards just to go back to his own lane and get some minions, not the ult you want to use.
Yeah. I think a sigh of relief when Shifters see that ulti's use a lane. Look at the wards, Finn. They're like, let's kill top again. Kana. Oh dear. See Rooster, Meganar coming, gold card, but Sheo is here as well. Dead. In melee range, this is easy. Rooster will survive and Sheo will take the kill. 4-1 on his Lee Sin. We said it was risky, Finn. Sheo took that challenge.
It was so risky, but Sheo right now 4-1-1. 500 gold up onto the Neferi of Yike. With the Thunder Sky now completed from base. He's in a fantastic spot. The mid jungle of Shifters, Nuke and Sheo, who's played together for so many years on BDS, are looking to be the two players to carry this game back into 2-0 for Shifters.
It's so frustrating because it is at the end of the split that Shifters look amazing. The stakes are taken off, and granted, yes, Shifters, they have a really low percentage to make playoffs, but they win this series, they're still in the discussion. They can still move to 3 wins.
Mislim da oni moraju da vinuju sva 3 vina i da bude ono four-man tiebreak ili tako nešto. Što mislim da je... Mislim možda, ko zna, ne znam.
And Shifters suddenly play better.
I mean, you saw it in game 1, they were just laughing, screaming, bawling, howling after every single play. And it feels like they're just out here to play some League of Legends. They don't care about anything else. And that's, I think they look so liberated right now. His first dragon goes over to KC, but the goal lead needs to still increase in favor of Shifters if they are to win this game. Kalist, 1.1k gold up over Parak is still a threat to you need to respect.
Well, Kalist ahead again. The chance for KC comes down to him as Kana has lost a lot of his gold lead to those 2 ganks. Rooster now confident to step up a little bit more as well. Merc trades in hand, so gold card affecting the Gnar less and less. There's dragons coming up in 4:30. That was just taken beyond our eyes of KC finding bot, or at least finding their way back in.
I mean, if KC could shut down Nuke right now, it would be massive.
It would.
To kind of deny his permanent wave push. He doesn't have flash for circa 45 seconds.
Yep.
Being able to pressure him before that is up would be ideal, but doesn't look like he's going to give them the angle. We'll just respect that attempt from Busio and Yike. Now suddenly you see it's Shifters grouping up. 3-man strong.
Didn't you say something about the Talia being able to leverage the ulti against something like a Twisted Fate or like side lanes?
I mean, the good thing about the Talia in a game like this is that KC has a 1-3-1 comp. They need to play on side lanes to be able to win the game. And Talia is sort of the best mid laner, together with TF, at covering your own solo laners. Like if Gnar is pushing out deep, Talia can just sit behind them and go for a 2v2, because they are not weak in a 2v2, they're weak in a 1v1.
Isto, Varp, ista priča.
Or even. I do think that
Ali KC ovaj game baš grifaju. Mislim, kažem, s jedne strane Shifters imaju malu šansu da odu u playoff. KC je već garantovo prvo mesto, tako da kapiram da njima ono nije... Znaš, ne nosi toliku težinu sve to.
And on back of Yike and Kalist.
It's going to take a lot for this game for KC to, and obviously, you know, they're not behind in gold, but like remember, a lot of that lead is either coming off Kalist or it's coming off Kana's passive. As Busio's moving into position, trying to find something here as the Leona control will place down, and he can't walk into that yet.
Yeah, he's going for an extended lane gank, and the Mercs from Rooster will make that pretty hard. And while he's sitting top, just looking for a play, Shifters have decided to go in, but Yike steals it.
Yeah, 30 HP I think it was after Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
So execution not used. And blue buff maintained here. Yike still has a CS lead, but to be fair, Sheo has been very busy killing.
Yeah, but we need to see it translate into something more concrete for Shifters. Just now, it's kills on the scoreboard, but the gold is still in favor of KC. Sure, they have a TF, but Kalist is accelerating his gold lead. 1.5k gold ahead as Padak just finished his AD carry quest. Means that's not really a factor.
Phase check, Busio. Flick back. On-threaded volley. He's tanky enough to absorb.
Da li shiftersi mogu da vine? Mislim, imaju 4 kila na Lisinu, što je daleko od optimalnog. TF će skelati ko budale isto kao i Rise. A shiftersi opet nemaju neki ogroman lead. Da, KCU je bukvalno šta god, njima je nebitno.
If he can get his Kraken Slayer now on his base, I think it would be a lot better for him.
Is he gonna have to ult this again?
Yeah, most likely he's gonna ult back top here. Doesn't feel amazing. He's gonna run. He's gonna keep the ult. Some people would ghost lane there.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people. No shame in that.
He didn't ghost though, did he ghost? I mean, you can't tell till it's run out, can you?
No, you can. He didn't ghost, he just walked back. Probably missed the cannon, but that's all good as he's saving his combat summoners and his ult to make plays.
The Herald, right? 30 seconds.
But Rooster has the Triforce, so I think Rooster's very comfortable in its matchup. Is, in my opinion, winning in 1-1, assuming he doesn't misplay it.
Yep.
Especially if that boomerang hits, it's very hard winning for the Mininar. Hard part is sometimes getting onto the TF as Meganar, as the jump range isn't that long when he can just gold card you. Yeah, I can Busio linking up right now, trying to get control over the banana bush, because the Herald is the next objective on the menu. Yehu, this 1-1 didn't go well for you last game.
No, it's not. And again, Finn, I mean, Nuke is up 20 CS, and with teleport advantage there, with a Realm Warp that is not going to go far enough.
Yeah, Casey don't want a full-on fight here, because Nuke will be there, and Yehu is not able to.
Gold card. Stun comes midway, though. Solar Flare buffered by a jump. Rooster did everything right in that play.
Yeah, he could have jumped in there, but he didn't know where Yike was. If Yike is behind there, it's really scary to jump in, but Yike was actually not there, so pretty crazy play. Yike was good at crab. Looks tricky for shifters to start this, but it's not like Casey can start it either, because then the fight will break out and the nuke will come there. So it's kind of a dead state right now.
Stennis, be careful.
Very low.
Being drawn out by shifters. Rooster looking for an engage on the Sheo. Dog sent with the darkened daggers. Jack clears vision. Herald going to continue.
Is Casey gonna get this Herald despite Nuke having TP advantage? No, Nar's TPing in there, they want to fight.
Paddock setting up as well. Magnastorm on top.
Dobro.
Making it rain down the line. Yike already gets
I na kraju stand umre. Ja ne mogu. Busio živi lep flash. Fajn je. Ali opet shifters i ok trade. Support i Herald za njih.
And is stolen on the edge of patience by Sheo.
And they didn't even need the Talia TP. They just won that in a 4v4. And you see the combat stats difference now with the Gnar in a team fight. TF is not a good team fighter. He has damage, he has a stun, but it doesn't do that much. And it's engaged by Stend. Just broke the mold completely. Sends it together with the Barak. This is the Bronzoda combo we're talking about. MF Rel, the CC lockdown, Yike goes in, ends up killing Stend, but the rundown is favorable for shifters. As Busio ends up going down, and the objective goes over to shifters alongside with Yike's flash being used.
A lot of flashes at that as well. Kalist burnt his, manages to survive, but if only just. Dragon's up now.
Now they can kind of shift their focus towards what side right now. Shigo having this Rift Herald makes it difficult for Casey to kind of call a bluff, because Shigo can just put that down wherever he goes and threaten a tier 1 tower take. But you're gonna use it to take this dragon. If they can deny this dragon from Casey and deny a potential early soul point.
Flash. Busio coming in early. It is taken. One dragon apiece now, but the stun up stand has been targeted by Busio. Already everything used. Solar Flare over the wall. As you said, it's the TF flank from Kana that opens up Paddock. First to die as Kana's in lethal tempo mode with the Kraken Slayer. Flashes out, gets out. Stand now on the chase, but he...
Iskreno nemam pojma, ni ja više za koga navijam najiskrenije. Sim, ovaj game sam kolovao da mora u 3 dode, ali... Navio sam za Casey jer mislim oni imaju najbolji roster, međutim oni na svakom internationalu čokaju. Tako da više ne zna čovjek ni za koga da navija. Dijelom za SK zbog Jope.
And I think shifters maybe overstated a little bit. They maybe overestimated their ability to take this dragon fight. Not judging correctly that Kana could just show up with a gold card.
Sure, we'll get a replay, but for the time being, and Dragon might not be worth the gold that has just been handed back over to KC. As we look again, Finn, as you said, it was Kana's flank, but Busio bought a lot of time.
Yeah, Busio just sends in his body here, and now shifters are doing pretty good job of regrouping together, dashing over the wall together. But the fact that Rise Realm Orb comes in as well from behind means that Kana is not just alone when he's in there. He's in there with Yehu. And sure, you're not playing on the sideline right now, but it's still a 1-3-1 comp because sometimes you just push the sideline, go to the team fight and create a numbers advantage. This was a 4v5 fight for shifters. And that's why Casey wanted to handle it. But
this is the kick against wall. Sonic Wave, how easy is this? Onto Yahoo, the dive is just going to be a 2-to-3 man. Sten comes up to show up to add a little bit of helping hand, but Sheo executes. Nuke takes the kill. Yike comes in to defend the turret, but the turret is already gone. So
and these are the plays they need to make on this Lee and Talia. They are the strong members in this Shifters lineup.
Yeah.
If they just allow themselves to fall into the 5v5 habit, or 4v5 when the TF is first, it could end up being their doom or demise. But Kalist still 1.7k gold up in the individual AD carry matchup is so strong. There's not a lot of dive on Shifters to get to Kalist. Sure, like, the Rel will go in, but she will probably never reach the S-Roll. He will never really be in threat unless there's like a Rooster flank or like a Rooster nuke together diving him. So I think he should feel very empowered to play aggressively.
It has to be a generational Lee Sin game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, I think we kind of set it up in the draft that that's what Sheo's angle was. Black Cleaver just picked up, by the way, for the man we're talking about as... Baron will be spawning in about 10 seconds. Next Dragon in 2:30. But this game, Finn, it's still on a bit of an edge. KC still relying on Kalist, but I mean, Nuke is very strong. Yahoo is having a bit of a rough day, I would say. 20 CS down in this matchup. And Kana's been found on the roam. There's the Weaver's Wall, one of the first we've seen. Seismic Shove going to be dodged by Kana, who ghosted. Solar Flare hits Paddock, though. He's in the middle of it all. He's exposed. Double Dark and Dagger. All he can do is stand and shoot, but he's dead in an instant. Kana pulls in his ulti as well. Sten tries to turn it with a Magnus Storm, but Kana's unleashing auto attack after auto attack. They've got double 80 carry in this comp, and they've rotated faster on the side of KC as Rooster hops away. KC have a Baron that just spawned, and they're going to start it up.
And it's a nice pick again from Kana. He's the one being went on by Shifters, but turns it onto Paddock with a gold card, walking up on midway without cleanse or flash. It's just way too vulnerable to be in an aggressive position like that. And now Shifters is going to have to look as KC has turned their eyes onto the Baron. And I think this one, there's no auto result that can steal it.
There's not. Not this time around. Look, the game's not done. Favorable for KC. Anything I've known today, it's been absolutely rubbish to see a gold lead. But look again how KC deconstructed.
Yeah, because Shifters initiate this play, but look at Kana. He ghosts out from the initial engage and then just Destiny gates back in as he's completely isolated on Paddock. Oh.
Is he dead? Busio coming to help out. Flash from Nuke, but
Busio, that's
there.
A support.
There he is. He blocks the damage. True Shot Barrage won't get down in response. Here comes Yike, though. The cover. Kana will not die. It is Nuke instead dealt the final blow. As Sten flashes away, but Kalisk and Arcane shift across this. Find the slow down. Enough damage, it will be there, but getting the reset, Yike finds it first.
And honor this Leona. Man, what a play from Busio. Flash heals to save Kana's life as Nuke was looking for the play onto the TF. Thought he had the damage to kill him, but didn't really account for the Busio already could be there.
He's having a good series. He's having a really good series today.
Busio has played really good today. Both Busio and Kalist to me have had standout performances in this series.
Despite game one being what it was.
Yeah. And Casey looking more and more confident minute by minute. But Rooster has a flank. Shield with him.
And a Meganar. Busio delays it again, though. Meganar only does one. The kick away from Sheo as well. He jumps in. Shield of Daybreak for the slow. Busio is going to sacrifice his life as Weaver's Wall tries to cut off the escape. Shifters are here as a 5-man squad, but I feel like Busio just stopped that play from being a potential teamfight wipe.
Busio definitely died a martyr there. I don't know about the kick from Sheo. It was a little bit odd. I think they could have just killed Busio in the Meganar ult.
It's still here.
Nuke
face checking.
Ma kak. Dobro, uzeli su Drake-a. A TF splita.
As we get a bit of a flashbang on the Dragon. Kana's here for a flank, but he is by himself. Flashes away. Yike still chasing up. This is a 4 versus 3. Kana doesn't have that much mana. He's going to yellow card eventually, but Sten brings him in. I don't know if Kana really thought he could stand in front of 4 people. He loses 4.
Ja kako ne verujem, iskreno. Gledam i ne verujem. Ovo je serija koju sam ja bio 300% siguran da će Casey da ugazi 2 puta u 25 minuta i to da neće biti ni blizu. I na neku foru ekipa Casey-a koja je 7-0 se muči protiv Shiftersa koji su 0-6. Ovo je ekstremno bizaran game. Kan je prošli put prošao flank i u fazonu idem ja opet. I popije shot I to je to.
Not useful if there's no follow-up, and it just went in too early. And here, I think they really saw the angle of going on to Kalist. Kalist, I think, played his fight very well. Rooster, he spaces the Meganar ult from Rooster, the flash Nar. But Padak now is completely untouched. Sheo sustains up with the Thunder Sky, gets the kick in the end onto Kalist. I think really nice by Sheo. Is able to get a 950 gold shutdown onto this MF.
They're standing
on business!
Look at them! Nuke is levitating!
Oni trolaju, oni bukvalno trolaju.
Oh my god.
Rooster can't believe it.
Roosteru je sramota, u fazonu ja nisam s njima. Rooster u fazonu ja ih ne poznajem.
I left for this. They found Yike. What is Yike doing here?
I mean, Yike is fine. They used just Rel ult.
They did indeed. They used some things. Shifters are assaulting an inner turret top. Kana walks over a flick. He's dead. And Shifters are going to get this turret.
Casey, you need to lock in. If you lose this game, the series is over.
They will lose their first series. I mean,
Neće.
it would be so poetic, so hilarious. Nuke is going to bring out the Weaver.
Ja I dalje mislim da Casey vino ovo. Ne znam kako, ali da.
Yeah, who is not budging? He says, I'm going to stay on inner turret. You lose this anyway, right, guys? Inhibitor now exposed.
And maybe Vader was right. Maybe Shifters is a top 4 team in our league. And they just had an early start.
Ne, nisu. Ne, samo nisu.
But now they're pushing onto the inhibitor. Kalist does so much damage on this Ezreal, has the range, has the flash, has the liberty to play as aggressive as he wants.
Yeah,
but I don't think they can chase this.
Finn, who showed, and they're like, we're just going to get inhibitor. And on a ward is now Yike. His chasing will still be there. Stend is a one-shot, but Shifters continue being grouped up. Is this going to be like a Kana ult on respawn?
Oh, he's very far away. He can't reach this though. He's just ulting for pressure.
Yeah.
You see where it goes. He's just here. It's only Yike right now that's chasing.
Hound's Pursuit maybe on Sten, get a quick reset, but...
delay the tempo so they can set up the vision on the bot side of the map and top side. Baron is spawning in 1. Dragon spawning in 145. Shifters, they need to recall now and set up the map once again because they are not weak.
Yeah.
Infinity Edge picked up by Padak.
What do you think about this game, Finn? Where are we going?
Brother, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know where these games are taking me, but I will say, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this game, Mr.
I am weirdly enjoying this one.
We're getting some bangers today. I did not think Shifters would show up on the day this well. They are pushing Casey, and they are challenging them. Sonic Wave, your mind is telling you no, and your bot is also telling you no. They're just gonna set up the bot side vision now. Dragon is spawning in 1 minute.
Mislim, Sol je tek za 6. U teoriji mogu opustiti Sol. Da čekaju pa da igraju oko toga.
Yehu stuck topside right now. No TP, only has the Realm Warp. He's gonna push out that inhib that was taken by Shifters. Needs to respond to that constant wave aggression. Keep in mind, 2 TPs on Shifters. If they don't respect the side wave, minion wave push, they could look for a TP end. Because they have their triple grubs, they take towers so incredibly fast. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, but Shifters are turning onto the Baron.
Kalist out there with Yike. Kana goes back to bot wave.
Hello?
Ulti.
Dobro, moraju da baci, moraju.
Trying to bait it on in as the Megana is negated.
Isticu mu je mega, tako da svejedno baciš ulti dok se vratiš u mega imaš opet ult.
Third for Shifters. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, look at Canon right now. He's just pushing at bot, will join with Destiny Gate, but look where Yehu is. He's so far away still. Still stuck clearing waves topside. He's gonna show now and will be the cue for Shifters to kind of push forward as they know that they have the numbers advantage here.
They're gonna get pincered though. Yehu now walking down, ignoring the wave. True shot barrage tags. Padak, look out deep. This 80 carries, flashes away from the gold card, and Kanan's gonna finish him off by the rest
Dobro,
of the Shifters.
Kjahu, flank. Možda ubije stand, igra front to back, samo mora pogodi neki spell. Rooster dobija megu, ne može se Kjahu flashova na njega. Mislim, uviće ga svejedno, ali... Rooster ima ulti, okej, ulti.
But Shifters walked into the trap, got pincered, and Finn, Casey are going to take that win and that Baron.
I mean, it's a very nice pincer from KC. They go from every
Ja ne mogu verujem šta gledam.
angle. But I got a question, Shifters. You see the rise top. Why are you pushing down mid, leaving yourself vulnerable when you can just retake the bot side jungle and pressure the dragon? That play doesn't make sense to me. It seems like a play that should be obvious, that should be the correct one, but they really felt like they could get the mid lane tier 2. But look at Padak. He steps up so far, still hitting the tower. Those crystals are just so juicy, flashes away, but kind of stuns him over the wall, and then T-Fizz says hello, and just completely nullifies him. And the problem with Shifter's team comp is when they are not engaging in one straight line, it's very difficult for the rest of the team to follow. Like, they need the MF to be in the fight, to find a good bullet time of a good red engagement. In all cases, you're splitting up like this, makes it really hard for them to just engage more than one target at the same time.
Finn, I think KC win now. I'm not sure.
I'm not thinking anymore. I will just observe and see what happens.
Okay, good, good.
I'm not putting any expectations on KC to win this game or Shifters. We're just gonna enjoy the ride.
That's a smart move, isn't it? Don't use brain, just watch.
Just enjoy. Kana, 3k gold up now on this TF. Very accelerated. Kalis now with a 2.5k goal lead. And Luke, who used to have the sole goal lead for Shifters, are now falling behind as well.
Yeah.
A monumental shift against Shifters.
Good one.
In the gold department. Puts even more pressure on the Shio to find a crucial kick. As the game becomes harder and harder to play, he needs to be the one to break the mold. He needs to be the one to find a pick that gets Shifters back into this game, get some more gold in their pockets.
This could be a bait. Gold card is going to expire for Kana. Finds it onto Sheo. Destiny going to be used. Yike gets over the wall at half HP. Sheo also a little bit low. Yehu is pushing with the Baron buff. So, will they have to respond to that? Destiny's now down. Nothing happened with it. Yehu stays. He cancels his back. He's going to push another wave. Push-up Barrage delays the bases.
That's a blower.
Yeah.
3 items on Paraka Nuke. And it's becoming hard for them to find team fights. You see a lot of range on KC, and they're never really grouping up. They're just playing from different angles. Yike on the flank, Kana from the side with gold cards with rapid fire. And Yehu just pushing out the side like a madman. I don't think Yehu was grouped for the last like 10 minutes. He's just been on the side lane, rage splitting.
He must be. He's PVMing the whole game.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you need to do with a comp like this. This is a 1-3-1 comp. If you don't split up the enemy team by pressuring the sides, you will not win the firefight. And I think KC has done a great job of that. Despite the early game mishaps, they stayed focused and played towards their comp's strengths. And so far, looking like it's going to pay out. Still, 8 minutes away from potential soul. So there's still a lot of League of Legends to be played.
There is, isn't there? Because there's probably going to be another game, Finn. We're going to have a 5-game night. And honestly, anyone could win this series. You know, even at this point. Baron. Dragons, 2 apiece. Items. League of Legends has many items. There's a 5-item Ezreal. But why in the back of my mind do I still think that KC can get caught and lose the game to at least in?
I mean, it's Shio. He needs to find a flank, I think. A miracle kick, something.
Stop his back. Oh, come on. Oh, he's still dead.
He had to TP out instantly, I think.
Yeah.
By gritting his TP, he's just gonna end up dying here.
So, Yike will get the kill. As Yehu tries and
Shady, ne.
And Nuke's now dead.
Ima challenge, tu se vidi, ali mimo toga generalno na prijavama, pošto se puno ljudi dalje nije prijavilo sa prijava na challenge mod, tako da na challenge modu nema puno, mislim da je sad 5 ekipa, ali tako nešto, nisam skoro gledao.
So probably just be some control. A lot of wards. You see the top side jungle of Shifters. It's so hard for them to play. So much vision control put down from KC.
Yeah.
It's difficult to find a flank when every single flank is warded. It's not an easy feat to accomplish.
Hard when even the defense right now is looking near impossible. Paddock heals up on the wave, but the poke from Kalist is unrelenting. Kana brings in Busio. But Shifters are slowly getting their inhibitor turrets.
9k za KC. Kažem opet, mislim, ne bi trebali da gube ovaj game. Yike je također apsolutno prefidan, što je dosta veliki faktor.
Even though mid stays undamaged for now, it's only a matter of time. Dragon in 110, that'll be KC's next objective. And the slow burn, this feels like this game is going to become, will continue being, as the 1-3-1 we talked about is just in full effect.
Yeah, Dragon, 1 minute away. I don't think shifters can get any kind of vision. They have this little ward, a Soul Bastion of light in the river. But I think Pusio has his eyes on it. He's gonna try to clear it out.
The lens went. No, control ward into deep.
Let's miss the ward. But still, you have the vision. How do you get any semblance of a positional advantage? Or not even advantage, a neutral position to actually contest this dragon? Because look, you're gonna have to walk through gold cards. You're gonna have to walk through Estral Qs, Rise Qs, a potential Busio all-in, ERQ, lockdown. Very tough to navigate for shifters, but it's still going.
It's a flash engage onto Kalish, trying to find it all, but the Bulletin's flash out of the shove, though. Brilliant onto Kana. True Shot Prize does a lot of return damage as Yeti comes in from the flank. Kana's going to pull Destiny. And Yehu...
To ću provjeriti Stefana, ali mislim da ne mora. Mislim da ne mora.
As Kana just autos down Sten. It looked a little bit dicey, but still KC too far ahead, and this time we can safely say KC will translate their gold lead to the very end.
KC says enough is enough. We are still Carmine Corp. We are still the better team. With a 10-11k goal lead, they're now marching down the nexus of team shifters who fought valiantly in this game too.
Jayo, he got Dragon, but he's losing the game. He did the SOFM.
The Dragon for Nexus?
The Dragon for Nexus trade. Nexus now exposed. We're going to game 3. But they had us on the ropes again.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing is
I KC će dobiti seriju, samo da znate. Samo da znate da ga kolam odmah KC uzima ovu seriju.
In the early game, very volatile, can really go either way.
The thing is, shifters had a moment in that game where again, they were coming back. It was the overpush in mid that cost it for them as we go to the analyst desk to break down another great game, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can't see it right now, but we're walking players very awkwardly try to get past our large camera, which is known as a jib.
Dobio sam info od Vilenarka da koristite slično ime. Znači, iskoristite slično, ne znam sa koje ti ime ekipe, ali... Kao, nebitno, ako je Laziću bilo Reborn, samo uzmite Reborn ovako, ili Reborn, ili šta god. Nebitno skoro, samo da je slično da možemo otprilike da znamo ko je ko. Zbog mailova i zbog svega toga, to je glavna stvar. Sad sam proverio ja s Vilenarkom da ne morate vidjeti. Imate, tu sam za vas. Nema frke. Imamo 10 minuta pauze. Tako da, pauzica i tu smo za finale Genana.
Yeah, and especially because it's kind of the go-to KC game plan, right? Like we see it so consistently with Kana, where whether they're ahead or whether they're behind, that man is going to either push a lane or drop a wave so he can collapse on mid lane and try and make some play. And we got to see it just in that play right there, where he just immediately collapses onto the play and makes it happen. And this was kind of their go-to bread and butter for so much of this game, was just him going, hang on a second, I've got this first move with the Twisted Fate. I can set up for these plays. We got to see it here at the Dragon, and then we also got to see it later on as well. Like, this is where Kana has been so crucial to KC, and I think it's been one of the biggest upgrades that we've seen from KC throughout this split.
And I love this TF because not a lot of people are playing it. It used to be a lot stronger in the previous meta. Now it's just with the set of nerfs, it's a little bit weaker. I mean, we saw him kind of int a couple of times, but this rotation to move from one flank of the fight to another, and there's just so much utility with the gold cards, can set up Kalist, can set up Yike, and he was just a huge threat in any of these fights just because of 2 seconds utility, 2 seconds stun, utility, 6 seconds cooldown. All of a sudden, this shotgun comp from shifters gets completely stopped in his track over and over and over again just from the fact that TF is just damn everywhere.
Yeah, and credit to Kana. Obviously, as the game rolled out, we did see a little bit of a comeback starting to mount. It all fell apart. Kana had 1 or 2 slip-ups, went right back into being in full control. And this is a reminder of how good KC can be on the map. When they have an advantage in terms of map tools, they're really good at using them. And to your point earlier, it's like, yeah, the emergency button for KC when stuff gets tough does feel like, all right, Connor, you're playing TF, Yike, you're playing Nefiri. Like, they've just figured this is what they want.
Backline, baby. We're gonna make this work.
Yeah, it's like it hasn't worked out 100% of times, but it just is very clear that they're super comfortable playing this, and it's something where shifters, it's so hard for them with this comp, I think, to navigate it. Whereas in the previous game, there was this inevitability. They had so many effective tools. This comp and this situation was just I think, significantly less forgiving for these little hiccups.
I think because so much of the composition kind of wanted to be like sat in place, especially when you got something like the Misfortune there, you kind of want the setup to be like, the fight is happening right in front of me, I'm opening up with the MF ult, everything is happening within the MF ult, we have the rel that's already got the setup there, let's try and play for the team fight that way. But when you have all these different actors that are coming in from a TP from the Twisted Fate, the Fury's jumping in the back line, it suddenly becomes very difficult for you to try and open up for an MF in these kind of situations, or to play a composition that revolves around a Misfortune. And I think that was just a good job by KC to constantly come in from multiple different places.
Look, I think the other thing we have to talk about is, as much as we can point at little, you know, execution issues, as much as, hey, a little more here, a little more there for shifters, there's a black hole in the bottom lane. Because a lot of people are firing. You know, it's almost all cylinders for shifters. But this bot lane matchup, it was always going to be tough. I never expected Paduk to gap Kalist, but the gap between them,
yeah, it's pretty sizable.
It's huge. It's humongous. Humongous. So on the side here, you can't. In the bottom, it's going to say very, very small font for those of you with really good eyesight. For the rest of you, game one, left side.
Here's game one.
Game two, right-hand side. Different games. Two
Same
different games.
Same people, different games.
Paduk won this game. Like, there is a massive, massive bot gap.
I mean, even look at the damage per minute. Like, Kalist is ripping through over 1,000 damage both games. Absurd. And then you're looking at Paduk, as you say, who won game one and was set up with a rel, like a composition that was able to enable this Misfortune, but just couldn't really find the ultimates. It really is just night and day. And I think, shout out to Kalist, like, he's been playing spectacular all series long. Even when Yahoo was mispositioned on the Cassiopeia, it was literally just Kalist hard carrying those team fights that actually gave KC an opportunity in those games once.
ADCs are proper victims, you might say, because...
No, we don't need to give them more on
No? Nah, fine.
No.
We'll see that for a different segment.
What Jack Spectre says back here. We don't need to...
I'm so happy he's not here to complain about it.
He's trying so hard to cope. One fight that I don't think there's any amount of cope that can save us from is this mid lane mess. That's what we called the replay. And I think when you see the replay...
I love this one. It's just... It's so oppressive. This is peak KC oppression because you have the Leona and the TF, and all of a sudden you have one of them sinking onto another with the CC, and look at him. That's shifters trying to find someone to kill, because it was all about that setup for shifters. But again, as Rob brought it up earlier, you cannot set up anything when the Leona and the TF are constantly in front of you, and you're just getting corralled like sheep all over the jungle, and you're constantly trying to grasp at straws for a slither of hope.
I also want to give Casey the benefit of the doubt, like, ooh, they're masterminds, they're juggling the puppetry. And I'm just looking at that, I'm like, that's just pure chaos.
Is MF
there
like...
is nothing else like...
MF is here, bro. You are a Reigns champion, my guy. Back up, dude. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't... It's unfair to put it on a single person. League is absolutely a team game. Shifters finding that single game win, still very, very impressive. But it's frustrating because you want to believe in this cool, incredible story, even if it comes at the cost of some of this hype for KC. But
yeah, but we're going to be hyped about KC regardless. That's why we're kind of like, here, shifters, come on, you can do it. And again, the fact that both these games were so close. Like, this is an incredible performance from shifters. Like, they have a chance to get across the line.
And reminder, it's do or die. It's win this or get knocked out of playoffs. And it's something we've glossed over because we were so impressed by that first game. So we're just going to have to see, can they find that form? Will KC remain undefeated? Will shifters slay Goliath and keep their David playoff dreams alive? Game 3 coming up after the break.
You look good, Paduk.
You're handsome.
You're handsome. You're good. You're strong. You have more hair than Kalist.
You can fight. I have Q. W into. Vas-y. Tu le fais, frère. Oh oui. Allez.
Lean on it.
Yeah. I can spell a penta again.
GG.
Okay.
Again.
Bro, I got double. I was like, wait, I can. That's why I flashed on this guy.
What do you mean again?
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot you're here.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you.
KC managed to close things out, but Shifters had a bit of a comeback even within that second game. Tonight has been a barrel of laughs as myself and Finn will take you into the final game of said night. Are Shifters going to be eliminated, or will they live to die another day while KC face up against their first potential series loss? They've dropped their second ever game, Can Shifters take it the step further and do what no other team could?
I mean, there's many things you can say to describe this day's games, but I am incredibly entertained by what we're seeing today. I think there's been some very fun games, and I would be very surprised if this game 3 between Shifters and KC won't provide that same entertainment as we're going into game 3. The early games have been bloody. KC now starting to take away the remaining power picks, the Nocturne. Meanwhile, Shifters are focusing their bans towards Yehu. I think a player that hasn't really shown what he's usually showing on the day. So maybe targeting Yehu in draft is the strategy for Shifters to get a lead.
Yeah, he has had a pretty rough day so far. Well said, as we got rid of Nocturne and Jace again. We're just making sure that Rooster doesn't get Jace, that Nocturne doesn't appear, especially since Oriana has been banned as well. I was going to say that's one of the picks up. Jarvan gone. Remember that Rumble first pick. Also an
Ajmo da vidimo
Yeah, Rumble and Lucian, I think, are the main
gde se završava ova serija.
KC would really like to get a Lucian melee game going, with Nautilus being
Opet kažem, moj
easy to blind.
call donekle je da KC ovo uzima ma koliko im nije stalo do pobede nužno.
Enjoying the range champions today. Rumble is open. Rooster, or you just gonna take the Rumble blind pick?
Mislim i dalje ako KC izgubi svaki meč do kraja, G2 dobije, G2 možda ih prestigne, tako da.
Or do you go somewhere else? A lot of the main junglers are out of the pool as well. Pantheon, a jungler that comes to mind for me, that has a lot of power now with all these main junglers, Vi, Xin Shao being out. Seraphine, not a bad shout as well, something that KC has played a lot in the past, and gives them that so delicious bot lane push.
Hear me out, Finn.
Hearing.
Ashe Seraphine, then Shifters come back, they put the Rumble mid, and they run Olaf into it. We're getting Lucian anyway, okay. Pausing that for the time being.
Yeah, it will just be the Lucian Rumble trade we were talking about. And here you have options. Do you counterpick the Lucian Milio, or do you secure the strongest top side you can think of?
Lucian Milio za KC, dobro.
Also in the banning phase, Anivia, Oriana, Syndra, not available to pick, so maybe taking the strongest.
Ne znam šta nam Anivia takođe govori. Okej, Trash, wow. Respekt za Trasha, iskreno.
Because how easy it is to just cleanse the fresh hook if it would come out, but
Q for ult's not bad trade, is it?
I mean, for Milio it's pretty bad, yeah. But
that's what I meant.
But it depends on how if the hook would kill you and win the game, then you know you probably find ulting as Milio. Because usually when Fresh decides to walk up and hook, he stuns himself in animation for quite some time, so leaves himself quite vulnerable to something else. Okay. We'll see if it's gonna be. Oh, it's a Akali. I assume this Akali is gonna go into the Rumble. Can still be flex mid if Nuke decides to blind pick something a little bit volatile, something that is weak to Akali. But Akali into Rumble is a fine matchup in the top lane. Has a lot of kill pressure after level 6. And itemizing MR not always very natural for Rumble. So quite hard to survive her on the side lane.
Also, if it does go towards mid, I mean, again, you said wait for what Nuke picks. Things like the Galio are still open as well if you want follow-up engage. But for now, I think engage needs to be the question, right? We have single target hooks, some form of engage for Shifters. Nothing yet for KC, Finn. We need some pretty reliable.
Akali, Lucian, Milio, idu da se biju. Idu da se biju.
Right now, the only go button for Shifters as well is the Kalista ult. And when you play Rumble, you really want some like nice CC so you can just layer the equalizer on top of. The Kalista ult isn't that consistent.
A šta ste mato igrali šta ste igrali u Luciana i to jest u Kalistu i Renatu? Se sećaš koji vam je bio botlane?
You are just kind of shooting not only the enemy in the foot but also yourself. So you're two one-feeted junglers.
One-footed?
One-footed, is that the correct English?
Two one-footed.
Podsjeti me, bio je Genius nešto, ali tako?
No, I mean, no, I don't know, but I just haven't heard that phrase before. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, so with these feet, what are they doing?
I mean, the junglers will be very pinched, and we're gonna probably go into some lower tier junglers. Pantheon, to me, is the main here. I think it's being set up right now from KC with the Puppy ban and the Skarner ban. It's really annoying to play Pantheon against these really chunky junglers that you can't really jump into and force a fight. So we'll see. I think it would make sense for Shifters to ban the Pantheon, but then we're really deep into the jungle pools.
U Jin Karma, da. Razlog zašto ovdje Shiftersi nisu uzeli Renatu je zašto ne pikaš Renatu u Milija. Jer sve što Milija treba da radi da stoji bukvalno trunku iza svih ostalih i samo da cleanse Renatin ulti. I onda možda kontestuješ čokove, iako je Renata ulti tool koji ti vine skoro svaki choke fight. Zato nisu uzeli Renatu ovdje.
is something we might see. I think the Wukong is a good shout.
Pametno je. Mislim, pametno je da ne uzmu Renatu.
Really nice to have that AoE CC that layer the Rumble ult on.
Are we going to get something like, I mean, also note the Olaf is still up and available for any kind of flexor positions here. Can also be played into jungle as it has earlier in the split by Sheo.
When you can't play Olaf into Rumble, it's a pretty scary matchup because when you're winning into Rumble, you're just getting overheated and kind of getting burned down.
He stands his ground, doesn't he?
Wukong, as you highlighted, is the big for Yike, and something he's quite comfortable on. But not a lot of ECCC from KC just yet.
Či igraju Galija. Jel imaju oni range dovoljno da uzmu Galija ovde? Ne znam. Mislim, Rumble je top. Ali šta neće da igraju range u Rumble-a? Pa vidi Seđu. Tristana mid. Ne znam da li ćete ti Galije da igraju.
So I don't know how good Tristana is as a blind pick mid. Pairing.
Oh my god, there's that Maokai.
So I like the comp already from Shifters. Has very clear identity. You have the Maokai ult to layer. Fight Maokai ult in the fresh. Very good setup for fresh as well. As someone's gonna have to tank that. Billy obviously has a lot of value in this game.
Ne, ja sam čekao treći game da lokaju Maokai. Joj, brate mili. Pa super. Taman milion ima value na ultu, treba im neki AOSCC. Oni su lokali Galija, ne mogu.
Like Silas into Tristana is not the champion that springs to mind just because how much he needs to all in.
These, am I wrong in assuming these are very volatile comps on each side? Like how because I mean I see heavy skirmishing Finn, I see snowball reliant. I mean Silas Akali. How they kind of protect the game. Lucian Milio, a couple of items.
So my worry is for Kalista this game.
Really?
Why? The Kalista Fresh is a very strong 2v2 lane. Now, you're playing as a Wukong that really wants to farm and get level 6. Maokai, while also wants to farm, has a lot more openings, I would say, early game to kind of drop camps to make an aggressive play.
Sure.
Combine that with a mid push of Nuke on his Tristana is a recipe for consistent bot dives.
Tristana mi je dobila veliki buff. Generalno Tristana je dobila 5 MR na levelu 1, Fleet Footwork je također buffovan, tako da... Mislim, Riot je buffovo AD carry da bi mogli da lanuju bot na mage'eve, ali samo im nije palo na pamet da će ljudi samo da igraju te bot lanere na midu. Kao buffuješ Tristanu protiv mage'eva, Tristana će biti mid.
Laning phase is not easy as well. Yike is currently playing with a lot of lanes that will warrant attention while playing a heavy farm jungler. So
tako da je baš random odluka, iskreno.
Navigate this early game for KC as Shifters is looking to get their first series win here in the LEC 2026 summer split.
Let's see how they do it as we get into game. Finn drew this last game, absolute banger drawing to take you into game number 3. There's no lease in this time. Thank you very much, production, for giving him the light of day.
That drawing was about as good as the game quality has been.
No, I think that was better than the game quality, that drawing. As we're in a very different state.
Double ignite top lane.
Yeah.
We're seeing some fighting.
Thank God. You know what? As you said, bot might be an issue for Kalista. But Finn, if either side falls behind, are you worried about comeback mechanics in this game? Are you worried about scaling at all?
I mean, my
Silas u
worry
Tristanu.
is that Casey has one engage button. Maybe you can argue that
Ne znam, sve, ali Maokai kad vidim nije mi dobro. Ja mislim da je taj pik toliko beskoristan. Mislim da je bila meta u nekom trenutku gdje se Maokai igrao full AP i tad mi je bio kao okej. Mislim, ja Mumu je nekada bio viable, tako to ne govori puno.
Pretty much every state of this game, every part of this game.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Shifters, I sort of like their draft. The Kalista Fresh has to win lane though.
Yep.
If Kalista Fresh doesn't win lane, these champions are useless.
Here comes Exhaust though. Flay was the start, so you get the leverage on the auto attack series. Paddock jumps in, heal's already burnt out. That's Cleanse and Heal versus Exhaust and Heal on the side of Shifters. So Finn, there is a bigger wave right now that KC have an advantage of getting level 2 first. If Scott and Duck doesn't connect, Chain Lash down. Nuke is going to get full satchel here, as you said. His movement all series has been pretty clean.
Yeah, Nuke is at a standout series. I'd imagine he really wants to get the 2-1 win over KC here. Setting above the Abduct and the Chain Lash from Silas means that he kind of walks out of that trade scot-free. Really taking no damage, really.
So why did you you favored the Akali versus Rumble? Can you tell me a little bit more?
I mean, the Akali is just quite comfortable into Rumble because after level 6, she can kind of weave in and out, go into the Shroud when he flame spitters, and just kind of wait out the flame spitter and then just go for the all-in.
Yeah.
Before level 6, can somewhat contest the wave, has opted in for the second wind and Endurance Shield to kind of sustain through all that burn damage. But yeah, really on that Sork Shoes or like Hextech Alternator Spike is where she kind of comes alive in this matchup. But the thing with top matchup like
this... That's a rocket jump. Yeah, who flashes minion waves now. Gone under. Chain lash. Nuke's gone too far. But lethal tempo's up and available. Are the minions enough? No, but Yike is. Guess what? He's laughing at him. He bonks him on the head. Nuke dead to first blood as Yike came to save the day.
And we talked about it. Yike had to be the one to step up. Nuke goes for a very bold play. Like, he knows that Yehu will level up there. Yehu will get level 4 when he jumps in. And I think he needed to have the E available to make that play.
Yep.
Didn't really have the damage to kill him. Probably a bit of a head scratcher.
And a reset on the rocket jump.
Yeah. I think he felt confident because he had the lethal tempo fully stacked and he gets that attack speed, he gets an extra on-hit damage. But Yike getting an early kill, very good for KC.
Yep. As you said, how does Wukong get to level 6? Well, I mean,
sometimes you just get a donation.
Yep. I've got a duck here from Yehu as well. All in. That's a satchel charge jump, and E comes through. Reset. Yehu's gone through his rotation, so lethal tempo again. Nuke. Very aggressive trading as we get a flash from Kana mid, rather top, excuse me. Sheo coming through. Didn't get the twisted advance off, but his presence is enough to get the summoner from Kana.
Yeah, Ignite burned out from Rooster early. Forces the flash out from Kana.
Dobar hook, baš dobar hook. Mislim, ti ovo matchup pogodiš hook i dalje gubiš 2 na 2. Stvarno se zapitaš šta ti onda radiš s matchupom to. Reci, pogodiš hook i izgubiš 2 na 2. Kao, šta ti onda pikaš? Šta ti onda igraš tu uopšte?
Casey's boss line didn't even take any damage. They're full HP.
Where is the damage?
I've always been questionable about Kalista. I just think there's so much pressure on the Kalista to just hard win lane. And if you don't invest so much into her, she doesn't really do a lot. The 2v2 didn't end up going the way they wanted. And Kalist, who has been by far the best player together with Busio in this series, is once again in his game 3 stepping up and putting Casey on his back.
You know why I said airtime? Because like there was all this time waiting for Stend and Paddock to do something, but they're just running away and taking damage on the exit path.
Yeah, and both mid and bot lane now dying early for shifters is not what you want in this game 3. You really want to get to include Shio in these lane matchups. Because the lane matchup should be winning 1-1 on paper, and Nuke was.
Death Sentence going to be dodged away from. Here comes Yike for a bit of excess damage. Kick comes through from Busio. Sheo hasn't done anything yet. Explosive charge taken first by Yehu. He has level 6 first. Sheo goes on in on top of Yike. Campfire down. That's a 3-man flavoured. Sten once again. Thresh is squishy. Hold used by Yehu to disengage as now Nuke jumps on in. Has level 6 himself. Gets a reset. And the satchel jumps are beautiful. Nuke shift after shift. Jump after jump. Donates the second kill to Sheo.
Ajde, okej.
And it is a 2-for-1.
I Sheo je dobio kill, to nije strašno.
Now on the Justana gets a 2-kill lead for shifters, or secure 2 kills in that play. But now Paddock, your support was just mid. You have to wait for him to come back. The bot lane is still going super well for Carmine Corp. But a good free in the mid lane gives shifters an avenue in this lane to contest KC. Busio, face shaking Paddock.
Gets rendered for the slow, But these rocket jumps, Finn, I mean, Nuke is single-handedly trying to save this series.
Yeah, and Yehu just starts his play with half HP. He ults away Nuke here in the beginning as they just turn on stand. And I thought it was a very nice play by Yehu, but I think Sheo is super strong here. The Bramble Smash just does so much damage, and the CC does.
Meanwhile, Paddock, he might just be dead.
Ajoj, probotli me malo Dunt. Busio ovo istenka. A Busio nema Q. Smišljao će imati Q da ga vrati bar u Q log ubije.
Maybe Paddock wasn't the carry, maybe it's Sheo that's the carry. Now 2-0-1 on the Maokai, 500 goal lead. Make that 600 as picks up the cannon. Very comfortable position to be in as the jungler of shifters right now is looking to get, I would imagine, Eliandris with the first strike. He's going full AP Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get cash money, Finn. The beauty of Maokai is you throw a sapling into a brush and you get first strike from anywhere on the map as we look at this dive or semi-dive again.
Yeah, so the cleanse of Kalista is being held as the hook comes out. He's just waiting for the exhaust by Padak.
Where's the damage?
And the moment the exhaust comes out, he just cleanse it. And yeah, it's as you highlight. Kalista just doesn't seem to have the stats. He only sits with Doran's bow. Good flash by Shio. Gets the flash shot by Kalista as well, so it's a silver lining. The fact that he doesn't have flash or cleanse now makes him quite vulnerable to a potential bot side rotation from Nuke and Shio. Could be the target to look for. Shio is now on the top side. Kromps? I don't speak English anymore. This seriously broke my mind. On the Krugs. Recalling. Gonna send it back bot lane right now. Big wave stacking for KC. Is gonna have to get a clean crash or maybe. The Lantern ganks are still one of the bread and butter of any fresh player.
They are indeed. Won't have anyone to throw it to for now. A quick note, Sheo, you're talking about Leandro. He's just picked up there on base.
Very ahead right now. Yeah. He's so accelerated on his Maokai. Already one item. Looks like he has the free boots. Because I think if he had cash back, he could buy the boots as well.
Probably.
And yeah. It's still going very well for Nuke. 200 gold up with a 15 CS lead.
I have to say though, I mean, great way for the series to end, just like this. We are an intense affair. Nuke might have to rocket jump away, presses it, interrupted with the Cyclone. He now flashes second Cyclone, but yeah, who already used the Abscond Abduct. He cannot follow up. However, no flash available after said rocket jump from Nuke.
We'll see, maybe we can TP back. It will be the Dragon's start from Nuke, Shio. And you really want to stack dragons when you play Maokai. You really want to force these dragon skirmishes and dragon dances just because that's where the saplings are the most useful. Pressuring an early soul point is one of Shio's bread and butters. At BDS, he was the man to start these chains. He was playing Maokai back then as well. Starting the dragons, getting that soul point at 23, 24 minutes, and just forcing the enemy team to walk through all their saplings. And he's on par to do that right now. Nuke ends up surviving, being able to TP back. Kind of salvages the play. But Raptors will be targets.
Yike will get a bit of attention from Sten though by the looks of it as he walks towards mid. Nuke getting a bit of assistance as Sheo already crossing through to defend. Yike, how quick is he on those Raptors? At the very least, I think they're already gone, yep. So Yike gets a smite down, walks out with a small advantage here as clearing his bottom side will be up next. And Sheo really only has that Grom camp or a potential gank here to fish for now. It's gone to duck here from Yehu. Here comes Sten with the flay. Death sentence misses. Reset there from Nuke. Will he jump in once again looking for the hop skip? There's no jump, Finn. He doesn't want to go for it, and Yahoo under turret. I mean, he's already done it before. He will not make that mistake again.
You see how awkward this is to play Fresh, because every other engage support has such easy tools to really guarantee landing their CC. And sure, the flay is easy to land, but that death sentence can be elusive.
Are you saying it's outdated? Are you saying Thresh needs a rework, Finn?
No, I'm saying Thresh is a very high execution champion. It's not always easy to really connect with your spells together.
I mean, if he was made now, he'd be able to Q while doing a 360 no-scope and being able to walk.
Nema kema. Krijemo se. Krijemo se na lecu, ne verujemo šta gledamo i štekamo se.
Gets plugged back in, attempting to reconnect, and you find out you're dead. 2026 Thresh. So unfortunate we
can't. Maokai će biti beskoristan. Ja sam dežurni Maokai hater, ali Maokai će legitimno biti beskoristan. Ja ne znam šta ćemo raditi u kasnijim fazama partije. Malo potregujem, on samo ne radi ništa.
Sheo naturally has a lead with those two kills. Top has been even enough. Bot, surprisingly, after the kill back onto Kalist, has also been even enough. As Kalist trying to get pushed here with both junglers in the vicinity. Cullen going to come through. Sten, Paddock, they share the damage responsibly.
Yeah. Life Brothers, they hold hands as they're getting cooled by Kalist, who now has picked up the Essence Reaver. Very, very strong in this bottom side 2v2. Paddock still looking to get his first item.
He's gone to duck. Nuke thinking about it again. Rocket jump held on. Satchel charge already out.
Yeah, no flash, no TP right now. Has to be really careful. Not a fantastic lane state for Nuke. Maybe just has to take a bad base here to kind of salvage the game state. Siak will pick up the crab. Paddock is just hop, skipping, jumping. Dancing.
Yeah, the Kalist away. Kalist got this push in, and I was saying no real gold lead, but I mean, he got some plating. He was able to push up, and I think threat of Kalist is getting a little bit too much with Essence Reaver here, Finn.
I will say, for having Ignite Akali versus Ignite Rumble, it's been a very quiet top lane.
Yeah, it's so quiet. What's happening top? I mean, we're going to Gunblade now versus the buildings of a Leandris, at least.
I mean, Roos tries to delay his first item spike just to get MR from somewhere. Getting the Mercs is quite good.
A big shout out. I'm actually going to...
This pink ward,
Yeah, I'm going to touch that. Look at that. Spotting out information. The Akali's still walking up. I guess Kana is still confident. Yikes up here as well. What are you doing, Finn? What was that?
That was confetti over the pink ward, because it was a fantastic pink ward. Has spotted Shio, I think, 2 to 3 to 4 times this game. Really making it easy for KC to track where the enemy jungler is. Very important, especially when it's so fed.
Oi. Good damage return from Yehu. Now picked up the protocols. Paddock Finn has just been chunked as well.
He has.
Culling has just come up.
Ma ne ok. No. Chi si ovusimo?
Minion wave's thinned out. Mega fire kick goes over the minion.
That's just rude, isn't
and
it?
Just hit.
Chi si ovusimo? Ja verujem.
Yeah, and bot lane is bleeding gold right now. We talked just a minute ago that the goldie was quite even.
Yeah, we
sure,
did.
Kelly's got his bot lane quest, so that will help. But 1.2k gold up now, but that could probably make that to about 700-800 when he completes his quest. So tricky position right now for Shifter's bot lane. Making yourself useful as Kalista when the game is like this, not an easy feat.
Finn Dragon's up in 55. I think that's where our feet are going to take us next, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shao getting set up. The beauty of Maokai is you can get deep vision without sacrificing yourself. Stend is going to use his body just to see what's going on.
Liandri u protoplazam harness na Maokai, verovatno. Si nemam pojma što bi drugo mogao da radi.
But now they've sent Kalista and Busio mid, which will make it a lot more difficult for Shifters to control that lane. Probably gonna have to send Nuke into it to kind of have an item matching. No, they're gonna send Paddock mid. So they're just gonna have an open mid lane right now. Kalista can just push every single wave whenever he pleases.
Their sentence misses for the steal. No, it's given over to Shao, but that's a clone. They just twisted advance on Nuke. No reset for the satchel charge. Only 2 hits out of the potential 4. And KC back away. Health bars burning a little bit, but they do have Emilio with 5 seconds on this Drake. They need to stop Shifters from stacking this up, as these saplings are buying a lot of time for Shao.
Yeah, top laner's TP is now available as well, as both top laners have their top lane quest completed. They're sending everything towards Nuke, making sure he can push these bot waves into the Silas. Paddock is very vulnerable here mid. You can't walk up like this.
He cannot indeed. Into the culling, just about to die from that alone. Flash forward from Kalist, matched by Paddock. Stand not there in time. Paddock is going to accept the wave, but he's still one-shot as Nature's Grasp being stolen away by Yehu. Goes in for the abscond duck, send out by the Buster shot. Nuka's ulti. Yehu holds onto his. Dragon now thrown up in the air as Yike is going to take it with all that burn.
Questionable for Paddock to even consider walking up on that wave. You're completely isolated into a super fed Lucian milieu. You just need to conserve your HP and be ready for the fight. It's now recalled. It's going to be about 15 seconds delayed for this fight. Shio has a very strong smite with the Bramble Smash.
Out. Descendants on the Dragon. No Bramble Smash for the steal. Dark Passage taken. Shifters committed to TP as KC.
TP.
Have gotten the Dragon. If you don't already hear Nature
Ima oko ulti full V4.
aggressively on the back end. Yike goes in early for the Cyclone. Second Cyclone now coming through.
Yike je fajn. Fajn je. A nije fajn zašto ga Kalista ubila, zašto se vratio u range od Kaliste.
Positioning 5-point strike, and Nature's Grasp takes him into Yehu. Shehu goes deep onto this mid laner. And I tell you what, today
Lucian uopšte nije bio tu, on je otišao.
fun, isn't it? We get a battered down fight, a 1 for 2 in favor of Shifters, but it cost them the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, Yike got the smite in the end, which was crucial for KC denying that second dragon. Really well played to Yike getting the smite, because the Maokai smite is one of the strongest in the games with the Bramble Smash. But this TP by Rumble, I think here KC could just have left the play, but they felt very enticed just because of the Maokai ult from Yehu on the backside. And you're gonna see Yehu completely descended off the Nuke here, and looks like he would be in danger and he was gonna die, but here Kana flies in like a guardian angel to execute Nuke. Sort of salvage the play to turn it from a 1 for 2, or turn it from a 2 for 1 to a 1 for 2, at least for KC.
This Maokai, Finn, I know what I'm doing when I get home. I think I'm going to go play some Maokai because this looks... Static Shiv! I didn't see what happened to Yike, but yeah, lol.
Did he get zapped?
He must have gotten zapped.
Yeah, I did see that he ended up dying at the back end of the fight. We were so focused on the Kana and Yehu fighting, we didn't see him die. But now, another objective secured for Shio will be the Rift Herald. And we'll probably use that to sort of equalize the goal lead, which is now 2k for KC. Sitting comfortably in the lead with both a lead on to Kana and Kalist.
I mean, Kana's not fake this time, is he? We don't have a fake gold lead. We have an Akali who's very well fed. Paddock Sten thinking about going in. I haven't seen a Fate's Call used aggressively so far this game, as Paddock, again, we did say was caught out before the fight on mid-wave. And Kalist was the one who built that bridge, at least for KC, to get the Dragon. We've got a while go until the third one coming through in about 3 minutes. And the only lead right now is on the Saving Graces that have really been Saving Graces so far in this series. Nuke and Shao
Yeah, they've had a phenomenal series so far. Both Nuke and Shio, once again in this game 3, are the players to watch.
Doesn't this remind you like BDS, you know, like the power of the top 3 BDS, the gatekeepers of LEC for so many years?
Yeah, and this is what we expected from Shifters. We came into the summer split and we're like, Shifters, they made some damn good changes in the offseason. They are looking like they could be a fantastic
Izgubili su, mislim, nema šta.
And it's a bit of a shame that we're seeing them come alive now.
1-1 i vidite po ovim kocicama gore.
Of this regular season. We kind of wish we would see this more, but they are looking fantastic. Shio now on his Maokai, 700 gold up against Yike. Is the player to watch. Protoplasm Harness picked up to allow him to be a pseudo tank at least. Being able to eat a little bit.
Da, Protoplasm drugi, pa dobro. To je još i okej, mislim.
No full AP Maokai in the end.
I mean, it is still sustained central with Sap Magic, that passive. As Paddock steps up again, he's just going to eat a culling. He doesn't have flash, almost dies from that. Here comes an E-auto, but Kalis, I think, a little bit of cooldown. Cyclone use on Sen, who is fishing over the wall here. Yike is just going to pull out the next one. Yeah, who's going to take the free kill. And the bot lane of Shifters really letting the side down.
Yeah, Sten, I think he was looking for a little bit too much. We didn't see... We need to see him link up more with Shio. Because when I saw this comp, what I imagined would happen is that Shio is ulting with the little trees, roots flowing, and then whoever tanks the Maokai ult will get hooked. Good vision plant.
You see the sapling was hit into the clone, and then you obviously see the first strike go.
Yeah. And notice where they are.
Yeah. Even though they did hit the vision plan at the same time, see it, but if they didn't, it would have been funny.
Don't do it.
He wants to stand. Lens, hello. Kana gets over, Sugarflip finds the thresh instead, 1v2. Paddock is saved at the start of the perfect execution. Kana uses the second part.
I don't blame you, Ken. I haven't seen Fresh in many years either. I sometimes forget what the champions do. Forgot that Fresh Lantern was an ability in the game.
Yeah.
We'll just kind of waste the perfect execution. Still, 2.5k gold now for KC. And Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. We'll see if Shio can set up his saplings around this area and make it awkward for the retake of KC. Because the team fight of Shifters is still not bad. Paddock, while it doesn't have the most items, still has a lot of CC and fret if he can keep hitting in these extended Dragon skirmishes. Stack those Ren stacks up and cleanly execute them.
I think Nuke looking for the second item before said fight as well. Herald spawns, Shifters, no one getting in it for now. No wave to be stopped at, so the gold will just be spread out as Yahoo looking again. Absconded not going to find Nuke. There's good damage. You said Yike is here on the wing as well. Stolen away the
Jajkova nema šta. PC, Q, clean. I vjerovatno cijela kula na topu za Drake. Ovo je fajn, ekipa KC bar razume kako trade objektive.
Bliss already bailed out a good rend here. Death Sentence flashed away from Fate's call. The culling interrupts it. Not bad from Shifters. Paddock and Sten got lethal tempo fully on up, but Sten is now isolated. The second part of the Cyclone comes in, and now the sapling magic from the ulti only going to zone off as it is one for the trade. It is Kana dying for the cost of Drake. But meanwhile, from top to mid, KC teared limb from limb of Shifters.
And poor Rooster, I know he's feeling so much what happened at this fight. Basically what happened is that KC made a play top. They killed Nuke, and Shifters then was like, okay, we can start Dragon.
Dropali Drakea, uzeli top kill, uzeli kulu, ok trade za njih skroz.
So we can look for an all-in on the mid-wave. But look at the Rumble this fight. While he's rotating towards his fight, trying to help his bot lane who's fighting like maniacs on the mid-wave, Kana completely sends it onto Nuke, onto Shio, I mean. And he's now rotating back, making sure that his jungler, who has a big lead, is not getting went on. But then Yike shows up here and kind of kills his bot lane. So the fight is really split. Does end up killing Kana, getting a shutdown. So I think in the end it was the correct call from Rooster. Kind of sack his bot lane and try to help Shio out.
Then I think we're at an impasse though. I think we are at an impasse as well, as I've been told the minimap has been zoomed in for a little bit too long. Kana's been poked out. He's going to get out of there for now. KC disengage. Shifters tried to play that off of Nuke.
Yes, and we are now 3 minutes away from next Dragon. Still, Shio is the player to watch this game. Looking like he's going for the Abyssal Mask, I would imagine. Kana's gold lead has decreased substantially from 1.3k gold to 400. Rooster is slowly clawing his way back into this game. Will be a difference maker if we can find a huge equalizer.
It's definitely winnable for Shifters again, isn't it? Quincy's picked up. Paddock is looking for his second item, found it, nuked the same, not yet. Stolen away is the buster shot, which
Mislim da Adam samo, mislim nije on dobio otkaz, nije dobio drugu ponudu. Većina igrača ne idu svesno iz leca jer su im plate drastično veće u lecu nego bile drugde. Tebi je minimum u lecu 5000, a u RL-ovima ti nemaš minimum. Znaš, tako da većina ovih igrača ima čak i dosta koji su tu samo da bi igrali lec, jer znaju da su tu, da im je tu najbolje.
Clearly thinking that armor pen and tank shredding will be the call.
What does he go, IE third here on something like the Tristana here?
I would imagine IE. Yeah. I'm not good at AD carry itemizations. It's one of the things that I never really keep up with.
It changes every patch, Finn, you know.
And I'm a top laner, I like my bruisers, but AD carry itemization,
it's a better role, isn't it?
There's so many items. They just added so many AD carry itemizations. Back in the day, there was like, yeah, you bought Blades, Phantom Dancer, and Infinity Edge.
True.
And the Last Whisper. That's your items every single game, no matter what champion.
And now it's like, actually, we don't go after getting an energized passive.
We've got the Hex Optics, 300, 6, 7, and
we're going to do that, and then we're going to move into, maybe we go like a PD, or we can go, oh, no, actually we do IE. It just changes all the time, Finn.
Yeah.
You know what we build in top lane as bruisers? We have 3 options. What's our first item? Stride Breaker, Black Cleaver, Eclipse.
Yep.
That's how we do it.
Maybe a little steroids later.
Shadow walking into a trap. They're all in. Callisto, quick twisted advance. They're right in a choke. Callisto started to engage it. Sending out
That's so fine. Nuke, ne može dobiti ni kill, ne može ni reset, dobije Majok. Dobije kill na kraju, Rumble je dobio. Znaš da kasnije loži na Maoka? Pa zašto ga ne vide nikad? Mislim kao razumem ih. Jer niko živ ne igra Maoka, pa kao dobro, okej. 5 minut dalje, da. Bio dobar igrač. Pa jeste, ali. Zadnje 2-3 splita Adam je bukvalno bio bilo koji prosječan top laner.
Trying to really dive Kalist, but Kalist navigates that team fight really, really well. And parries the engage from Shifters and just does so much damage on this Lucian.
Because I thought then Kalist is going into melee into a Maokai for the rebuttal here.
Yeah, so it looks like they're finding...
Da, ali oni u fazonu vidi, deša se u Maokaja koji je useless. I onda pedaka samo šotaju, to je to. Jer to je ono što kaže, Maokaj je samo useless heroj.
But Lucian is pretty much full HP. He was never under any threat this fight. And yeah, a good pick from KC turn into 4 kills now. As they are slowly running away with the game once again. Does Sentinel end up dying? He did.
He did indeed. 4 for the Baron as well. Okay, real voice.
I guess Buzio died and
yeah.
Kalist mourns.
Slušam, Mato, slušam.
Also a standout performer here today. Fantastic on the Milio.
Yeah, 3 games in a row, really.
Also on the Leona. I mean, he just had a stellar performance. The bot lane of KC really has been the best part of the team today.
The Bard Caitlyn, the game they lost, was still really good. And a big reason why they were winning fights was Busio.
Yeah, and it's a sign of a good team.
Yeah.
When 1 or 2 players is having an off day, the other players step up and carry. And for me, Kalist and Busio today have been those players, the players that take charge of the game and make sure that no matter how messy the game gets, they will still be the main performers and try to secure the series win for KC.
It'll just be the question of how KC shape up for their final series at the split. Coming up next week is, look,
right, playing SK next.
Yeah, I mean,
that's Labrov's Qmont.
This was so unprecedented coming into today. Where Shifters game 1.
Ne, Nuki i dalje loš previše. A mislim playoff ekipa. Playoff ekipa nam je Fnatic sad, tako da. U teoriji možda, ali to je samo zašto je top 4 jako loš.
I'm not buying it. I am not buying it.
Really?
Shifters can still keep their playoffs dreams alive.
Okay.
Jer Nuke je veliki problem.
It's not over. Till the next
Rooster i Paddock su okej. Ali Nuke je baš plan. Ima skok, skoči, nema mane, Sajla, slobodno. Splash.
As equalizer goes
Nije,
down.
dobar equalizer.
Chunked a high
Dobar equalizer da kupi vreme. Dobar equalizer da kupi vreme.
They did get 2 inhibitors.
They did get 2 inhibitors. That's just more gold for KC. That's more
Yeah.
gold. They can probably farm the inhibitors. Where's KC's soul point? Soul point is still at least 8 minutes and 30 seconds away. We have a lot more inhibitors to play right now. And Nuke can now scale up safely into getting his third item with that shutdown on top and those inhibs down. KC really have to step it up because no gold lead is safe on the European peninsula. Maybe Europe is not a peninsula.
Peninsula. It's quite a large peninsula, Finn.
Yeah, it's a substantial peninsula.
Now,
Kana pushing out top will make the top side tier 2 their attention.
So sell it to me. Sell it to me. Give me more about shifters. I don't care what KC are doing right now. Baron's far away, Dragon's far away. Sell it to me. What are we looking for shifters to actually win this game in a surprise, not surprise?
I mean, the thing is, shifters have a few sources of wave clear. They have the Rumble Equalizer, that's like a guaranteed wave clear, can use once every, what's now, probably 70 seconds.
Yeah.
They have the Shiv from Padak that can somewhat clear minion waves. They just have to really try to turtle and funnel gold onto Nuke. I don't think this Kalista is going to win you the game. I think Nuke could. If you get Nuke to 3 to 4 items, and we talked about it before, KC is lacking engage. The only main engage onto KC is Yaigo on this Wukong.
Oh, Kana goes in. Perfect execution now with the Maokai ult to save out. He flashes. Nuke's reaction time is great. Kana's gone way too deep. Redemption flies down. Kana comes out of being a statue.
Nisam sudija ni za što glasio još, ja moram da vidim što se događa. Ako je sve na 2, nije ima 2.
Stuck clearing creeps in the base. Booster burning. Top lane tier 2 will fall here.
Znači posle leta ako moramo po haz da odemo pred filma.
8k goal lead for KC. Surely they have what it takes to finish this game out. It's what I would like to say.
No, Finn, you just told me anything's possible.
Fajn su trebali su okej. Les isporu BF, jako interesantno na Kalistu. A on samo želi raw damage da može iz dva double tapa da je izbasicuje i to je to.
Okay.
Pretty much sealed in the bag.
Nice. Bags can be sealed. Zip ties exist.
Ja filmove koje hoću da gledam, to je za koje biram, mislim da ih nemamo trenutno.
Good for a one-way seal.
Tipa Ready or Not 2 hoću da gledam, ali mislim da je nema još.
There's equalizer, a lot burned. Now there's a real equalizer, which won't do much more. Show's been tagged out. Kana's ready to run in. Zoned out by a sapling. They are giving money to Nuke. Nuke is getting a lot of CS here, but KC is still running into the base, applying the pressure that we expect.
I will say, I respect Parak for going the glutinous greaves. 2 stacks right now. That's an ambitious man.
Oh, that dude, he is like, he doesn't even need medicine yet, you know? A couple more and boy,
Look at all that Omnivamp
he'll take the enzyme.
Terminus je fajn, dobar je item.
Dragon will beat their attention.
Mislim, Pedak je dosta behind, ali kao Terminus ko item je generalno okej.
You think KC just goes straight to Baron because they're like, that we need to end?
I mean, they gotta be a bit careful, because if they all send it to Baron, then maybe there's a chance shifters can sneak the dragon. Would be unlikely.
You think getting Soul Point would change the game? Don't you think Baron just ends this game?
I mean, it should. Like on paper, it should.
Okay.
Like the paper has been absent in our league for quite some time now, so we're not playing with the paper
We have been
anymore.
writing on cardboard for the past 5 hours, I think. Similar to paper, still comes from a tree, Finn.
Yeah,
just
that is
different
true.
form, you know.
But very factual knowledge here.
That is. Now people know. Shifters stepping out of the base. That's a plus. They're controlling vision around their top side camps. That's a plus. But can they get anywhere near the Baron?
Ne znam šta je na izboru.
I mean, you could try to have Shigo flash in.
Kažem, ono što sam ja tražio od novih stvari koje nisam gledao, nema ništa. Još.
Players on the enemy team that are all very fed. It's not a simple task at all.
Ajde sad ako sa Klara bira, njene liste.
Them out of their own jungle and then look to start it. Then we'll see if they can break the Nexus towers of shifters.
Sure needs some saplings in bushes, that's a start.
I think Infinity Edge will be picked up here by Nuke. A very crucial item pickup as the ban has not been started yet. Shio keeps throwing out the saplings. Kana over the wall though.
Oh, you got
Shio does that one more time. Maybe Kana will look to engage on him.
Sapling in the back. Tries to hit Baron. Okay, it's just glitching into Baron. Yikes there. Spotted out. Sapling slows him down. Next one coming in. Kana trying to collapse as well. Cher's holding his ground. There's Bramble Smash. They're thinking, let's do it.
Casey's very cautious. I'm not sure if they're waiting for something. It doesn't seem like they want to start the Baron just yet.
Ne znam šta mogu da čekaju, mogu samo da čekaju Sol, valjda. Ne žele da flipaju Barona, najverovatnije, ali mislim da su dovoljno ahead da mogu samo da se okrenu na Shea i da ga ubiju kada priđe. Ovo je loše jako, ako daju Shea, kuku majku. Sam kažem, ako daju Shea da uđe u pit, to je već loš kol.
Goes in, holds a golden statue as Kana teleported in to finish it off. No, Casey ain't leaving this a chance anymore. They will do right by the LEC and maintain on top of the leaderboard. 8-0 Finn. I never doubted them. Except for the 2 games that we went through, and this game almost. But outside of that, we never doubted them as the LEC today delivered to you on a silver bronze platter. But Casey still remain at the top.
KC jedva, ne znam, Shiftersi 0-7 su, ali su pomučili i KC pomučili su G2, tako da... dobro, mislim šta reći, očekivana pobjeda KC-a, duše ne baš rezultatom 2-1, bilo kako bilo sutra, napomenuo sam, Navi i Fnatic će biti apsolutni banger nakon toga. Gledamo G2, ušam samo setim protiv koga igraju, pošto sve ovo pričam na pamet, Navi Fnatic je prvi Giants i G2 je drugi meč. Tako da, svakako kolamo stream za sad. Što se tiče Patreon Movie Nighta, bit ćemo live malo kasnije da gledamo neki film. A onda svakako sutra od 5 sati se nastavlja Let's, od utorka pa nadalje ide i EBL Playoff. I da, link turnira je također tu, ko se još nije prijavio, ljudi moji, mi se vidimo malo kasnije na Movie Nightu, a do tada, veliki pozdrav.
You know, for a long time, obviously, you know, G2 have always been inconsistent during the regular season. KC were the only team that were not inconsistent. And then we got this series, and now it's called into question. But they still won. They were still guaranteed top 2 before this anyway. And so you could argue that with Yike Kalis or Busio being your key player of the series, KC still had a chill day, and the overall outcome for them didn't really matter. But they ended up knocking out Shifters regardless, and putting Shifters 0 and 7. It's been a pleasure. We're going to send it over to Yike and Busio, so I don't have to talk anymore after a very strange day of League of Legends.
Very old.